from Tier 6 have roles. Medium tanks are no exception. The versatile medium tank is the most common role. These can do a bit of everything, but it doesn't mean they're mediocre. They can snipe and go on assault when required, so they act according to the situation. Assault medium tanks share some traits with heavy tanks. They excel at close range, while their armor gives some room for error and allows for more aggressive play. This is the best choice for new players and fans of using armor at the front line. Sniper medium tanks have higher firepower and often good maneuverability, but they pay for it with lower survivability. They're usually played at mid and long range. In the hands of a skilled player, they can be successful at close range. Support medium tanks are often equipped with an autoloader or auto-reloader. This kind of vehicle dishes out a lot of damage in a short time. At the start of battle, a support tank is best to stay behind sturdier allies and then look for opportunities to strike when there is more space to maneuver on the map. Let's say you've chosen the vehicle role. It's time to equip your tank for battle. Besides the classic Brothers in Arms and repair perks, take a look at Smooth Ride and Snapshot for more accurate fire, Concealment and Firefighting for increased survivability, Recon and Situational Awareness for better view range. There are many other useful perks that will help you become more effective. Train them and experiment. A turbocharger will make you faster. Put it into a special mobility slot. If you can use a gun rammer, just do it. A vertical stabilizer is desirable for most medium tanks. It's not fitted for low-tier machines, but the following two pieces of equipment can be used. Coated optics will boost your view range. They're useful to have in the second set of equipment that you can unlock with field modification. Improved ventilation is a timeless classic. It improves a bit of everything. It's preferable to use its bounty or improved version. Improved hardening will suit many assault medium tanks. So, you've equipped your tank and entered a battle. In a sniper medium tank, look for a position with bushes and lines of fire to the enemy. In a versatile medium, find suitable terrain for a hull-down position. In an assault medium tank, use a position for damage blocking on the front line. In a support medium, keep behind your allies and act according to the situation. But this applies to any role. If your team is left without light tanks, a medium tank can sometimes also play the role of a scout. But be careful. Tank safe positions, although not far from the front line. Use bushes, fell trees, and hide your hull using terrain and cover. Survive at the start of the battle to have space for maneuver close to the end. Try to attack reloading enemies and break their tracks by shooting their wheels. Remember that medium tanks often have a better rate of fire than heavy tanks and tank destroyers, so you can trade one enemy shot for two of your own. Be nimble and flexible. Be aware of your surroundings and the mini-map to keep control of the situation. Keep close to your allies and see you on the battlefield.
Do you watch World of Tanks streams? Turn your watch time into rewards. These are in-game rewards ranging from missions and personal reserves to 2D and 3D styles, tokens for the token store, and finally, premium vehicles. To do this, simply link your Wargaming and Twitch accounts. Go to your account management page on our portal. On the right, find the Twitch icon and click on it. Log in through the pop-up window and confirm the connection. Done. And if you play through Steam, first link an email address to your account in account management. Now just tune into streams with the Drops tag. Both the official game channels and streamers will work. Just watch the stream to earn progress, but keep the tab active and don't mute the Twitch player itself. Otherwise, your progress may get stuck. Keep in mind, watching multiple channels at once will not speed up your progress. One stream is enough. You can track your progress in your Twitch profile or inventory. Once the bar reaches 100%, click Claim directly in the notification or in your Drops tab. You have 7 days after the Twitch Drops campaign ends to claim them. After that, unclaimed rewards will expire. And if your progress gets stuck, check that your accounts are linked and disable your ad blocker. Rewards are usually credited almost instantly. If you're already in the game, you may need to re-enter the garage for them to appear. Find the detailed guide on the official World of Tanks website. You can find all current rewards and stream schedules on the portal. So grab your drops, support your favorite streamers, and we'll see you in chat.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change. And uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.
Hello and welcome everyone to the AMD Onslaught Legends Cup. Today in Europe, quarterfinals is our schedule. Ducky, how are you feeling? Are you excited?
I'm looking forward to seeing who will make it to the WCI, Phil. Lots at stake here for all of these teams, right?
Yeah, I mean, we have some interesting matches for today. Obviously, whoever wins today makes it to the top 4 and at least secures a second chance via the wild card. But realistically speaking, nobody wants to go there. They want to immediately book their ticket. And yeah, we have Twitch drops prepared for you. Lots of cool stuff for you to get. Obviously, today and tomorrow is the second stream. Tomorrow with some nice mystery drops as well. Today you can get reserves and some directives as well. Later today we will be having the NA stream as well. There will be some goodies for you as well, and obviously after the stream we are gonna raid Ducky, so don't you worry if you come a bit later, you will still be able to claim them.
And of course later on tonight, Phil, for the enjoyers, there's some NA happening as well, right?
Yeah, for sure, for sure. There's more action coming.
There's a lot of action coming. This is the Swiss stage. The most important part is the advances part. And then, of course, the eliminated part as well. No real surprises in that regard. However, to highlight, I think Sicarios could have been the surprise, right, Phil?
Yeah, I mean, Sicarios was 4-0 up, I think, against Mafia.
And that at that point they were 2-0, right? They were up 2-0. They would have been a 3-0 team if they won that match. They ended up getting reverse sweeped. I think that is the most important match that happened there in the Swiss stage. They did end up qualifying at the end with a 3-1 scoreline, but 3-0 is advantageous, of course.
Yeah, I mean, they went 5-4 against Weekend there in the score 1-2 match as well, so this could have been a bit of a disaster for them, maybe even getting into the last bracket. And we could have had like Mafia versus W if you just see this 5-4 being a 4-5. Interesting things. We have a total of 6 OLS teams making it, meaning both Beton and Collapse have not made it to the top 8. So I guess kudos already to Momentum and Floyd. You can see them in the advancing section there. Floyd was able to best Beton in the last match, and I think Momentum had a bit of a difficult opponent initially with W and later Hit, but they will have to beat Hit again if they want to advance, because that is the last match of today.
The way that Momentum got into the finals is probably, the reverse sweep there, right?
Yeah, for sure.
With
that
some
was very interesting.
Very interesting Pilsen. The most interesting Pilsen I've seen in a very long time. And because of that, they are here in the quarterfinals. They have a very difficult opponent. Phil already mentioned it, but the important part for all these teams is winning this match. The reason why is, like he said, top 4 already qualifies you to the wildcard tournament. It gives you, the 2 opportunities to make it to the WCI. However, you want to, not rely on that, but it's a first step. Once you get that, it's going to be already a step in the right direction. The most interesting match out of the 4 there, to be honest, so the closest one will be the weekend match, in my opinion.
I have to say, Sicarius was showing pretty good stuff. I have to admit, I didn't predict for them, but I feel like they have potential of showing us that they have a shot against W as well.
Potential. And then sadly, the problem with their potential is that they do really, really amazing stuff, right? And then they flunk. And they do some absolutely crazy stuff which makes them lose, which why I cannot have faith in them. They're not... their step to becoming one of those top teams for Sicarios is that consistency and closing out matches, and I don't think they have it yet.
No, I mean, we added some extra prize pool compared to last year's Onslaught Legends Cup. 12,000 euros are in the pool, and obviously you can see it. The major chunk of rewards is happening for the teams that go to day 2, including the WCI tickets, or at least a second shot at the wildcard tournament.
Yeah, exactly.
Talking about the first match of today, Ducky, Floyd versus Cashback. I mean, Floyd is a team that has never even made it to the final stage of the stream, so I think already good stuff for them. Cashback is coming in pretty hot, 3-0 for them, and obviously they are the OSA winners, so the last bigger tournament went pretty well for them. Did you give a couple of rounds to Floyd? How generous of a day did you have?
It was a 5-2 kind of day for me in terms of predictions. If you look at my predictions, I believe everybody gets 2 rounds and no more in that regard. I think I predicted basically 5-2. I gave them a round or 2, yeah, because why not? But at the same time, it's Cashback. They are like a bit like old hit and run, not current hit and run. When they play against a weaker team, they really steamroll quite often.
Yeah, I mean, obviously lots of known names there. The only change that Cashback did recently is the addition of Evil. He was in Weekend before. Taking a look at the maps now, nothing really crazy happening. We had 2 changes. Murovankar came back and Studzianki came back. Both maps we had in the past, and we removed Westfield and Tundra. Ruinberg is back as well. It was already there for OLS, but as the Chinese server didn't play Ruinberg, we didn't have it during the OSA tournament. Pilsen and Ruinberg banned, and we are immediately switching to Ghost Town, the first map of today. Any expectations?
Between these 2 teams, I mean, I expect Cashback not to start off too fast, you know. Floyd, I could see try to surprise in terms of maybe a quick gap strategy. We've seen quite a few of those at this point as well. Caster predictions, yeah, 5-0, Phil and Rose 5-0, Keyhand 5-1, and maybe I'm giving too much credit to Floyd. We'll see about that one.
Yeah, for me it was just that I felt like Ghost Town is one of those maps where the more experienced teams have good options of like reducing the pace of the game. And I feel like if you have a slower and more controlled game, then the team that has more experience will just rely on not making as many mistakes. So yeah, let's see what they have prepared. It seems like we have double light tank versus only one light tank on the side of Floyd. The type is banned and 430U banned by cashback. Interesting what we can see here. There's a Hori being picked to 268 version 4. I'm not sure if this is final because there's a lot of switching still happening. Okay, let's assume it's final now. IS-7 mouse, T57, Batchat, CS, E4 and RHM. So a bit of everything. Kind of feels like the cashback special from back in the time. Double 50B, double BZ, double Batchat and the Tesak for Floyd. Any preference towards the lineups on your side?
Well, the lineup that Floyd has is a pushing lineup. I mean, you have to do something with it. Cashback, I think, have the right control. The only thing I don't really mind either lineup. I feel like Cashback has a little bit of everything, but maybe lacking slightly on the strike department, because, you know, only once he has 63. If you do have to deal with that cap, it can be annoying.
I mean,
but
Floyd doesn't have
triple tank
anything.
one too. Yeah, sure, but they're also not playing to decap, you know? They're playing to push. And Squeezy's about to feel it. He stayed too long at this moment in time. Did Squeezy make a mistake? He is getting behind that little mount over there, but the bad shots and the Tesak are driving down, and Nightford wants to go Pika Squeezy all together, and Squeezy right now not really protected altogether. Nightford is just going for that's a big HE shell from behind from the E4, and now Helsing pushing across. Gotta be careful, the T57 and the mouse are there waiting for him as well. Nightford is dead, Helsing is not doing too much better, and Bobber and Frost are being crossfired now by the guns from Cashback who come back in. So yes, Floyd gets the first kill, but the result of this is a 6,000 HP deficit.
Yeah, and you can see right now the two isolations there on the BZs. They will be the next ones to fall. It looks like Mindbreaker is kind of shielding Frost a bit, so Barbarian had to hold his shot just for a moment. We are roughly at double, I mean, now no longer double, but a 5k HP advantage, so make it 6k now. Floyd with a very aggressive initial attempt, but aside from the kill on Squeezy, which was very expensive for them, not much more to gain for them. And I have to say, it also maybe came a bit down to the initial plane from the Tesak. Maybe you saw it, the Tesak did not get a replane, which means he didn't spot at least 4 opponents. And then you just kind of also lack the vision. If maybe Cashback would have been more like situated on the 8 or 9 line on the open field, this could have maybe had a better chance of working out. But it's just first round in a best of 9, so I guess there's still a chance for them to grab the round or two that you gave them, but pretty one-sided first match.
Yeah, I mean, they tried to surprise and it doesn't really work out. I don't know if the 50Bs had to, like what they did initially, pushing Squeezy to behind that little hill, I think fine, right? I think that's a good move, but then peeking out the full way around the corner when you have 3 tanks on 1-2 line, the double bad shot and the sack that I think can kill the bad shot, can kill the CS, right? I don't think you need to commit double 50B out for that CS, because you could see the double B basically dies, and then the double BZ from Floyd is just, you know, isolated by themselves.
Yeah.
No support. So I think pushing Squeezy behind the little hill, sure. Overcommitting for it, probably not worth it. I mean, is it the game playable at that point? It would still be hard. The BCs are always in a bad position, I think.
Yeah. And I mean, even if Squeezy only does like, I don't know, 2, maybe 3 shots of damage, and I think he missed the small strike, so that's so much damage that is coming in. You mentioned some HE shells flying in there as well. It's just way too expensive to just get 1 kill, and obviously you isolate the BZs and give up a lot of map control as well.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? With a strategy like this, you are committing everything to 1, 2, 3, 4 line. Everything is spotted. They know what's happening. At the end of the day, I like that they tried to surprise. It didn't end up working out. That the Sack actually doing top damage, mainly because of the strike. 2.8, that's a lot of strike damage. But in return, you see, you know, Liberty not doing too much, but the rest of the team having a pretty solid affair all around.
I think the strike damage is incorrect again. I think it is the sniper damage.
Yeah.
But yeah, talking about the damage distribution, I mean, I think Liberty, you can't really blame him for the lower amount of damage there, but aside from Squeezy, who actually with 1.8k damage did a fairly decent job. Yeah, like 3.5k upwards all across the board. And then on the side of Floyd, yeah, I mean, you have one tank, maybe two, depending on the bedshed setup, that did enough damage to say like, well, we pulled our own weight. But aside from that, a bit of an underwhelming first round for them.
Well, they have a few more before things are looking real dire. Cashback picks up the first one. Floyd looking for the second, but I do believe that a surprise is potentially the way that Floyd needs to get in this match. Playing the slow game, I think against Cashback and Ghost Town, they're not going to win.
Well, I guess after Ghost Town, we'll switch to Murovanka. Do you feel like there's a bit of a different chance of building up like an advantage in the earlier stages of the game?
Murovanka, they could also surprise. The thing is, if they keep pushing as well, and Cashback is just going to sit back and wait for it. So it's a fine line on how to approach it. They've tried this. I think the cap has better odds, by the way, than just a straight push.
Yeah.
Because you force them close either way.
But on the other hand, like I feel like with a cap for a lot of the, I don't want to say beginner, but like less experienced teams, like with a cap play, it's sometimes difficult to make the decision when to leave the cap and when to kind of like abandon an over push. Because I think it was even you who said it, like in many cap cases, you don't really play for the cap, you just play to force a fight or to get them close enough. Talking about close enough, we have two T-57s on the side of Cashback, which definitely want to have this close combat engagement. A BZ, a Type 5 IS-7, a Batchat and a 140. So no light tank this time for Cashback. One light tank with Frost being played on the side of Floyd. Good damage there coming in. I think that it was one of the Type 5s, and also Steve getting the strike. And keep in mind, there is a second CS on the 0 line, which could be putting pretty good hurt into the IS-7. Just have to figure out initially how to find a good angle to stay unspotted.
But it is a slower game, but nonetheless, you can see Cashback starting to close in with that Type 5 with the double T-57 behind them as well. They have one guy on the cap. They could have three in a second or two. There is, of course, plenty of strike tanks. Yeah, you know, plenty of strike tanks available for Floyd, so they shouldn't really lose against the cap. You would hope.
Yeah, that would definitely require a lot of lack of coordination. Good coordination here, on the other hand, by Floyd. Great shooting. Both types penned Liberty there. And a good flick as well from the F0 position of the light tank. The light tank now very aggressive, moving forward towards the H0 open space. He has to be careful because Squeezy is quite close, but Squeezy got spotted. They kind of spotted each other, but Squeezy lost quite some HP for it. Has to get back into cover, and now the push is coming. Floyd in a pretty decent position. They'll have to punish this cross here when Nightford is being attacked, but Cashback is in a bit of a tricky situation now.
There is a lot of strikes available. One gets put onto his AK for 250, not exactly what you would want, but Helsing went a little bit too far. Or on the other corner, the 57s are smelling the opportunity, pushing towards him. They had to stay together as a group of Type 5 whales. Instead, he went stranding himself onto a beach, and he's getting picked up for that as well, but not enough damage for Cashback. They lack one shell on Helsing, so the BZ is going to have to do it. In the return, Barbarian taking a lot of damage, though. Steve picks up Aphrodite. Rioletto gets Squeezy out. That was the 140 in the south, so the Inspire is gone as well. And now all of these tanks from Cashback are in a pocket area. They can fight from it, they can play from it, but if they're gonna win from it, that's a different story. Aka dropped low. Nightford does have a shot. He wants to kill Liberty, but a good block from Aka keeps Liberty alive a second longer. The problem for Liberty is the amount of strike tanks available. 84 HP. There comes the strike, picked up by Bolsia from the back lines. With that one, Little will find Steve in return, but it's just him and Mindbreaker left, and Floyd coming to this second round of Ghost Town much better than the first one. 3-on-2 now, but Bolsia with all of that HP, you would think that this is a Floyd battle in the bag. They're gonna make it all even on Ghost Town.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very surprised by Cashback's lack of coordination there with the push, because it seemed to be that they got into this heavy HP deficit without really anything happening. They got punished on the cross. The Type 5s did a really good job, like keeping the T-57s at bay. And then you mentioned it, they weren't really able to coordinate the fire onto Helsing in a way that they got gun advantage, and then Floyd just took the advantage and kept it.
I mean, Floyd, I think, had a good lineup against what Cashback wanted to do, right? With that cap pressure that Cashback applied. It's really hard to play off of that when you have 4 strike tanks against you, or 3 strike tanks against you and a big strike. Capping should never be a thing, so they never really got too close. And then, of course, you have triple type 5, which is kind of good against 57s, because you need 2 57s clips and something else to kill it. But also, thinking about it, you know, Helsing even gave them an opportunity. If he sits with the rest of his friends in the type 5, they have nothing to push on. And if they want to push something, they're pushing into triple type 5. Now they actually got the overmatch on 1, and they still weren't able to do it. But on top of that, also, like the 140 from Squeezy does 3k damage, but dies in the south. You know, that's not something you'd like to see.
Yeah, and additionally, like the fact that they were not really able to, like, group their tanks together. Like, you see Little was basically the last one to survive, but he barely did a full clip of damage considering the strike damage. So he picked up 2 kills, which is good, but yeah, a bit of an underwhelming second round here from Cashback, but as you mentioned, a well-deserved first point for Floyd, which were well prepared and at least got, you know, an equal score on their own map pick. Muravanker, obviously Cashback, having picked the map, will have to play on the opposite side of what Floyd wanted to start on. I feel like Muravanker is one of those maps where we have seen the northern side have a bit of an easier time, at least in the recent past, but that definitely doesn't mean that it's a one-sided map that has to go out 1-1 again.
No, but your prediction's gone.
Yeah, I mean, you gave 2, I guess, so yep. You're still in the run. Obviously, like, I mean, right now, Floyd can also just win the whole thing, right? I mean, it's 4 rounds remaining for both of the teams. So now that there's nothing more to do in my prediction, I'm like the biggest Floyd fan you can imagine.
Yeah, you've got the Floyd banners in your room, huh?
Yeah, I like all over the whole ceiling. It's just like big sharks waiting for the coin to drop. But the lineups are there. Okay, so we have a ban of the EBR 105 from Floyd and Cashback excluding the 430U. Can opener would be an interesting choice, not something we see very often. Betchet, double K91, 140 RHM and Barik in the BZ. Double BZ, triple E50M, a 4B and a 140. I have to say I like how straightforward the lineup of Floyd is. The 4B, maybe not the easiest tank to include all the time, but if they manage to, I think the other tanks can synergize with each other quite good.
So Liberty opts not to use the plane. Of course, Floyd doesn't have a plane, so they're again playing for the push, like on the first round of Ghost Town. Nightfort will be shielded by the Forge B. There comes the information. He pops his ability, of course, to try and negate some of that damage, but they actually get it relatively free. Only 2 shots on the Forge B. He'll heal part of that back. Not too much because it was a level 1 ability. And you can see Cashback now with the information that they have, opting to run away from the forest.
No, I like what I'm seeing. Good stuff here from Floyd, grabbing the initial map control here, especially in the eastern part of the map. I don't think that the VZ will be able to capture there because it's quite exposed towards this elevated positions, but at least they get the middle strike and traded for obviously the radio. The K91 took 1. I think the can opener will just take the other one and maybe don't use it immediately, so they have another tool in their toolkit for later. But Floyd is not in a terrible position.
Frost taking some damage. Maybe wants to cap the strike, but I don't think that's a possibility. He'll try it nonetheless, though. Some shots coming in now, whizzing towards Rioletto. And I think he has to be careful because there are angles on towards that BZ. They may not be good shots, but there are shots. And you can see the first bit of damage coming in. So while Frost took the initial forest control, they're now kind of sitting complacent at this moment in time. They need to actually get a move on. Onto some part of the map because the angles from Cashback, since they took over really deep 1-2 line, are going to be coming into effect soon. And you can see the reaction from Frost, from Floyd is on towards Barbarian, but also on towards that K91. The triple E50M is coming for Mindbreaker. He's kind of isolated. He doesn't really have the cover you would like to see. He's getting pounded from two sides. Another strike coming in. 1-2 more shots and he is dead. Liberty from the backlines is putting in some damage and they seem to have whiffed the shot against Mindbreaker, meaning Bolsia takes quite a bit more damage and Barbarian has backed off towards a better part of that church. And now you can see the tanks from Floyd kind of stuck between these buildings.
From Steve.
He wants to push forward, but all of the Cashback tanks is sitting on that 2 line, shooting away at the tanks from Floyd in the middle of the open.
Yeah, I mean, initially I liked what Bober did to kind of like be the distraction with a lot of HPs, pushing in, taking the initial brunt of the damage, maybe like reducing the incoming damage onto the DPM tanks. Aka taking a lot of damage now, down to roughly 700, but he had done some good work and was able to recover some with the ability. Now we have Nightfort versus Squeezy here. Both of them so far on roughly 2k HP, but now Little coming in with the bat chat. Will put in one, will put in another one, and I think this is going to end just here, just now. Next shot by Little finishes the kill. Barbarian now with a good kill as well in the middle, and there's 4 guns left with less than 2k HP. Make it 3 guns. Squeezy with the ram is gonna eliminate Frost any moment, and yeah, pretty good round here from Cashback after all.
Yeah, they got the info off of Liberty's plane in the beginning. They adjust well, but I think for Floyd, you realize that they did something later on in the game. I think after the first radio tower they took, they already needed to make it their mind what they want to do. Either repush 1-2 line in force or continue pushing out the forest. Playing against the light and the lineup that Cashback has, you could see the problem how time is just playing in Cashback's favor. So the longer you wait to make your move, the better position they will be already.
Yeah, and obviously, again, you mentioned it, the exposed positions, especially the Mindbreaker, and with all that happening, what? With all that happening, I mean, it was just like a trickle-down effect where, you know, you're already in a disadvantage and then you lose more for the push. They got Mindbreaker, but then the elevated positions of Floyd were, of Cashback were just too much.
Yeah, you're kind of forced in Floyd's case to just drive through with everything at that point. And hope for the best, but there's just so many good shots that Cashback should not lose a battle in which the enemy team is driving through the open. Should. It happens from time to time, but you know, they settle back in to their dominant role or favorite role in this match, end up winning it out. Good stuff from there. Mindbreaker obviously on the bottom. That's expected, right, when you're the one getting pushed on.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised that he wasn't able to like place maybe a strike around him, but this might be just again a matter of strike damage being switched with sniper damage. I have to say I was positively surprised by the damage that the Ken opener got in at the beginning. I mean, we saw that it had to kind of like escape and didn't really get to do a lot in the end, but yeah, it's like a rare choice to see it there, but it's a good hold-on position on the western side of the map for potential decaps as well. So yeah, I mean, good stuff. And I think Floyd, maybe they were just like a bit too hesitant.
Yeah, like I said, I think, you know, initially they took the info, good. They took the forest, good. But then they settled, and I don't think you can settle in Floyd's case. I think you got to keep the pace up with that lineup. The lineup is not for the long game, right? It's for the fight. If you cannot force a fight, if you cannot find a fight initially, you have to force it.
Yep. I mean, you mentioned it, like cap play on Murovanka is kind of always something to consider, but now they have used their chance from the northern spawn, so making a successful cap play from the south is usually a bit more difficult. So the reason for that is that you don't have as good options to defend the middle strikes and prevent decaps. There are obviously opportunities to do so, but we'll have to see what they have prepared. K91 banned by Floyd, Cashpick again banning the 430U. And triple, okay, make it 4 BZs for triple BZ on the set of Cashback, E50M 140 and a light tank for Liberty. Similar scenario, but again a Force B on the side of Floyd. 3 BZs, 140 and a 268. Interesting.
Also very fighty oriented. I mean, both these teams are looking for a fight in a way. Cashbacks, BZs, they're not really for the slow game either, you know? Differences, of course, light tank versus no light tank, and you can see the BZs moving out from both teams. Initially, 3 on the 3-4 line for the side of Floyd. Few in the middle for Cashback, they're a little bit more split. And Floyd, again, just like in the previous battle, they will need to continue pushing.
Yeah, I mean, there's already so much damage coming in. Floyd is down 3k HP before it even has started. Frost might even take another one. He's pretty high up on the ridgeline. Now they spotted Mindbreaker and another one, but I don't think they understand how much resistance they will meet there. Bober taking a truckload of damage, immediately down to 2.4. Now a bit of damage is coming in back onto Cashback, but Barbarian has a great option there of crossfiring, and yes, they will push on him. Yes, the 268 is coming there as well, but the 140 will have a great time protecting Barbarian, and he is still giving at least 2 more shots.
Yeah, the 268 is starting to do its DPM, but I don't think it's going to matter that much at this moment in time as Bobber and Frost are below half. Barbarian might die against the 268. That's good because he gets another shot out of that. Good kill from Steve. Good push from the BZ, but it's still 3,000 lead. Nightford is now coming back in. Bobber still alive, though. He needs 2 shots probably to die here. Will give 1 to Mindbreaker. The 268 wants to finish, of course, for his ability. He instant reloads. It's like a machine gun at this point, and Steve starting to be a menace here, but still the problem for Floyd is they're 5,000 HP down. They're a gun down as well. They're losing the middle on the map, and while Steve is probably having a good time, the rest of his team is sadly not.
Yeah, with that being said, you can see the ability of the Forge is running, but it won't matter. There's no healing to be done for him anymore. Steve puts in another shot, or at least try to, into Aphrodite, but now the supporting guns from Cashback are swarming in. 2 tanks left standing. Steve being dropped. Nightford's the last man standing, but this fortress is about to fall. Cashback putting the 3rd point on the board.
Yeah, and this was a solid round. A very good initial damage from Cashback, to be honest. Very, very good shooting, hitting basically everything at the start, punishing those BZs, and then later on just capitalizing on this advantage as well. I mean, I like Floyd trying to push on 1-2 line. I think it's the best move there onto the A50M, but losing the middle of the map in return is, you know, never great in that regard. 268 had fun though, I guess.
No, I mean, I guess he and maybe Nightford in the 140 will be pretty high in the standings, but from what I can see, the 140 ended up with like 4.3k damage and Steve with like 3.8, so it's not bad, but like considering the brunt of the damage that the BZs took at the beginning and all of them ending up with like 2k damage or even 1k, that peak damage of like 4.3 is just not really enough, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, 268 and the 140 had fun for Floyd's side, yeah. The rest of them, you know, Frost on 1 shot of damage in the BZ. Yeah, the BZ also not getting too much. Balls, yeah, pushed onto the strike. I mean, that then you finally get somebody that's on par with the lowest damage of Cashback. So it's always going to be a hard one.
Yeah, and I mean, you can see Barbarian, he was like supposed to be the first one to fall on the side of Cashback. He did fall, but he still did like 2.3 thousand damage. So that concludes Murovanka. 2 fairly quick rounds. We'll have a Studzianki and a Sand River ban. I think the Sand River ban against Cashback is definitely something that I can understand. They have a very control heavy, like a good team that plays Sand River with, for instance, Little in the STRV pretty well. Cashback picking Ensk, which could be the end of the road. Potentially we could see Cliff by Floyd as well. Anything you've seen in the Swiss stage on Ensk that you liked or that you didn't like or that you felt like was innovative or new?
Nothing in particular. Something come to mind for you?
I mean, we saw like some teams playing Jagdpanzer E100s again. I'm not sure if this is like something great. Maybe it's good if a team has a bunch of types, because the Jagdpanzer has obviously more alpha and the damage reduction, plus doesn't struggle against the armor. But to be honest, you can play an E4 or an E3 as well, as long as it's not banned. So maybe like a VZTD, that is something that I think Dopamine has been playing in the past as well. But I guess it's mostly a matter of how the teams adapt to the change of meta when it comes to the Dravek being removed. I guess that's one of the topics we haven't really highlighted that much yet. The Dravek obviously filled this role of like a mix of like a pushing, but also mainly like a holding tank, like very good hull down capabilities, mix of like DPM and gun. That will likely result in us seeing more like IS-7s and things in that regard in the tournament. It seems like we have finalized the rosters. Cashback again with a 430U ban, E4 banned by Floyd, triple Bliska, a 140, double Foch B and the Tesak for Liberty. What about Floyd?
Floyd, double Bliska, double Foch, double type and a BZ, so they're kind of embracing the same philosophy as Cashback, but at the same time not really, because there's a Light of Liberty who gets a pretty decent plane, 4 spotted out of that one, so they have a rough idea of the split, but they don't know about this double Bliska covering this BZ though. Not yet.
Yeah, but on the other hand, 4 is enough to get a second plane, right? So he will be able to make use of that whenever he wants to. Very aggressive move by Aka there in the Blisker. Takes obviously a shot from Steve, but if they can eliminate this Foch B, which they do, great target selection here. They have a very nice overmatch with the Type 5s of Nightford and Boba being like way too late, and you can see that punishment that they are taking. 3k damage dealt to Boba immediately.
Yeah, now they're coming back in. I mean, the mistake there from the BZ, Rioletto got killed way too easily. Frost is still alive though. Mindbreaker is dead, and Aka is making this push, making this play, but that is a difficult one in return though. The Type 5 getting overrun in the middle of the map. The HP getting close. Can they pick up Aka before he gets around the corner? He does take a shot. He's down towards the one shot, but he's alive. Most important part for Aka right now. He's a gun in the game. The crossfire coming in as well from that 140 on the 0 line of Squeezy is of course very important. And now that the Tesak is starting to slaughter these super heavies, the Type 5 of Nightford falls and Cashback settle back down. Got close for a second, and this is why it's important Aka stayed alive. Puts in a shot into the side of Steve. That's 700 damage that he wouldn't have done. A strike now coming in to pick up Frost. Ability popped or not, it doesn't matter. And Liberty with the Tesak having some fun now. Tracking Bulls, yeah, that ability Juggernaut, 1 track HP. Getting tracked, perma-tracked, getting deleted even, and Cashback, yeah, off of the back. I think Rioletto kind of gave that one for free, to be honest, you know? Like the BZ there dying for nothing.
A bit of over-eagerness, especially when you know that the enemy team has the info. You had 4 tanks that were spotted immediately on the other side. That just leaves 3 tanks on the side that you were on with the BZ. You have exactly 2 tanks to kind of cover you, but it's also not really possible from the angles that they had. And I mean, this is maybe also like that like lack of micromanagement that has to basically come extra from captains that don't have players with as much experience as the side of Cashback. But yeah, good stuff there going all along. I think it was actually Aka who was one of the first ones to drive in, and then you mentioned it, surviving, dealing like 2 more shots in the end. Good stuff. Nearly 6k damage also from Squeezy. but Rioletto with 1 shot of damage, and also Bober, who took the damage on this very expensive cross. This was not what Floyd would have wanted to see.
No, but it is what they've gotten. The prediction is heavily in favor of Cashback, not a surprise. It's 4-1, and we have come to a match point for Cashback. It has gone very quick the last few rounds. For my prediction, it's a disaster. And it's even worse because Kihan might be right, which is unbelievable.
That is the worst part of all of it.
True. It doesn't get worse than that.
Okay, I mean, it's not over until it's over. There is obviously still a chance for Floyd. I mean, did we see anything that Floyd did so far pretty well? I feel like their vehicle selection was something that I would not critique. Maybe aside from the first round, which was a bit of a gamble, but I guess that's fine in a best of 9. But I think what they did well is like to pick fairly like solid tanks and put them in good initial positions. They were just like in parts either too slow to like draw back or too slow to make something out of the positions that they gained, and then like continued pushing or continued forcing a fight, isolating a target.
What does Floyd need to do here to pick up a second round?
I mean, maybe they can like try something like a trap with D57s or a push with 50Bs. We didn't see any 50B bans. Obviously, against types on this map, you have a bit of a difficult situation against the incoming HE. Both teams banning the E4 this time, and 6 Bliskers and a 140 is definitely a way to give this a shot.
Yeah, it's gonna be something. Cashback in return, 50B, double type, push B, double Wheezy, and a Desac. Now the question is, does the Desac spot anything? It depends where he puts the plane, you know?
I mean, even if you don't spot anything,
yeah,
like,
but it's about the...
It's not on the other.
Sure, but it's about the tanks.
The answer is 6 tanks spotted.
There's gonna be some damage, maybe? Yeah,
One shot of damage by I think one of the types, maybe Mindbreaker. Yeah, I think Mindbreaker because he has the ability charged a bit more. So good initial damage there. Bit of extra, and Cashback is up 3 and a bit. It's basically like 1 tank worth of HP, and that will hurt. That is an expensive cross. Nightford gets tracked. Another shot flies in. Will he even get out alive? I don't think so. And that is it. I mean, 6 Bliskers and a 140. Now just 6 Bliskers left. And I like that they have this coordinated push all in the same direction, but what are they pushing into?
Right now, pushing into nothing. Steve is going to spot the 50B, although he needs to be careful. There's a Type 5 waiting as well. The Type 5 does not miss. He does get a shot against Little, so it's a trade, but needs to be careful. He might get double tracked here. That's the second track from Little. Barbarian's looking as well. Steve is going to die for that little peek he made. That was a little bit too far and a little bit too deep. And we say goodbye to Steve.
No, I mean, not just for this round, but from what it looks like for the whole tournament. Cashback now with nearly double the HP already. And yeah, this was not it. I mean, great play there by the type, tracking and surrounding the Bliskavitze. Little might actually still bite the dust if both the Bliskers connect their shots, but there is some shielding happening already. Barbarian trying, but not trying enough. Helsing picks up the kill, ruining the KD for Little. And with that being said and done, I guess we are more or less ready to determine the first semi-finalist, because Helsing with the last gun in the game for Floyd will not make a big difference anymore.
No, I mean, Floyd had one good round. The other ones were convincingly Cashback's way. I think especially these last two, Floyd has to look at giving up less tanks for free. You cannot like donate so much to Cashback and expect to win a round. BZ on the first ends can hear the 140 and a Bliskavitze. It's too much. You cannot do it. You have to play more precise than that.
Yeah, and I think especially if you have the information that the light tank is there on Cashback's side, you can't just go for the attempted capture of the arty strike. You get one anyway on the other side where you have all your Bliskas, and I mean the strike hit home. I remember Liberty with a Tessak trying to help the 50B and the Foshby, kind of getting tech there as well, but it didn't really matter in the end. Is that? No, I doubt it. The 50B bounced 4 shots of damage, 1600 block by a 50B.
Or double Bliska.
Or double Bliska. I mean, it's possible, I guess. But yeah, I mean, I mentioned it before the round, the VZTD. I personally don't think it would have made a big difference if this would have been, maybe, I don't know, like a Bliska or an E4 or something like that. But you mentioned it, the 140 out immediately, got double tracked on the rails and then just like had to cross all the rails after having this unpleasant encounter already with the Tessak. So not what you like to see. Any review, anything that you can tell Floyd what they can improve on or should improve on for their OCS season in September?
I think giving up less tanks for free would be the right thing.
Yeah, maybe they were a bit over-eager because they felt like against Cashback they have to like do something crazy or special. In the end it was not enough, but congratulations to Cashback. They definitely earned their spot, and yeah, I mean, very solid performance by Cashback. And obviously by Keyhand as well.
Yeah, unbelievable. Keyhand getting a correct prediction is the highlight of my day, actually. Something about a broken clock. But that was match number 1. Cashback moves on towards the semifinals. When we come back, we will get some more World of Tanks action on our hands. But first, let's watch a little bit of replays.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change. And uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the AMD OLC 5. We have replaced Phil with Rose. Hello, how are you doing?
Hello Ducky. I am doing pretty good. I'm fairly anxious today. I've had 15 years in World of Tanks, but I'm entirely new to this experience, so hoping that I can provide somewhat of a decent stand-in, shall we call, for Phil for now. How are you doing today?
I'm doing terrible because Kian got a prediction right. At least you're doing as well as Banter's predictions, you know, so that's a strong start. 5-0 was close, but not quite close enough. However, this match, Weekend Mafia, probably a bit closer than Floyd versus Cashback.
Yeah, I would imagine so. I think I've given 5-3 from my memory, but I can't remember. I'll have to see. But I wanted to give one in Floyd's favour, but in the end I just thought... I was torn, and now I wish I'd gone with that one in their favour. As we have a little look at the team lineup, two of my favourite teams to watch fight each other. I'm always a fan of light play as well from these, so yeah, go ahead. What's your thoughts on Weekend v Mafia?
Well, I think it should be closer, but Weekend is sometimes a bit hit or miss. They didn't have the greatest Swiss stage either, taken very long to get in to begin with, so I think they were a 3-2 team. While Mafia in return, of course, got a 3-0, but that 3-0 was with their last match against Sicarios, where they ended up winning 5-4 after being down 4-0, so a reverse sweep coming in. So it does show that they are at least able to be taken to tiebreaker. However, Mafia is of course the reigning WCI champion, so they would love to go and defend that title.
Definitely, and I agree with you with in terms of the performance during the Swiss stage. Weekend definitely having a little bit of a harder time of it, especially against the opponents such as Hit and Sicarius, whereas Mafia really coming through, but that reverse sweep meaning that Sicarius didn't go straight through on that first day. As we look at some of the map pick and bans, we see Moravanka banned out for Weekend and Himmelsdorf banned out for Mafia, and first pick will be Ruinberg for Weekend.
Ruinberg, Pilsen. I mean, Pilsen Mafia, I think, has quite a lot of buzz on it. I'm not sure if it's their most played map, but I feel like it could be, to be honest. Not surprised that they picked that one. Sudzianki band, Sand River band gives us Ensk into Cliff. So I'd say we start off with 2 slower maps to then really pick up the pace on Ensk and Cliff.
Yeah, and that tiebreaker on Ghost Town as well, one of my favourite maps to watch personally. But Ruinberg can go both ways. I know it's a slower game. Pilsen depends on if they put that cap pressure on or not, but I do agree with you that Mafia, potentially the more experienced team on that map. Have you got a favourite one of the maps that you're going to enjoy watching?
I'm looking forward to Cliff. It's always an interesting one to see how the brawl plays out, to be honest. My least interesting one is probably Ruinberg, though. If it's a slower game, it's always an interesting one to see how it plays out as well, but it can be really, really slow.
Yeah, that field side really made smaller in the Onslaught version as well, which kind of makes it slightly more a lot more town-centered, and so does play into that maybe explosive later game. I have seen quite a few 57 heavy picks, for example, and it will be best of 9 throughout all of these games as well. Whereas on Pilsen, I've seen it both ways. Really aggressive play, that cap push, but also, again, like you say, that more stagnant, slower game.
It definitely could be the more stagnant, slower game on Ruinberg. But it could also be a fast, if both teams decide to play, which is unlikely, but it could be. What did you predict for this one? I mean, we'll see it soon, but...
I can't remember. I want to say 5-3 to Mafia, but I'm not entirely certain. I think so. We'll see it now anyway. Yeah, I did indeed. 5-3, so 3-5 in the favour of Mafia, whereas you went 2-5 along with Keyhand and Phil. So you agreed with Keyhand here. It's a dangerous move.
I filled in my predictions before anybody else did. And I can prove it. So Keyhand copied me.
I saw that. I saw that you'd filled them in before anyone else. But we'll go with Keyhand and Phil copied you then. I was the outlier on this map and was hoping slightly more in Weekend's favour.
I mean, we're all kind of expecting Mafia to walk away still confidently with this one, which I don't know. It depends on what kind of version of Weekend we're going to get. If we're going to get the version of Weekend that took 3rd, and I think it was last season 4, then this could be a very, very close affair. But I believe they need to start it off strong on the Ruinberg. They picked it as well. I somehow see a 2-0 Pilsen for Mafia, to be honest.
Yeah, and I've seen those 57 heavies picked quite often as well, and that explosive build, sometimes the downfall of teams if it's played to perfection really, and they keep their HP earlier on in the fight. But Weekend are known to have hit and miss games, sometimes really perform well, some days, and other days not quite so much. So I think this is going to be very interesting to see how much in Mafia's favour. Maybe it may go, but I'll always sit and hope maybe. I like an underdog a little bit, or somebody that maybe isn't predicted as the favourite to win.
Yeah, but they have to deliver on it, of course. If it will be that case. I mean, Mafia, they have a lot of experience in these playoffs. They have a lot of experience winning tournaments at this point as well. Let's see if they can bring that in. They added Monster as well not too long ago to the lineup, so they have all the players they could possibly want. They're going to be playing double type 5, a 140, a 4-3, double Blitzkrieg, and a Force B for Mafia.
Yeah, and on the side of Weekend will be the triple 57 heavy, CS63, double 430U, and that Blitzkrieg I said. So relatively similar lineups apart from those 57s providing that amazing burst damage together.
Yeah, I mean 57s good for the push as well, but the type 5 is kind of the natural counter in a way of the 57, right?
Yeah, they definitely can absorb a lot of that HP. As we see at the moment, we start out with both teams choosing to send 1 or 2 towards the town and a few towards the north as well. As you say, normally a fairly stagnant start on Ruinberg, so we'll see where everybody ends up at the beginning. CS, though, going straight for the RT, and will take a shot from Orchek on that crossing. Otherwise should get there, as Conrad in a dangerous position. A lot of crossing back and forth going on at the moment.
The double T57 starting to face off against the Forge B. Profuse is standing his ground. He wants to make his full clip, especially because Clownzik ended up missing a shot or 2 in the beginning, meaning Profuse was never going to die. Anyways, Kano in return getting overpushed by Rexar and Kono. Lucky for Rexar there not to flip. and that CS63 looks to be in trouble as Mafia find the first kill. It is Monster in the Type 5 to pick it up, instantly returned on by Weekend, who find Conrad, and now Mafia bailing from that 6-7 line with the Forge B in return are finding their next isolation. But those 57 heavies, we talked about them, they're coming back in. They're starting to clip out against, I think it was Orchek over there, but in return though, Yuzek and Monster, good damage. Ichi shells even into the back of Iset, maybe even a ram to put him down. Sunshine goes down in the 57 heavy as well, and Iset getting bullied and tossed around, but the game is still within playable levels because yet again Weekend will retaliate. They will find a gun, but more than that will probably be hard as the HP swing is pretty significant.
Yeah, all the HP really on the side of Mafia now with those Type 5 heavies still almost full health as Clownzig at the end of their guns and will be picked up by Rexar. So this is going to be Trash Panda and Crystal, the last two alive for Weekend, with about 6,000 HP in the bank for Mafia, trying their best to pick off Kono, but I'm not sure they're going to be able to. They may be able to. And it's going to be a fairly convincing first win for Mafia. As you said, those Type 5 heavies providing a nice counter to those 57s.
Working out pretty well for Mafia, finding that CS63 in the beginning, and of course, you know, they have that Inspire permanently rolling. It's like playing with 7.5 in a way, you know. The Inspire adds quite a bit to your team. Pretty nice for them. The Type 5 is not even getting punished too hard. First round on the board, and it does seem like both teams came to play on the Ruinberg.
Yeah, they did, and as you mentioned, that 140 of Kono, you know, when he's at max Inspire, that's an extra 45% of crew to the whole of the team, which is a huge bonus in those brawls and team fights. As we see Crystal trying desperately to get a final kill onto Kono. I think he might be able to, he doesn't, not quite. Kono manages to get that kill before Crystal kills him, and that will be the end of game one to Mafia on Ruinberg.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to see a quick Ruinberg in that regard, that they came to play both teams with a similar philosophy. In return, though, you know, those Type 5s, they just ended up finding a little bit more isolations on the Weekend side. First you had the CS, then you had the Bliskavice. So the snowball was a bit better for Mafia in return. But it was a, you know, I'm glad they both tried to play. Let's do this again and get rid of Rubenberg.
Yes, I hope this time around it's not going to be that stagnant game that you were thinking it might be, and it will be as aggressive, because it's a lot more enjoyable, perhaps, to watch. But as we go into the scores, we see Mafia really with that damage spread across the board fairly well. Conrad not doing too much, getting picked off, I believe. But it will be 4,400 for Kono, and yeah, their accuracy and damage very high.
I mean, on the board, you can see, you know, Profus, like all of the Mafia players almost, in the middle segment are just outperforming the Weekend ones. The 57's not really getting enough, to be honest. You want those tanks to get a bare minimum 2 clips in a game like this, because they have to do 2 clips to be valuable, and they really only get like 1.5 clips, you know, with Sunshine, Hellrap, Clownzig. Not quite enough. Kano, I mean, he gets overpushed, he dies. It is what it is, can't do much about it. He got sent there, so what is he supposed to do? But it's the first round for Mafia. Community prediction, 85% in favor of Mafia. Maybe it's a bit much. I mean, Weekend is still a very good team.
Yeah, they can definitely pull back from this, and I think, although I'd agree with the community prediction onto Mafia, I would maybe go more like 70-30 or slightly less. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing the second game. I always like to see how a team might come back, and if they do, and if they employ a different strategy as well. Occasionally a team will take the same, sometimes go different, and hopefully an explosive one will happen again.
It is hopefully a quick Ruinberg. Like I said, my least favorite map, so I'm always glad the moment it's done, to be honest. But maybe we'll get a more usual Ruinberg now, where the South team takes control over 1-4, and the Northern team just kind of takes control over the field. That's how it usually plays out on the Ruinberg. However, you know, if they go for the brawl again, no problem with that for me.
Yeah, I've definitely seen teams playing around that northern strike in the town and the strike towards the south of the town. Well, I should say west and east. And that's split through to the cap in the middle. As we go into our picks and bans, we see E4 banned for Weekend and 50B banned for Mafia. Weekend choosing, by the looks of it, to go for 4 57s this time, hoping for that extra clip potential, and triple 430Us.
Yeah, that's very aggressive. Mafia in return, triple type, double T57, a 140 and a 430U. That triple type is gonna be tough to get through for Weekend. The name of the game for them is to take a kill advantage and keep rolling. They need to make that snowball happen with the 430Us, obviously not dying. They can't really have the 57s die either, but you know, they have to find an overmatch.
Yeah, by the looks of it, going for both teams going sort of towards the north of the map with those 57s and their mediums as well. Type 5's taking slightly more defensive positions in the town for Mafia as well. Trash Panda and the other medium 430 just get spotted and they will fight onto Conrad. They're going into the middle of a little bit of danger, I think, here. Need to be quite careful, but Sunshine and Clownzig are there to somewhat back them up. A little bit of trading going on back and forth for now.
Conrad's in trouble. Mafia's got to do something here because Conrad is going to die. I said and Trash Panda have found Conrad. He will die. He is dead already. Profuse might get a shot through the window. You can see him look for it. There are some angles. I don't know if he's actually capable of finding it. On towards the back of Trash Panda. A bounce there from Icehead. It doesn't really change anything. That should be last shot for Conrad. If they both hit, then they do. So the first kill goes Weekend's way. Trash Panda is low in return, but there was no reaction from Mafia. So that was a fairly free kill for Weekend, simply getting the kill, and there's no strikes, so they cannot get Trash Panda out of the game anyways.
Yeah, at the moment I'm liking the position of Icehead and Trash Panda, but they do need to be really careful of not getting picked off if there is an overpush happens through that town from Mafia. Conrad was wiggling there for his life, I believe. I had never seen somebody wiggle quite so hard. He really tried, and it paid off. He did bounce a few more shots and got some extra damage into Trash Panda because of it as well. As we see, Kano maybe making his way out of the town, out of the lower town. I'm entirely sure, just seeing if he can get some shots. As Rexar is going to see if he got any through the window onto Trash Panda, which would be a great kill if he could get it.
The angle is very tight, to be honest, to get that one. And Icehead and Trash Panda are just chilling, looking down the lanes as well. The only way they really would get Trash Panda out right now is with strikes, and they simply do not have control over a strike right now. They may try to take the 8-line one with the type, or they might actually, looking at it, might be a pincer from two sides, 5-line and 8-line. But I think Weekend is currently very set up to deal with any possible aggression.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we must remember that at the moment Mafia is still with 3k HP in the bank, just based on those Type 5 heavies and coming into the game with that extra beefiness, so to speak. But at the moment, yeah, I mean, Clownzig, Sunshine on full health. We do see somewhat of a push from Profuse and Orchek, though, going to try and pick off Trash Panda and Icehead by the looks of it and get into the corner. But Orchek in a really heavy crossfire. Artie going down on him as well. He does get the kill onto Trash Panda, though, and Orchek goes down for it, though, in the process. And now heavy fire coming onto Profuse, but Icehead in trouble.
I mean, Icehead is going to do a lot of damage with this though. Profuse does not have great DPM whatsoever. You can see Rexar looking for some shots from the back on towards Icehead. Maybe he has a shot. If he does, that would be huge. He does actually. Starts to clip out on towards the back of Icehead, who has to readjust immediately, and Profuse will be able to kill him 2 shots now. That's a big difference, to be honest, with that Type 5. That is 2 430U shots, potentially even 3 that he dodges because of Rexar getting a shot into the back of that 430U. You can see that he might even do one more in Icehead's case. So now the fact that Profuse can kill him is huge. And at that moment in time, Clownzig peeking out against Yuzek though, full clip, and now Monster in the Type 5 as well. And this is the problem for Mafia. They have a lot of tanks left right now that don't really have any DPM, that are getting pushed on. Those Type 5s, they are able to withstand a beating, but it's 4 tanks from Weekend now versus 5 from Mafia. Mafia with a good pincer and actually bringing it back.
Yeah, they've definitely regained on HP as well. They've got that 1 tank up, although Profuse very low. But Kano looking to try and trade against these Type 5s. At the moment, it's kind of slowed down for a minute, but I do see Sunshine trying to make a play across the top of the map, which might put that Type 5 in some danger. He is somewhat isolated, and we do see him clipping onto Profuse indeed. So Sunshine taking him down, making it a 4 for 4 at the moment, and they're slightly up in HP as Hellrap now trying with Kano to get Monster shut down, and they will get him shut down. Hellrap is now on reload as Sunshine coming in. This is dangerous now for Mafia.
Yuzek in a little bit of trouble, starting to get clipped out. Actually dies towards Crystal, but Kano in return will die just as quick. A good strike coming out, hitting home on towards 2, and now Mafia. For a moment they brought it back, but that moment has passed, and now Weekend coming back in. Sunshine needs to kill Rexar, he does. And Kono it's not really winnable for him. I mean, he can try, but Crystal is about to be reloaded and about to clip out. He does miss one, which means that he will probably end up dying against Kono, who is a 2-shot now, but Sunshine is a... I don't even know how many shots Kono needs to hit, and he's about to come off and reload. He finds Crystal, now disengaging, could extend the game a little bit longer. Sunshine will chase. Good shot there from Kono on the move as well. He obviously has an opportunity. Sunshine does hit that one, and that is an important one, because it does put him in one-shot range for the strike. So Kono can run away, but he cannot really hide in the long game now. That one shot there, very, very important. Otherwise, maybe playable for Kono, but now that Sunshine ended up hitting that one, I don't think so.
No, that was an interesting fight, really close as well. Kono has got that extra little bit of speed, but in such a city map like this, it's very hard to kind of use that to dodge around and actually take any meaningful POIs. He could, but if Sunshine stays in that sort of central area, takes that strike, anytime Kono gets spotted out, it could be lights out for him.
I mean, Sunshine's gonna pick the strike. That normally moves towards the cap. And when he does that, Kono is forced to do something. And that is the problem of being a one-shot for him. He may try to close the distance already, but Sunshine always has the strike in hand. 4 shots. So 5 opportunities to kill Kono. For Sunshine to miss all 5 opportunities would be pretty impressive, although he would have to reload for that since he's holding 3.
Yeah, I think at this point I would bet on Kono, but he is going to try maybe and bait that strike out. Whether he does or not is the question. If not, then, I mean, he's got 1 in the hand, but as you say, as soon as he gets spotted, realistically, it should be Sunshine's game.
I mean, he did end up picking the strike, so there's that. And that means that if Sunshine does go towards the cap, Kono can find a reset with the strike, or at least eliminate an angle, but that still doesn't undo the fact that Sunshine has a strike. I would really like to see Sunshine reload, though, for status.
Yeah, just in case. You never know. And I quite like Kono's position. He's kind of hoping that he might outspot if Sunshine does go towards that cap or tries to push out towards that field to find him. But at the moment, it looks like neither of them really wanting to risk it. Sunshine not having the most confidence. Again, I'm intrigued too why he's not choosing to reload, but maybe he feels that there could be a surprise attack, although I find that very odd. So for now, it's just 2 of them held down. But Kono is making a move. He is going to try and see if he can spot out Sunshine. Little does he know, Sunshine is very much held up behind those buildings in that bottom corner.
I mean, Sunshine also has, of course, one thing going for him, which you can't forget, is that he's currently winning the game either way, no matter what he does. The lineups are, in terms of HP, similar in a way, but also not, because the triple type 5 carries a lot of HP. Weekend has simply dealt more damage, which means that if time runs out, they win. Which also means that Kono doesn't have a choice but to play, but with Camo here, he might actually outspot Sunshine. He does outspot Sunshine. He wants to shoot this. He will put the strike. He will give the shot. He's spotted, and now Sunshine will put his own strike in return, and Kono should not make it out, or he will not make it. Was a little bit iffy there, but the shot from Kono, you understand why he wants to do it. Does get spotted out. Sunshine does not miss with the strike. It is Weekend to pick up this round of Ruinberg. 1-1.
Yeah, that would be a little bit more of a confidence boost, I believe, for Weekend as well, just to make sure that that map doesn't go 2-0. I always think it's a little bit harder, but as we've seen in the Swiss stage, there can always be that reverse sweep at the end anyway. So as we go now into their next map shortly, I think we'll see the rundown of the game, but a much slower game, a much more predictable game from what you spoke about Ruinberg anyway from the off. And yeah, the first one was obviously my favorite to watch, but at the end of it, a much closer game this time around.
Close game. I think Weekend always had to win this though after the first kill they took, but the return in, you know, the ISET moment there, taking the one shot is actually pretty impactful as well in a way. He would have actually killed Profuse in the time it took Profuse to kill him, so that would have been a kill going their way, closing out the game earlier. But you can see all around good performance from the Weekend players, from Trash Panda to ISET, and yeah, Orchek not getting much done. I mean, they all peaked him. Yusek in the time though, we'd expect a little bit more.
Yeah, Type 5 heavy, 1.4, it's not much. He absorbed a lot of damage, obviously, because it's a Type 5, but you would expect more than those 2 shots of damage coming out. And Same with Orchek, really. Only one shot connecting and being able to be meaningful, which from 57s really as a pack together, you would expect perhaps that at least a clip, but you never know, things can happen, right? Things can go wrong. But I liked Weekend's play here. They really capitalized on the weaknesses that Mafia left them, and yeah, they pushed on those vulnerable tanks, and ultimately it meant that they took that second game as a victory.
Gotta remember though that Orchek was the one that was pushed into the middle road. We don't think he has the capability of doing more than one shot. You know, he was like trying to hide behind the type at some point, but like he was already dead.
Indeed. As we go now onto the next map, which will be on Pilsen. Always quite an aggressive map. At least I've seen it aggressive. I know there are more stationary tactics, but I don't know whether a cap push might be here. Sometimes these teams in the past have been known to use that strategy. I do quite like it. It forces that play, but I think it's a risky and dangerous play as well.
I think, yeah, Weekend can definitely play fast and aggressive. I don't see it from Mafia, to be honest, on Pilsen, but could definitely be Weekend pushing through the middle with BZs. Would not be surprised about that at all. If they keep up the same style they've been playing in Runeberg, we're definitely going to see aggression from them coming out. Mafia on Pilsen, it's like their whole map. Them pushing would be the surprise.
Yeah, I know Mafia quite often like to wait for the enemy to make that mistake. But I'm hoping maybe for some Fosh B play. Sometimes I see it on this map, sometimes it can go really well, other times not so much. But also taking that outside arty strike towards the coal fields as well, especially if a team does go for cap. As we move into picks and bans, we see that Fosh B banned out for Weekend and the Type 5 for Mafia. Weekend choosing double BZs and 5 430Us.
Mafia EBR, E4, 140, double BZ, double 50B. There is, of course, no light but a plane for Mafia, which Weekend doesn't know, which is why you also see them just reverse at the beginning to dodge the potential plane. There was no light, but you know, you cannot know that. So Kano play in the corner there. Konrad taking a little bit of damage going in, not much. Will move towards the strike, and Kono gets the spots with the EBR, you know, with that ability activated, gets pretty nice view range spots. Those for 30Us moving over, that's Iset and Crystal, and they're still spotted, taking some damage, good damage even from Mafia on towards those 430Us, and Kono is going to steal the strike even as well, which is a really good move from Kono. Will respot them as well, sees the move, and Mafia, you can see it on the minimap, reacting by going towards 1-2 line.
Yeah, that was the real advantage, I think, there of taking that EBR. It's so quick in and out. He gets the strike, gets the spots. They take damage in that crossing and have that opportunity and time to react to this push from Weekend in towards that coalfields, which does somewhat leave Weekend on the back foot, I do believe, as a little bit of cap pressure being applied at the moment from Yusek. I'm liking the positions of Mafia at the moment. They seem quite in control of the map.
The biggest problem right now we can see for Weekend is when you look at their lineup, they have no strikes. And when you then look at the strikes on everywhere on the map, they're all taken by Mafia. Kono stole the one on the east away from them. So this cap pressure, surprisingly little from Mafia. I'd expect a second tank to be on there already, or a third tank to be on there, because there's simply no decap available right now for Weekend. They would have to send in Clownzik or Trash Panda to block.
Yeah, I do completely agree with you there. I think that extra cap pressure right now would really force the hand of Weekend. They are, however, pushing through the middle of that bunker with that BZ on towards Conrad. Clownzig also making a move towards that cap as well. Mafia really forcing the play as Conrad in a crossfire here between Clownzig and Trash Panda. But he himself, Clownzig, is in the crossfire between Conrad and Yusek. And Orchek now with that 50B on his way in to help.
Yeah, and Clownzik does get behind that corner though. The reset comes out on towards Yusek. He was speaking to help anyways, but a good position there from Clownzik. A really good adjustment. Just safe hiding behind that rubble pile. And Conrad will fall rather soon. But if it's against Hellrap or somebody else, doesn't really matter. Now Rex are a little bit isolated. He does have a 50B brother coming his way. That is reloading in about 8 seconds. That's Orchek coming in as well. There's a secondary 4-3U there from Weekend. And a big HE shell. I don't think that one ended up penetrating actually. Clownzik, however, however, dives to Monster. We knew that his time was ticking away. Yusek now coming in as well, and the HP lead pretty significant for Mafia. They now find this 4 to the U, who wanted to get towards Rexar, but that was a solo move, and a solo move will be a solo death. He gets picked up by Rexar. Good move there for Mafia. Have that isolated 4 to the U, and it does not get better for Weekend across the map. Sunshine a little bit isolated as well between Kono, Profuse, and Monster now sweeping in as well, and Weekend falling to pieces here in the mid stages of this round. Sunshine looking like a pick, will go towards Profuse. He cannot cross because the E4 is holding. Another good shot from that 140 player, but in return, I mean, look at the rest of the map. It's all Mafia.
It is all Mafia. They are well ahead in HP, almost double. They have those double 50Bs, both fully reloaded as well, ready to push in on Trash Panda, with Yusek making that move. And it will be Trash Panda going down fairly shortly, I would imagine. First shot bouncing off those. Second shot, though, does connect, which puts Mafia at 6 guns, Weekend at 4 guns. As Kono just doing his little run around the map to get the back of Sunshine, keeping himself safe there. Sunshine has nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. It will be him shut down, and that is a convincing lead now, Mafia. I don't think any coming back is possible.
No, it's just a solid round from Mafia. I mean, the EBR pick really counters Weekend in a way, right? The ability is just, you get so much view range. I don't know the exact percentage, let's just say a ton of view range out of it, which spots the 4 to the U's, which normally wouldn't be spotted against like a regular light of the RHM, because it just doesn't have enough view range to penetrate the camo of those 4 to the U's. But they end up doing like, what was it, 3k damage on the crossing, something like this. He ends up stealing the strike as well because he's in an EBR, which then leads to cap pressure, even if it was like limited cap pressure. And it just like all of these little stuff, you know, the EBR pick was great. I think it really helped them close this round out.
Yeah, I think they really commanded it, didn't they, the map. Mafia had those triple strikes. They took all 3. Weekend did retaliate and take 1, but it was too late in the game at that point, and that cap pressure had already been applied to the point where they really had to push in before they had any resources available to them, really. And Mafia seemed commanding right from the off, with Kono taking that first strike, spotting them out, seeing those push through the coalfields from the mediums. It felt like a GG from the beginning in this one.
The only thing, I just felt like they were a bit slow to put more camp pressure on, especially when they control the strikes. There's no strike tanks for Weekend. Everything is spotted. I do believe they could definitely slap a second tank on there to force the move from the BZ a little bit earlier out as well. They ended up winning the round, so can't really say too much about it. But I think there was a possibility to put a little bit more cap pressure, force the BZ move earlier, which then maybe means Weekend is not set up to punish. I think it was Conrad in the middle of the map either. That, yeah, I believe they could have put a little bit more cap pressure. They ended up winning, so it's like whatever in a way. But when the enemy team doesn't have control over any strikes, why not?
Yeah, exactly. If you've got the luxury, then use it. I guess maybe they don't want to use all their strategies. Maybe they're saving something. I don't know. Who knows? As we go on to the second round on Pilsen. So at the moment, it will be 2 for Mafia, 1 for Weekend. Will Weekend equalize this, or will Mafia take it 3-1? My bet is maybe on Pilsen. Do you know what? I want a Weekend comeback. I like a close game, so I'm gonna go. I hope Weekend win this one. But we will now go into our beautiful map. We'll see Pilsen. I do like watching the games on this. I don't know what you think about it, Daki.
I mean, so far, it's you know, Pilsen's a very interesting map because it's where Mafia won their WCI tournament on, so they're very confident on it, and they're really good at the map as well, as you can see, so they're always interesting to watch. They're not the most flashy team though on this map. They play a slow and methodical style, but it's still a beautiful style to watch when they play Pilsen. Weekend comeback though, I don't know, I feel like they lose this one 3-1 and then they pick up a round on Ensk.
Okay, fair. I can see that. I mean, Mafia were so convincing on this first game on Pilsen as well. As we look at picks and bans for this time around, it will be the Foshby being banned out by Weekend, the CS being banned out by Mafia. And this time, Mafia doing the double 140s, the 430U Bliskoviches for the rest of the team.
Mafia double B, double BZ, K91, 4 to the U, and closing it out this time Kono, not on an EBR but on the RHM. And again, Weekend is playing for the aggression. This time around though, I mean, you know, we could say that the EBR countered Weekend in the last battle, right? depending on how the Bliska strike, the RHM could really counter them in this one. It really depends on like how much he gets out in the beginning. They're dodging again though with the Bliska. As you can see, they drove back towards the south at the beginning, and that's to dodge the plane. So limited info for Kono with that plane and no replane.
Yeah, definitely only spotting out 2 of those heavies as well, so all of those Bliskoviches at the moment are unknown by Mafia, which will make for an interesting play because maybe Profuse will spot them coming up this line, but it will be a little late. Conrad taking a shot on the way to that center to try and take that arty as well, as I believe these Bliskas, they are still unspotted for now. That's quite a sneaky move, Daki.
They might just keep pushing on towards the BZ, but there's a K91 of Profuse though. I mean, Yuzek is backing off and he does get behind, taking only limited amount of damage actually. The 50B's got to be careful because they're not in a great position either. This Bliskovic, did he keep pushing? Because pushing right now might be a mistake. They're going to peek against Konrad. They're gonna keep going for it as well. And I think Weekend just about missed the timing against Mafia. Good adjustment there from Yuzek to back away. Now Konrad is in trouble in the middle of the map, of course, but this K91 is putting some pretty good crossfire on towards the sides of those tanks in the north. They will lose Konrad, but the question is that enough for Weekend? In return, the 140 pushing back on towards the field, pushing away the RHM. The 42 will join though, so that is a nullified moment there from Weekend. This 140 move on the field, he will die normally.
Yeah, we see the RHM trying to take the strike now as well. At the moment, though, it's 1 gun up for Weekend, a little bit of HP down, however, as Rexar and Orchek both have 3 shots in their clips. They do try and find Clownzig in this push, as Clownzig going to try and finish off Yusek. Doesn't manage it, but I'm sure he will go down in no time. And he does indeed to Crystal in that Bliskovicha as they try and find Orchek now in that 50B. He is now on reload as well, so real danger time for that 50B. On the 1-2 line though, it will be that medium 1v1 as the Bliskas really closing down on Rexar and Orchek here. I don't think there's any escape. But Hellrap might get caught by Artie. He does, and Crystal takes another one as well, which might mean Rexar can get away. He does. He manages to finish off Crystal, which could turn the fight back in Mafia's favor. Orchek connecting shots, but doesn't get the final ones as Clownzig shuts him down. And it will be Monster killing Kano. 3-4 at the moment.
Another kill from Rexar on towards Thrash Panda. This was a close endgame scenario where Mafia edges out ahead, and it honestly wasn't too far off from a Weekend win. But nonetheless, Pilsen remaining a Mafia stronghold, and we will move into Ensk with a 3-1 scoreline for Mafia. That was actually very close at the end, but that swung anyway.
Yeah, I liked the move from those Bliskoviches. It was very sneaky. To not get spotted till so far up was really in their favor, but then I feel that pause that they made, that slight stutter, maybe worked against them. The Sunshine getting in quite a big crossfire there right at the beginning, but they did manage to pull a lot back from that level of aggression. And an exciting game. I enjoyed watching that one immensely, actually. It was a good one, and as we see, Daki, you predicted correctly. There's skill over inexperience right there.
I mean, it could have been perfectly wrong as well, with a little bit of difference. Those Bliskovics, yeah, they almost caught Yuzek. If he was like a second or two later, he would have been, I mean, he didn't do too much, but he did get behind the corner, right? If he didn't run away when he did, that could have been almost a GG right there.
Yeah, I feel like that was somewhat fortunate timing, somewhat good reactions as well. Maybe he was already turned around, but he did boost away pretty much straight away as soon as he saw them and did manage to get around. But Profuse there doing a lot of damage on the side of Mafia, that K91 really good at that DPM. And Orchek also, Rexar, both of them doing a good couple of clips worth of damage. And Kono always coming out with good damage in that RHM. It's a joy to watch Kono play in that light tank.
Yeah, he does it very well. He's a very good light player, but so far Weekend style not really working. They're like really looking for the aggression, but the aggression is not working for them right now. It's just not a thing that is, you know, they merked one round of Runeberg, but the other 3, this one was closer, but you know.
That it was. As we now go on to the picks and bans for the maps. The next 2 maps banned. Studzianki for Mafia, Sand River for Weekend, and it will be Mafia's pick of Ensk going into this 5th game. You think that Weekend could take one back here, right, Daki?
Yes. I think Cliff is a 1-1, and then, sorry, Ensk is a 1-1, and then Cliff Mafia wins out.
Okay. I'm going to go with you on that. Am I though? I want Weekend to get another one. I want my prediction to be somewhat more accurate as well. Because I think I went 5-3, so I will keep hoping for that. Do you have a side of this map you prefer?
Not really. For like a regular Onslaught, I don't think so. Both sides are A-okay.
Yeah, I like playing town side, I think, from the southern spawn the most. Normally in a 57. I do enjoy the autoloaders. And we do see quite a lot of autoloader builds on this map. 50Bs coming out, Fosh-Bs often as well, especially from that south side. Whereas north side has a tendency to play a little bit more defensive. Maybe we see E4s, Type 5 heavies, that sort of lineup.
Yeah, depends on what style we're gonna get, right? Weekend banning the E4, Mafia also banning the E4, and Weekend going with the 6-4-3 and a 2-6-8.
I like that build. I want to see how that one works out, as we see from Mafia, 50B, triple Type 5 heavy, double Fosh B, and that WZ of Monster. Most likely hoping to get an initial shot on that crossing, but both teams fairly aggressive, just the Type 5s adding that beefiness in the middle.
Yeah, they're actually doing something there. They're shooting the wall so that Mafia thinks that the more tanks have crossed over. Because, you know, you obviously zoom out and you check. Good shot from Kano in the 268, initial damage. A little bit of a bait there from the side of Weekend. I mean, Mafia will have seen the walls. If they're going to fall for this, it's a different story.
Yeah, this almost looks like a Pilsen 2.0, right? With this aggressive push from 4 of them, well, 5 if you include ISED, up towards 2 tanks, somewhat isolated, but they do need to be extremely careful. I mean, that's Rexar right in the side, as Trash Panda taking a huge amount of damage. May go down for this 46 HP, but they are going to try and return fire onto Conrad, but that's one gun down quite early on for them. And these Type 5s, they just absorb so much HP.
The crossfire right now is pretty tremendous, and also there's just bad focus fire from Weekend. Both Yusek and Conrad about half HP, not really able to isolate the target, but here comes the rest of the Weekend side, chasing down Rexar, but Hellrab, he was the first one in. He's gonna be the first one out of that pocket as well in a second. Sunshine finds the kill, but Hellrab follows him to the grave. Kono doesn't get to do much more. The HP lead is there for Mafia, but we gotta remember much of that is located on that Type 5 heavy squad, which is also about the only thing that they have left in this battle. Monster in the WZTD has to put in some shots here. There was a great HE shot as well from Yusek on towards the back of Crystal, which makes him a one-shot for Profuse, who then ends up getting the kill. Kano now wants to peek Monster, but will not get the shot just yet. Now he will. I said it's going to be the next focus for Mafia. One from Monster, one from Profuse, dropping him low, and then maybe the finish from Conrad. There it is. The three-way combination. 3v3 though now, and now this 268 of Kano somehow has to win the game with Sunshine. It's going to be pretty hard. Beautiful shot from Kano. 395 to the face for Yusek. Profuse is going to peek though. He still has all of that HP. He has to use it. Another good shot from Profuse. Kano down towards the 2-shot. Sunshine now starting to DPM though, but I don't think he has the HP required to beat down Profuse in that Type 5. But you see the 4 to the U, it reloads very, very quickly.
Yeah, it does. That skill ability, it really adds to that DPM, but Profuse is just an unyielding monster at this point with that Type 5 heavy and all that HP. Kano also very, very low. Clownzig 73 HP, and a Dream does try and get away, but Profuse will shut down Sunshine as Clownzig picked off very quickly after by Yusek, and it's just Kano left where Conrad gets that kill. Again, good game by Mafia, close-ish, 4k HP in it at the end, but those Type 5s, just like on Runeberg, coming in clutch.
Yeah, at the end, the Type 5s with all that HP, too hard to dig through for Weekend, but there's a lot of problems there for Weekend in the beginning. Hellrab goes left by himself. The one that's getting focused out, don't even remember, the first 4 to the U, does not try to get safe, just kind of gives himself up instead of trying to even turn around and go behind the corner, go behind the building. With Trash Panda, just kept driving down into his death, which I think is a little bit too eager. There are places you can hide on Enskin, and the focus fire was a disaster in the beginning. They would have killed basically a Type 5 if they focused on one. Instead, they decided to shoot either, kill neither, and then they were left on half HP.
Yeah, for sure. It was a scrappy fight, and I think I felt the same way kind of with those Bliskoviches on Pilsen as well. But Yusek there in that monstrous Type 5 with the top damage of 5.4, putting in a good shift. Kano doing a lot of damage, that initial shot on the crossing coming in quite hot for that as well. It was, I mean, damage-wise, it's fairly equal across the board. 21,000 for Mafia, 22 for Weekend, but Mafia coming out on top because ultimately, like you say, that focus fire was really there for them.
Yeah, and at the end, the Type 5s did great, you know, great shooting altogether. And even like a cheeky HE shell from Uzek, I think it was, onto the back of a 4 to the U. It puts him down enough, because the alpha's like 1,100, I think, or around that level. Puts him down in the one-shot range, so another Type 5 picks him up. And that means there's like 3 shots less from that tank, which is, of course, very impactful.
I mean, Uzek was blocked there. He blocked nearly 3.3k as well. That's a lot of damage. That's almost his HP that was just blocked. And that could have been the difference at the end of the game. You know, my prediction is it's not doing too well, Daki.
No. I mean, nobody's prediction right now is doing too hot if Mafia closes this out 5-1, you know? That's your new hope. Right? Either some remontada from Weekend, which is looking difficult right now, or, you know, Mafia just wins it out. Because wrong is wrong, you know? There's no more wrong or less wrong. Wrong is wrong.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe I'm more critical of myself. I'd say I was slightly overly optimistic.
If you hang out with Kihan long enough, you will get used to the wrong is wrong. Don't worry.
Fair. That's fair. Right, pick some bans onto the second game on Ensk. We see Bliskovic ban for Mafia, E4 ban for Weekend. Weekend choosing that aggressive lineup again. That's a bold move.
Means they do believe that it works. The Mafia again, triple type, double 4 to the U and double push B. I think that's pretty similar to what they had in the game before, except for they had a 50B in that one. So only slight changes.
Yeah, maybe looking to heal a bit more of that HP up after the clip versus that 50B, because he did get focused quite hard in the last game. As we see across the start, a bit more of a spread out from Weekend, more towards some to the railway side, some towards the field, but also a similar tactic looking from Mafia.
In the beginning, I mean, Weekend playing pretty aggressive with their lineup, no surprise. Again, Kano finding a shot in that 268, has very good camo. You can see him peek the end of the rails there against Monster. Should hit this shot as well. I mean, 395 millimeters of penetration, slightly more with ammo tuning. Is basically a perfectly healthy Type 5 counter. Damage being traded between everybody right now. Nobody really getting too ahead of the Type 5s. Monster might not be in the best position though.
No, not at the moment, and Crystal putting some good side shots in here as well, but Monster really taking heavy damage there. Kano, I think, connecting another one onto him. Needs to back off to get out of here, which kind of gives up that position, or he's at risk of taking another one from Kano. But we see a lot of cap pressure from these two 430Us from Weekend. Currently 12 seconds left on the cap, so Mafia are going to have to make a move pretty pronto.
Indeed, 5 seconds left. There is a Type 5, of course, of Conrad that is able to block. He needs to be careful as well. He doesn't really have the support, and so far Weekend and Mafia are just staying on their toes. Monster, like I said, not in the greatest position. He's getting pushed on now. He does the right choice though, shooting Sunshine, dropping him the lowest possible. Hellrap finds the kill, and now Uzek is going to be the next one. And this is a bit of a problem here right now for Mafia. You have a Foch be completely out of the fight on the western side, on the 3 line. The good strike, hitting home on 3 targets. Sunshine now dropped low, but will not die, and that's the difference between the last battle where they were losing guns. This time around, not a possibility. Uzek wants to shoot Sunshine, will not get him, needs to start getting a shot, but Rexar maybe can find the kill below the rails. No, he ends up missing. Now switches over towards Hellrap. You can see how uncomfortable that is for that Foch B, getting peeked from Trashpan in the meantime as well, and Hellrap just face hugging or side hugging Uzek more like, and Uzek and Rexar both go down, and Mafia not looking good in this one. Weekend knew their lineup was the right one, because this battle much better than the one before. They find success with it, not losing a gun early like the previous one, being annoying to those Type 5s, playing those angles, playing those corners, the Foch Bs as well. They struggle in a fight like this, and deservedly so. Weekend will claw back around. Match point for Mafia will remain, but Weekend will make it 4-2 moving into Cliff.
Yeah, I really liked that repush there from Weekend, putting that cap pressure on and then really collapsing in towards Uzek in that Type 5. Sorry, Monster was it in that Type 5, really making that DPM count for them, and that Foch B being so out of the fight for such a long time as well was a real downfall, I think, of Mafia. Foch B able to just do so much damage and then heal up if he can get away. And convincing, I felt, Daki, on this one, and as predicted, once again, you were right.
I mean, so far, it's a good day for me, except for the first match. Only if Mafia wins the Cliff, though, because, you know, otherwise it's not that great for me anymore. So let's hope for Mafia on Cliff. I'm excited. No, it was a good round from Weekend. Monster's position at Type 5, yeah, you could see them there. They're getting pulled apart a little bit. And if they're not able to get a first kill on those 4 to the U, Sunshine this time, you know, he hides behind some barrels. The Fushby tries to kill him. The Fushby cannot kill him. The Fushby has to pull around the corner. The Fushby doesn't like doing that. The 268 absolutely popped off in this one as well. And Sunshine may have done only 917 damage, but surviving is also a very important part. It doesn't translate into damage, but it's annoying.
It is for sure, and I mean, Clownzig and Hellrap really picking up those kills there, doing that great focus fire on the side of Weekend. It would just felt way more cohesive. I mean, Kano is 6k without any strike damage included in that. That's putting in quite a shift as well. But yeah, this time around, those Type 5 heavies just not working in the favour of Mafia. And Rexar being out, or was it Kono? One of the Foshbys anyway in the town for so long really meant that Weekend...
1 to 3, 4 line and Rexar on the east.
So Kono in that case being out of the fight for so long just meant that they capitalized on it, and they capitalized in a great way. So yeah, on we go to Cliff. Will it be that 5-2 that you have predicted? In which case that also makes Keyhand right though.
You see, that's the problem, right? When everybody has the same prediction, you know, if I'm right, Keyhand is also right. There's no winning. Yeah, I'm winning, but I'm losing. It's not a gain, you know, because he's gonna be like, yeah, I already got a match right. Yeah, you know. And then tomorrow he's going to predict 4 times wrong, and he's going to be like, man, I was so good yesterday. I don't know what happened today. Something like that.
You never know. They might win another one Weekend, and I might win the prediction. I'd highly doubt that, but I never say never. I'll be very happy if that happens. But hey, I know this is one of your favourite maps to watch anyway, normally quite explosive. I have seen some longer drawn out games, but generally speaking, it's a big brawl of, well, enjoyment in the middle.
The thing is, it's very brawl orientated, right? And Weekend wants to brawl, Weekend loves to brawl, so maybe that plays more into their favor, because that's all they've wanted to do this match so far is brawl, brawl, brawl. It hasn't really worked for them, except for the 2 rounds they picked up. But Cliff is in that regard a different kind of ball game, because you cannot dodge the fight. You're kind of forced to. If you want to dodge it, it usually doesn't work. Weekend bans the CS, Mafia the 50B, so I mean BZs will be the bulk of both teams with what is that, 5 for Mafia, 3 for Weekend, and then 1 DPM medium versus 2, oh no, actually 3 DPM mediums, 4 DPM mediums for Weekend. While Mafia, you know, they got a 1 DPM medium and the 140. The 140 is of course very good for the BZs because at its core the BZ is a horrible tank, right? Terrible DPM, but it's the perfect pushing tank. The 140 negates some of that.
For sure, I mean, no light tank being taken, so nobody's going to get spotted out at the beginning, but they are going to try and drop some walls to make it seem like they're going towards Donut. We do see some of Mafia taking that southern side, which, I mean, that's an interesting play. It could work in their favor. At the moment, though, I like the lineup of Weekend just based on that DPM. As you say, the BZ's really lacking in DPM. Yes, that 140 can really help them out, but at this point, it's going to be a case of focus firing, and at this moment in time, I'd say Mafia have done a better job of that, but you never know.
140 sneaking up the hill. It's Profuse. He's going to get peeked though. He will need to drop off. You can see him immediately backing out because of that. And this move here from Sunshine, it's a bit premature. He's getting focused out immediately. They want to chase down the 140. And the reason why I say a little premature, maybe not, Profuse gets caught and he will die for that, is because of that double tank still around the hill of Crystal and Kano. They're trying to rush back in, but it's WD50M currently not in the fight. But the most important part has been done, killing the 140. It's the tank that the BZ needs for its lackluster DPM, its fighting ability. The 140 is the crucial tank for Mafia. He's dead, he's out, and now the mediums coming back in, those assault mediums on towards Yuzek, who's trying to run away, but the only thing he's going to run into is a fistful of damage and his own gravestone being built right in front of him. Weekend are finding tremendous success here with this push down the middle, the 140 getting caught out, and the rest of it will be history, as now all they gotta do is snowball on towards the middle of the map because they have all the guns in the positions where they need them. They need to close it out. The HP deficit is not massive for Mafia, but gun in the game makes all the difference.
Definitely, as we see Monster now being focused out by Hellrap and Trash Panda. Crystal is attempted to be focused by Kona, but he just doesn't have that DPM. There is some shots from that E50M, but Monster going down to ISED. Will they be able to pick Crystal up? They don't, but they do. Orchek not being the one, but Kono manages to clean it up. And now Clownzig will take a shot, but Hellwrap and Clownzig back onto Rexar, with Ised putting in a shot as well. It should be an easy cleanup onto him. And now we see it is 5 guns to the 1 of Orchek at the end of this game on Cliff. I am a happy camper.
Yeah, listen, we're now on 4-3. Which does not mean it will be 5-3. It could just as well be 4-4. Like now you're at the point where, oh, I might be right, but I could also be completely wrong. That's the downside. But it was a good round from Weekend. It looked a little, like the timing is a little scary because you have 2 tanks going around the 8-9 line, and you're like, you're a little worried. But the 140 got actually very caught, completely caught.
That was a really smooth move, I'd say, from them as well. Really targeted on that 140, and that played a big part in that game. But I will say this, Daki, I am slightly less wrong than you, Keyhand and Phil, at this point. So I'm happy either way, even if it swings completely the opposite direction. But as we look at the post-game stats, Hellwrap there picking up huge damage in that 430U for Weekend, putting in a shift alongside Ised. Orchek doing really good damage from that donut side, putting those crossfires on. But yeah, look, Profuse, 686 damage and dead right at the beginning.
Yeah, well, they need that 140 for those BZs. At its core, it's not the greatest tank. It's just a little bit of everything, which makes it the perfect assault tank. But if you compare it to the Weekend lineup, it needs that Inspire boost to be competitive. And we just never had the Inspire boost. Maybe for like a second or two while Profuse was dying.
Yeah, so this is going to be a really important game now for Weekend as for best of 9. So it's going to be first to 5 that wins. So will they be able to claw it back? Or is it going to be a Mafia victory in this game? I mean, my prediction and what I hope, but I also hope that I like the close games. I like the tiebreakers. I find them exciting and fun to watch. So, yeah, we're going to go on now to the second game on Cliff. It will be opposite spawns this time for both teams. Do you think we'll see a similar lineup or a different one?
From Weekend side, I definitely don't see too many changes in their future. They like those 40U Z50M, so they will continue with it. I think Mafia now, well, before it is okay to try and dodge the brawl a little bit. On this map, I think they should not be trying to dodge it so much. It worked for them before, but Cliff is not that kind of map. Although, okay, then again, when you play from the north on Cliff, because of like the D5 pocket and 1-2 line in the positions, you can dodge it more than from the south. So maybe they'll play split again. It's possible.
Yeah, I think if they play that 140 as well, it's important that they manage to keep him alive a lot longer this time as well, if they're playing for that Inspire medium with that DPM. I don't know what I'm going to see on this one. Mafia could decide to surprise us all and go for the same similar strat as Weekend and go all out brawling and take high DPM setup.
It's Mafia. I feel like they'll still try to play split actually, because they're like, oh, it's working, so why change it? It's not tiebreaker yet.
Indeed, as we see our picks and bans, CS being banned by Weekend, 50B banned by Mafia, and we see triple BZs, E50M and triple 430Us for Weekend.
Mafia, yeah, well, 5 BZs, a bat and a 140. They're probably playing, that D3, D4 rock, something on 1-2 line, the 140 maybe even at A5, and then BZs towards the middle, if I had to guess.
Yeah, I have seen a bat get caught out quite nastily at the beginning on that way to the crossing, so hopefully Kono gets a good spawn here to make it across. As we start this second game on Cliff, we see those double BZs and the 140 of Profuse taking the lower road, just the E50M from the side of Weekend taking that lower side as well this time. So it will be 6 tanks fighting it out in the middle versus 4 as Kono makes that crossing in the bat.
Okay, so actually BZ is going towards 1-2 line, so not completely right, but it's still a little bit of a split behind it. The 140 is watching 1-2, triple BZ here on towards the ramp, and I think Weekend might just be pushing through yet again. Grouping up with those mediums, I said Hellwrap, Kano waiting. Do they end up going for it? Kono putting in some shots already. Weekend seem a little hesitant now. The move is coming out. Sunshine, the team captain, leading the pack. The BZ is coming out. Rexar, Orchek hiding by the corner. This time around, they are inspired by that 140. They may try to push push across, but it's a good block from Iset and Kano. They're not allowing Orchek and Rexar to do that. They're keeping them in the line of fire from all of the guns. Konrad trying to get past, so maybe one of the BZs will be able to flip sides. 140 is now coming in back from behind, and Mafia is not out of this one yet. Orchek trying to get out. He will not get out. Not really. Still taking shots. Konrad has found somewhat of a safe position. Here comes the repush from Mafia back across on towards Clownsing, but they're gonna lose Orchek in return for this. But he's doing a good job at backing away though, and Iset has real problems with Konrad there. So Weekend has a little bit of fire on all fronts. They are gonna lose the 5 line more likely than not, but still 3000 HP up. The guns are even, and they're about to get 2 more of that as Orchek will finally fall, which has feeling like an eternity before it came to be. They will find the second on Konrad, and now it's 6 versus 4, and Kono's about to get pushed off by Crystal as well, although maybe Kono doing a dodge there. Crystal, come on, get him off. Yep, there he goes. Down he goes. Crashing damage non-existent. Crystal taking a lot of damage for this as well, so maybe not the greatest move, but now we transition back on towards the cap. 8 seconds left on that one, and who's going to reset for the side of Mafia? Yuzek on 516 HP has to do it. He will body block, but it will be Weekend on Cliff by the looks of things that will find a tiebreaker. It is 4 versus 3. Cap completed. Tiebreaker it is.
Yeah, that was a beautiful last shot there from Hellrap onto Yusek in that BZ to make sure that that base cap was secured. And yeah, aggression all around. I liked it. I liked it from Weekend. It was good coordinated play. They really tried to stop those BZs over pushing. I do think Orchek needs a little bit of a shout out here, because I think what he did in the BZ was actually quite smart. He dragged 2 430Us out of that fight for a while. It wasn't enough. Mafia couldn't pull it back, but it was effective, and he did a good job, I think, even though the team lost.
Well, you see, you were right for a second, you know, just like I was right for a second, and then that second passes, and now everybody could be very wrong as it's 4-4. I'm not sure who would get to pick the side. I feel like it will be Mafia due to the Ruinberg. Like, I think the very first Ruinberg was very, very quick, right? I think so.
I think it was a pretty fast game. Yeah, it's very explosive, but we have had a couple of explosive ones. I'd go with a similar feeling though with the Ruinberg game. Definitely.
It's always interesting to know who gets to pick the tiebreaker. So Weekend versus Mafia. The fast? Nah, actually no. This one was the fastest. Yeah, 225. So like 13 seconds fast. No, and otherwise Weekend would have had it anyways with the earlier Cliff. No. I mean, they wouldn't have had it. So this round was actually the fastest. And otherwise Mafia would get the pick. Like Mafia had the second fastest with 240. So Ghost Town is the tiebreaker. I mean, it's not the most important map to get to pick the side on, you know, since it's basically symmetrical.
Yeah, that's one of my reasons why I like watching Ghost Town.
We can show South on it. Like I said, you know, like it's all cool and all. You get to pick the side, and then you realize it's on Ghost Town where it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, as I say, that's one of the reasons why I enjoy watching it, because it's quite mirrored, and it's one of the few maps that is so mirrored. But it really depends. I've seen teams play the outside of Ghost Town really effectively, and other teams try really hard to get that cap in the middle and play for the town. And it really depends on if the team capitalizes on any weaknesses that the other team presents, really.
Yeah, I do believe that Mafia made the mistake of getting of just dodging balls on Cliff. 2 times they tried to play some split, it didn't end up working, and you know, Cliff is just not that map.
Yeah, and I mean, Weekend it's not like they snuck up with their brawl attacks. They were attack the whole way almost, and I mean, it's kind of expected at this point. I wonder what they will do on Ghost Town though. Not quite such aggressive play potentially if Mafia play that outer edge of the map, but yeah, my prediction has gone, everyone's prediction has gone. So it is going to be the tiebreaker, which I was hoping for, to be honest. In the end, it is my favorite way to finish a game after all.
Yeah, and honestly, I think Weekend currently, you know, while throughout the match they look like the worst team, right? This time around, I would say that they have taken back the match, and they're, I wouldn't say in the driving seat, but momentum based, you know, they just came back into it. They definitely have an opportunity here. Type band, EBR band gives us Weekend's lineup at an IS-7, double E5, double 430U, a Centurion EX, and an Archam.
And from the side of Mafia, we have a Mouse from Yusek, a Batchat, Double CS, Leopard 1, E4, and T100 Light from Kono. They have changed one of those to another CS, I believe. And yeah, the T100 Light, I guess, wanting that sneaky play. I know that it's sometimes picked for trying to take visions because it is that lower profile tank.
I mean, it's really interesting that they decided to go for what they did, because it's again a quick lineup from Weekend. Do they end up going for the cap? They could with it, but no, they're going towards 1-2. That's split. The CSs could indicate a cap, but it's not. It's a split across the map, and Mafia will control the 7-0 line.
Yeah, they will. That classic Batchat going down at that 8 line as well is not really going to be countered either. Sunshine's in a good spot. He will try and put a blind in, Monster needing to be quite careful. But at the moment, Monster is a bit of a professional, I think, at playing the Batchat down that line. So I can see why Weekend leaving it to them. They do have the free run almost of that one line. There's a CS, though, waiting in the wings. At the moment, I do think it's going to be potentially a slow game here on Ghost Town.
We got to talk about like the significance of this game, though, at the same time, because Mafia is the reigning WCI champion. If they do not win this battle, they are not going to China.
Indeed, and that's going to be quite a blow, I believe, to the morale, to the good feelings. But you know, as I say, I like somebody that's not quite expected to win potentially. So maybe I'm slightly favouring Weekend, but you know, at the end of the day, it's Ghost Town. It's my favourite map. Whatever happens, it's going to be an exciting game, I believe. We do see one of the arty strikes being taken by that 430U, so Weekend will have an arty strike, as will Conrad in the CS of Mafia. So really slow, taking those POIs and just making sure that they have them in the arsenal for as and when it might be needed.
It's slow and steady, and it's the first time we've seen Weekend play the slow and steady style. Will it work out for them? Is a good question. So far, neither team really getting too much of an advantage. There's a strike taken by Conrad, there'll be a strike taken by Monster, and this kind of game Mafia can play for 10 minutes. I don't think they're too unhappy either. They like playing slow, so they don't mind if the enemy is playing slow either. You know, they can pick up strikes, gather them slowly and steadily, and you know, at some point there's going to be like, I mean, I know maybe not that much, because this strike where Monster is, you can't really send anybody into it.
Yeah, Monster and his Batchat is really sometimes and quite often a fun watch. There is a little bit of grouping up from Weekend on that one line, but at the moment it's just POIs, taking another one for Mafia with Monster in the Batchat. And it's just, I mean, Mafia like the slower game, right? They're okay with letting the enemy make that mistake, whereas Weekend have really shown that they've tried to capitalize on Mafia trying to play that slower game and perhaps being caught off guard at the beginning. But they are allowing Mafia, you know, they've got that second POI now. Yes, Weekend could potentially control 2 POIs here. You know, that one towards the town, not necessarily an easy reset for Mafia, so we'll see what happens, I guess. But it's a lot of damage when you stack up those arty strikes over time.
I mean, Weekend's going to do the same thing as well. They're going to take a bunch of strikes, and of course they have the CS63 as well that are gathering strikes, but so does Mafia. And it's always important to keep a little mental note as well of what level ability they have on those strike mediums, because once it gets to level 3, it's still quite impactful. You know, you get the stun and 250 damage. It's not nothing.
Yeah, I mean, you can really see in this game how neither team wants to lose. You know, you can really feel how much is on the line, especially Mafia, as you say, being the reigning WCI champions. They are playing really cautiously, nobody giving HP away, a tiny bit on ISED, a tiny bit on Kono, and that is it. Everybody else remaining currently on full HP. I think this is going down to the wire, Decky, I really do.
There's a high possibility for it, let's put it that way, that it goes down to that point.
We'll have to see more nature on the map. I think we saw an eagle that was on top of the boat earlier and a nice panoramic view as well.
They ended up using a strike on Kono from Weekend's side, by the looks of things, and they ended up using the second strike on Kono even as well. So both of the strikes used on Kono, I'm not sure about that one. They used one to make sure he doesn't get the communication tower, sure, but the second one, you're not really going to kill the T100 anyways.
No, maybe he got spotted out, though I didn't see that. I might have missed it, but maybe it was just they predicted where he was going, but he will try and take the communication tower again. And bails again, maybe trying to bait something. Yep, he does. He baits a strike out indeed. So that will be all of Weekend strikes gone for now, including any small strikes from Trash Panda or Hellwrap as well. Which is, it's a good move, I think, from Kono there. It's a risky one to use it, though, from Weekend. But they are now taking another strike. One was reset from Crystal, though. He did have a strike land on him. So Weekend taking one in the arsenal. Monster still holding on to his arty strike, though.
We'll say that in general, usually on Ghost Town, the team that controls the east is in a better situation, because controlling 1-2 line control is a very finicky thing. You can lose it super easily. As long as you don't control all the way to A1, they can simply push back up on C1, D1 like Rexor is doing now. And when they do this, they start putting your team into a bad position, especially where that 4-3 of Crystal is, and even Kano. As well, it's not a great position to be in, because you start getting shot in the back. Rexar now takes a shot as well. I said it's coming up. Rexar is covered, of course, by a Leopard, and that's the thing. I said will peek, will get the shot as well. Good shot there from I said. The strike comes out from Mafia, hits 2. So far, I mean, nobody's still ahead, but pressure has been applied.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of 1,000 HP in the favor of Weekend at the moment, but it's neither here nor there at the end of it for now. Can go either way. But, I mean, Mafia moving away from that 8-9 line, more towards the north, perhaps looking for something down this 1-2 line. Maybe just crossfire, picking things off, knowing that Weekend have a primary amount of their force on this side as well, and preparing for it.
Monster takes one from my set, and looking at the damage dealt, I'm not even too sure who would be winning right now. Some more blind fires coming in, but the moves are being made right now. See Conrad closing the distance, another strike getting picked up by Weekend. That will be their second strike. But all of the Mafia tanks now centered around 1-2 line, and they're starting to gear up for a kill. It looks like they want to get a kill, because if they get a kill, they force Weekend to make a move, you know? Like, Weekend has to make a move if they get a kill. And you can see Conrad and Monster sneak in behind, I said, in the Batchet and the CS. Hellwrap misses the opportunity to spot them out early, takes some damage as well. Monster, the strikes will come out on towards that area. I said pushing forward, but the Leopard is covering. There's the first strike used against Monster and Conrad. The Leopard is putting in the shots. I said will drop Rexar towards a one-shot. No more strikes available. Mini strike comes out as 500 as well. Profuse gets the kill, as you would expect. Of course, the Leopard not missing anything on that range. Now, the rest of the Weekend team is starting to swoop in. Sunshine leading the pack. Trash Panda, Crystal, they're all coming here. Conrad is going to get over pushed. The Monster is down towards the one-shot. Can get peeked at any moment in time. Damage coming out. Good damage even. Hellwrap dropped low immediately, but the shots are coming out on towards the back of Conrad and Monster. That's the 5 line. That's the E5 and the 4 to the U. Finding some shots in Trash Panda. It's about to ruin the day of Monster and Conrad. 2 of the Mafia tanks. Bad peek from Sunshine in return though. Drops towards the one-shot, 2-shot as well. Conrad, a 1-shot in return. And so far, Mafia not looking that good. They're down a gun. They're gonna have to make a move. They're trying to do that with the E4s on towards Clownzik. The fire coming out as well. A little bit of luck going Mafia's way. Clownzik disappears like snow in the sun. And now Orchik and Yuzek trying to hold on for dear life. The HP ever so close. This double E4 playing it out. Can any team get a kill right now? Because it's 5-on-5 right now. With 1 minute 40, damage would decide.
Yeah, for sure, and still we can have that outer side of the map. Kano taking a big hit there, but means he can try and retaliate. Does miss the Cupola of Yusek, which will be a fairly important shot at the moment, with Kono coming in behind as well to put some of that damage from the side and create that crossfire. But Orchek now looking to connect a shot. He does connect. He doesn't connect, but the T100 does, but he does take one in return. And it will be, at the moment, Kano in a bit of danger in the position where he is for now. Everybody else kind of stagnant though.
Yeah, Kono in this T100, I mean, he's just chipping away at the side of Kano, who's trying to pick the E4s. A good peek comes out from the 430U. Orchek's about to die. Peek from Kano. He misses. Damage coming in now from behind. That's the Leopard. One. Kano wants to push forward, wants to get safe. A good shot comes in from the T100. The first kill on towards the E4. Trash Panda now coming in as well, trying to stay alive. Yuzek dies as well. It's 2-gun lead for Weekend. There's so many one-shots around, but Kono and the T100 cannot find it, and Trash Panda is going to chase him down, and it's not looking like Mafia is going to make it even to the wildcard tournament. Sunshine does fall against Rexar, but Kono's getting chased down by a hungry CS63. Trash Panda misses, so Kono will escape, and it's a 1-kill kill game at this moment in time. The Profuse Leopard 1 could be the difference maker. He's at some HP. Good shot there from Kono. Is there a strike available? No, there's not. Trash Panda finds the shot. Now Kono will want to make the peak. Brexer is holding the angle. They're trying to bait Trash Panda around the corner. Profuse moving in, sweeping in on towards the E5. Kano pops the heal. Is it enough to go above 400? It doesn't look to be the case. Profuse needs to find that kill. He does find the kill. It's a 3-on-3, but Crystal finds the kill. The buzzer beater, and it's Weekend to win the tiebreaker. At the end of the day, they have one more kill, and that's all you need. Mafia is out.
What an exciting game to finish as well. None of us predicted that one. Community didn't, and we didn't either, Daki. So, yeah, that was an amazing last few games to watch. I really enjoyed that.
Yeah, that's buzzer beater, actually, right there. Unbelievable. Many emotions are being felt right now on Mafia's side. Negative emotions, mainly.
For sure, for sure. I mean, Weekend, they stuck with the aggression right till the very last game, and then they just played it really slowly, and I liked it. I watched, you know, have that push down that 1-2 line. Yes, Mafia tried to make a move there, but the way that Weekend retaliated to it was really strong. They had those arty strikes, they used them really well, and it just meant that it was just 1-for-1 the whole way, and right at the very end there, Weekend taking it. Nobody expected that one.
Yeah, what a tremendous game. I mean, there was 9 games between these two. I think everybody deserves a little break and to refresh, get some snacks, and come back to some more actions, because after this, there is a match where potential could be for Sicarios. But first, let's take it away with some replays.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change. And uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.
Well, hello there, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. This is All Scene number 5, and we got Sicarios and W and Weekend and Cashback, but not Mafia anymore. What the hell?
Well, it's the way the cookie crumbles, right? Yeah, it's very interesting to see that they're not going to be defending their title.
I mean, yeah, this is going to be pretty interesting leading into the rest of the tournament, obviously. So the tournament bracket, as of right now, looks as follows, with Cashback and Weekend, 2 Ukrainian teams seeded into the semifinals right now. As it stands, they would be able to go, which has not been the case in the past due to having enough players in their core roster that are able to do so. But it certainly poses some interesting questions, especially towards the likes of Mafia. Well, we already know they're not going to be defending their title as a team. And now, there is another team that has been to China before, but to be honest, like W, have they looked great during Swiss? I think they've looked okay, and to be honest, Sicarios, we talked about it earlier today on the stream, like, they were on the verge of greatness. They were on the verge of going 3-0, 4-0 up in their respective match, and then they got reverse swept by a team that is no longer in the competition, that is Mafia. So, I mean, prediction-wise, personally, I still think that W should have the edge here, but where there's one upset, there could be more, to be honest.
For sure, where there's one upset, there could be more. And Sicarios looked good in Swiss. They lacked maybe the experience to close out those games where they should be closing it out, especially against Mafia. And that, I think, however, is a very important thing to note, because that was Swiss, and Swiss has less pressure than playoffs.
Absolutely. As we see the map pick and bans coming in, Sandriver and Studzianki getting banned out regardless. So we are going to start on the possibly most iconic map duo of all, Himmelsdorf and Cliff, then Pilsen and Ruinberg being removed, leading into Ensk. And then, if we get to it, it's going to be Ghost Town and Murovanka. I personally said already, I think W have the edge, especially when it comes to mentality, but possibly also individual like players. But Sicarios, we have seen them do good things in the Swiss stage, and that is just maybe the experience they need to be able to pull a couple of surprises here.
Will they be able to do it? I mean, W is an extremely strong team as well, Kihan. There is a good chance here that W is actually very prepared for the stakes, is very serious, and maybe is even a little bit more motivated with the fact that Mafia is not going to be able to make it. Because, to be honest, you know, if I'm going to China as a team, I would rather play against Weekend than Mafia.
That is, of course, true. But yeah, community prediction coming in. 78% for W, and it's going to be 22 for Sicarios. Maybe a little bit harsh, to be honest, towards Sicarios, but I can see where it's coming from, of course, with you know, W still being the household name. I mean, we can't forget as well that W, they do have those 3 OLS titles under their belt. So, and
they also have a new addition. I think we haven't spoken too much about it, right? Let's see which hit and run player is more successful, Monster or Cat's Eye.
And imagine, like, Hit directly makes it to China.
Imagine the Hit and Run makes it, and Monster and gets... No, Monster doesn't make it, Cat's Eye doesn't make it, Hit and Run qualifies, wins WCI. Complete cinema.
I mean, how do you even start a conversation then? If you're a player that left the team and then you want to get back in because you want to get that ticket as well, and you're like, hey, and then like 3 dots. Like, how does the conversation start? We need to get there, first of all, though. And, I mean, Ketsai, he still has his shot here, together with another player that was in China for Hit and Run at some point, and that is Call Me Piotr. He also has since joined the W roster. I believe at this rate we're about 2 years out from having a fully Polish W, but let's see, because there is a fully Polish team in this match already, and that is Sicarios, and they've proven to be no slouches. That's why they're here.
Predictions, everybody giving a lot of rounds to Sicarios outside of me. Phil giving a 5-3, Kihent and Rose giving 5-4, I'm going with 5-2.
And let's see how this one goes, as both teams are actually banning the Bliskowitz going into Himmelsdorf, and that leaves Sicarios with triple 430U, triple E4, and the Foch B fairly straightforward.
Indeed, and W in return also pretty straightforward again. 4 430Us, double BZs, and a 50B.
So both teams actually completely skipping the Inspire medium, interestingly enough, although with the DPM that's available on their tanks, I don't think that's gonna hurt them too much. I think Himmelsdorf mostly is a map of timings and how to use them properly. So let's see how this one starts off, as Sicarios and W both battling for their spot at WCI. Opening-wise, Sicarios going mostly towards the 1 and 2 line, sending the E4s towards Mercedes and 4 line mostly. And W, different approach. They have a hit squad in the 8 line. They have double BZ waiting for those E4s, but instead they are the ones that end up getting punished, as IELTS with the 430 is loading in the window as well. And the BZs end up committing to the middle of the map. And this hit squad that I was speaking about on the 1 line, it's completely unspotted so far.
Ketsai will need to back off from that 2 line. I think W now also realize one of two things is happening. They're either on the hill or on the 1-2 line. And with the tanks being spotted, I think they are now aware that it is not the hill. Good shots there on towards those BZs that are trying to take the info. Really good damage from Click, actually. Getting 3 shots out against them, taking 0 in return. Another shot out on towards Nepal. Really good damage from Sicarios here early on. Taking a strike, taking control over the 3 line as well. Not a bad start.
Not a bad start, and as well, because Itox now took 1500 from 2 of those E4s that were aiming for the cross. Yes, Stone gets punished a little bit in return, but compared to what that 50B took in damage, that's barely more than a tickle, especially since he had ability active. And Sicarios, after taking the strike in the 1-2 line, are now going to be backing off a little bit, going to count their wins for now. Yes, W also are taking a strike, but the initial punishment from Sicarios was more than enough to make up for the HP disadvantage that they started with.
So now Sicarios fallen back here towards the south side of the 1-4 line. They might even end up re-pushing this, or they're expecting a W push.
Yeah, I think once again, just like in the last game of Ghost Town, we see that both teams a little bit afraid of the task that's in front of them. Normally, Sicarios and W both can be teams that play extremely aggressively, but I think here the respect for both the opponent and the reward that's at stake is making them kind of second guess their decisions a little bit.
Reshek starting the cap now, but I mean, W has 1 strike. They'll get another one on Mentos. They don't have any strike mediums though. So of course I forgot to mention W also took Franek, right? So who's out of the lineup from W that used to play? Itox? No, Itox is in.
Piotr sometimes played. I don't see him.
Yeah, but from the starting 7, Lukin is out. He went to Hit and Run.
I mean, Jackifier is out, Tarks is out.
No, Klurf is in. Brainbreaker is back on the bench, right?
I guess so, yeah. Good blind reset, though, by iOS into Reshek to kind of reset that cap a little bit. This also means that W are going to be able to bank up another strike, and the cap on Himmelsdorf is obviously so small that you're able to reliably reset the entirety of it with a single big artillery strike. So as of right now, I think W not too pressured into anything.
I mean, they have double strike, they have info tower, and this cap is not really going to do anything. So what is the next move from either team?
I think Sicarios don't really need to do anything currently, because they've definitely had the HP, or rather the damage advantage. Damage being dealt, you can see Nepal down to half. The 50B as well has taken a lot there. So with the strikes being equal, like both teams having access to a single one, over time, if that ticks down, then Sicarios definitely are going to hold the HP advantage here. And they're putting the cap pressure as well, which, I mean, it's not dangerous at this point, don't get me wrong, but it is something to keep in mind later on, because over time, especially if you don't have those baby strike mediums, then you're not able to continuously reset one cap with one strike, I don't think, as the first one gets used, as I said, more than large enough, but I think W is starting to realize what I was talking about. In the long game, they are going to lose, and so they need to make a move. Mentor's the first one to take damage. They're pushing on towards Rishek, and I don't think they've been spotted in the south quite yet.
No, they have not. And you know that the cap there from Rishek, it ends up being very costly, right? Look at his HP down below half. I think they also should have realized that capping wasn't really an option anymore, and he just abandoned it, because now I feel like they got a lot of easy damage on towards him for that.
On the flip side, Sicarios are currently holding 3 strikes. W used one, so they're down to 1, and they're not really taking one at the moment. I think only now is a BZ-75 driving in towards the middle to kind of recapture that free damage once again. But I think W's really under pressure at this point in time. They are the ones that need to make a move, and looking at their lineup, it's kind of problematic if they have to cross a lot of open ground before they can stuck in. And this is obviously the game plan for Sicarios in return. They want to do the damage on the approach. Good peek by Mentos though, free shot into Stone, and that's a big one as well with that BZ.
What is happening here? Some south movement is being done. I mean, Glurf gets another good shot there in towards Stone. He needs to be very careful in the V4. You can see there will be a peek from Milo, but Milo is going to peek into Franek, holding the angle. Stone retaliates. Franek is ready, but Milo does hit the shot though, so it honestly wasn't a bad trade. The Fosh B is looking down towards Itox and Ios. They get stopped in their tracks as well. A lot of damage being taken on Click, but I think he's okay with that simply because earlier on in the battle we saw Click, right, get some shots against the BZs. Pretty sure his ability is massive. Look at that.
Oh, yeah.
Look how much he's healing. So Rishek is now getting pushed by Ketsai. He needs some help. But yeah, for Click, that was a really good trade. That was earlier on. He got a level 3 ability. He uses that to face and protect his E4s. And now Stone is low. Rishek is still chasing Ketsai. Miku Aru coming in as well, pushing Ketsai away, doing a little bit of damage. Massive HP lead right now for Sicarios though.
Indeed, and that is not only down to the Fosh, but now Nepal with first kill actually on towards Stone as the W4 starting to peek onto the tanks by W, who are kind of dangerously low at this point in time. And here, of course, the E4s with the damage reduction ability, that really helps against that 50B. Still, though, W, they do have the tank advantage, but now that Mantus falls, that one is gone. Nepal to bite the dust as well, and Sicarios looking poised to put the first one on the board.
Very, very strong start from Sicarios, and W immediately getting told here that Sicarios came to play. The results from the Swiss stage said that Sicarios is a capable team, and they've proven that in the first battle as well. Good start, and for a team like them, picking up the first round, it's probably a big confidence booster to show them that they can do what they need to do. And they've seen Weekend take down the mightiest of opponents, so why could they not?
Absolutely. Itox now getting killed, and this only leaves Ios, who is going to die in a ball of fire, and Sicarios indeed the first ones to get it on the board in this match. And if anything, this looked like an absolute wake-up call for the team of W, that were arguably coming into this match with the higher expectations on them, but well, Sicarios just completely flipping that around and saying, well, we have absolutely arrived to play. And to be honest, this first round here, apart from this arguable sticking the cap by Rishek, which ended up costing him more HP than it should have, I agree with you there. Apart from that, it was like really, really good.
I mean, just a good round. Just a good round from Sicarios, and Click, yeah, you know, 6.3, really, really good result. And like I said, this all comes down in the beginning. He got a few shots, enough to charge his ability, and he converts that later. A level 3 Fosh ability is very powerful, as you could see.
Yeah, I actually in the NA qualifiers, I saw one Fosh B being able to do a full clip, and then he had to cross in front of 2 Type 5s, and he took 2 HE shells, so minus over 2000. And then the level 3 ability heal started kicking in, and he healed back actually over 2000 as well. That was absolutely crazy.
Yeah. So, you know, huge start for Sicarios. Who picked this map? Not that it matters too much in the best of 9, but, you know.
It should have been Sicarios.
Okay, so they picked the map. They start off strong. Good.
Yep. And for W, I think it's now time to find an answer. Because obviously, best of 9, it is no small matchup. But like, you don't want to let the other team kind of run away with it either. Of course, Sicarios are one of the 2 teams to actually get reverse sweeped in the Swiss stage. So that is a possibility, but like, fool me once, okay. Shame on you. Fool me twice, well, there is no one really else to blame. And I think especially here, when the stakes are so high, They probably were talking about what happened in this, I guess, infamous match against Mafia, where they're on match point for 4 rounds, then it has to go to tiebreaker, and then they lose that. Like, surely there must have been some mental, like, just block, and they must have worked on removing that.
Well, no, strong start from Sicarios, really. If they could do this again, pick it up 2-0. I mean, you know, for W, this is still a, how do you say it, like a forming tournament in a way, right? Because they didn't just replace a small part of the team, to be honest. I mean, 2 players is a lot.
Then again, I think we've seen quite a few times that this honeymoon phase that teams kind of go through can be a very powerful timing for them. So I think W definitely won now. Both teams once again banning out the Bliskovitza. And this means that Sicarios are completely switching it up. That is 6 430Us and the 140, so Soviet mediums boogaloo.
Indeed. W also, you know, it's 6 430Us versus 6 430Us, and the only difference is 140 and Fush B.
So the Inspire, I guess, traded against the Clip. In the shootout, I think it all comes down to how effective the Foch is with its first clip and if it can do a second one. So because the first clip ideally removes an enemy tank from the game, and then the second one wins the game, ideally, while all of the 430Us are like randomly shooting at each other. Those Sicarios, they're sending basically everyone towards the middle of the map except one of the 430Us, and that is going to be kind of a weird interaction between the teams, because now the 430Us on the 2-line by W immediately getting activated. Miku, the one to take the most damage for this cross, but now the counterfire coming in, and Mentos seems to be double-tracked.
You gotta be careful though, because the Fush B of Klurf is coming in the south.
It's on fire.
Ooh, Mentos is burning. Yeah, that's right, but he will not burn all the way. And now Klurf is starting to face. Rishek needs to be very careful about his positioning as well, because of that Fush B. The strike is coming in, and Alex does pick up Mentos, so kill advantage here for Sicarios. And now Klurf might be in a little bit of trouble himself. Stone and Click, no, they're actually coming for Katsai by the looks of things, and Katsai makes a peek, and it's not really a good one for him either. Click now a little bit over-eager, because he's a little bit in deep, because the rest of his team is still a little bit away, but here they come. Rishek leading the charge. There comes a very big strike, hitting home on 4, maybe 5 targets even. They dropped low because of that, but they have the kill advantage. They gotta keep snowballing here. They gotta get another one. They do lose Adi for that one. Click should win the 1v1 against Nepal. The team is counting on it as well, leaving him in that one, and he does find the kill. Now Milo getting overpushed, Ios running away, trying to stay alive. Itox and Franak have to do everything here, because Klurf right now is a little far away in the Fush B. He has 6 shells, is coming in. Ios will join and help against Milo, so now Sicarios needs to find a good position, because currently they're going to be in crossfire. There comes the Fush B as well of Klurf, and Franak as well. Click pushing back in on a one-shot, looking to bring it home.
Absolutely, and Stone coming in as well. They do have a lot of very, very low HP tanks, but since the Foch has been taken out, there is absolutely no burst remaining, just DPM on the W lineup. And with this continuous Inspire that Alex is providing in the 140, it is more than enough for Sicarios to bring down this second round here. Yes, a little bit of unluckiness on the side of W with getting set on fire, but I do feel like the win condition that I mentioned before the game, it just didn't happen. The Foch, it got off a disastrous first clip where he was only able to put in 3 shells and then had to go on the long reload. And then at that point, well, the game was kind of decided with that continuous Inspire as well, coming in from the 140. So yeah, the win condition just not met. You can see that for W Klurf, he does have 2.4k damage. That is, I believe, a full clip of 6. But as I mentioned, I believe after 3 shells, he had to already go on the reload because there was nothing to clip out upon. And I wonder, really, how much in assisting damage via ability Alex got in this battle, because he was continuously there, continuously farming, continuously charging up the Inspire, and that gave the rest of his team just the advantage they needed.
No, really good from Sicario. Second round picked up, now 2-0 leading. Moving into our second map of Cliff, it is also very brawl heavy and would not be weird to see a 1-1 coming out of that one.
Absolutely not. I mean, we all know that Cliff can be kind of a coin flip map where it's just decided on opening, decided on the initial reactions that the teams have. But then again, like Sicarios already converting their first map pick, and I would say pretty convincingly so, right? The rounds weren't necessarily that close, to be honest. It was just Sicarios showing up big time and W with no answer.
Yeah, and now moving into Cliff, what do we think, Jan?
I think the 1-1 scoreline that you were referring to sounds kind of realistic. Just because, I mean, Cliff can be kind of random at times. I wonder if the teams are actually going to go with the light tank approach here, possibly. It is kind of a blessing and a curse at the same time, because yes, you get some info at the start, but then as well, like in the actual shootout, where it matters, you have less firepower. So it will be interesting to see if any of the teams will be trying to convert information into an advantage, or if they're just going to be coming in with that brute force blunt approach, like, yeah, we can just overrun them. Because I think at this point, both teams probably firmly so believe that they can beat the other one on player skill.
I mean, but Sicarios, you know, have been really a very, very good team. If there was any match you think where it wasn't even Weekend Mafia where I thought there would be a potential, it would be this one.
Well, let's see. Sicarios banning out the BZ75 for W. The 50B gets taken out of the equation, and that leaves us for Sicarios with a lineup of 44430U, double CS63, Batjet, and MBY.
In return, W playing quad E50M and 44430U.
Ooh, so that is 7 funny button mediums. And the E50Ms, I mean, we do see no Grousers there, but yeah, with those turbos, you can have quite the good rammings. For example, if you go from middle transition into donut, and then just use the potential energy that you get from driving down the slope in like EF23, that can be very helpful against something like, for example, CSs, but that's not going to be the case because Sicario is sending everyone to the middle, and for Mafia, for W, yeah, for W, double 430U towards the 6 line and everyone else towards the lower side. Milo, oh, they actually predict where he is, and one of the E50Ms does end up blinding him.
Stone might actually end up taking the hill. Does he take some damage from the 430Us? As they should. They do both hit Ketsai and Franek, the ex-hit-and-run duo. They're located on the 5 to 7 line. Stone will take the info, but all of the info has already been gathered by Sicarios. So now we settle into a slower game. Their 1-2 is being pushed down by E50M, but Milo is not going to get caught for this.
I don't think he is going to get caught. Remember that in A4 he does actually have positions to stay safe with. I think the bigger problem for Sicarios right now is that Rishek might end up getting crossfired out from the 1 line as well as from the tanks that are waiting in the middle. But Sicarios, they have since abandoned the cap. They're starting to transition more into the donut area, but I think W is recognizing the threat that this could be posing and taking a lot of forces back as well. So this might be a big clash going on in the western part of the map, but W are gonna have the hold down positions, and Click realizes that upon driving in. They're still waiting. This timing is actually not that well executed. Big strike coming down as well onto 4 tanks, and now all of a sudden those hold down E50Ms and 430Us are just able to wreak havoc with those tanks by Sicarios that are pushed up too far.
Yeah, really good rotation there from W, bringing back those tanks from the 2 line into the ball, getting ready for it as well. And now all of the Sicarios tanks kind of trapped in that pocket area. Rishek in the CS63 is low, already puts the mini strike, but W is still going for the repush here. They know that they have Sicarios exactly where they want. You could say read like a book even. This was great from W, exactly what they need as well to come back into this match. Really good round, solid read, solid positions, cannot fault anything.
No, I think W with the perfect rotations as well to react to what Sicarius was doing, and you could see Sicarius with the push at the E3 corner, I guess. Click was driving in, and then he was realizing, oh crap, guys, this ain't gonna work out. And the rest of the team was like, well, we need to push regardless, and that at that point, essentially it was too late. W with the good read, 7-0, clean score. They get the first one on the board. I think they probably get a bit of their confidence back as well, which I think at this point in time was pretty important for a momentum-based team like W. So, yeah, good for them. And for Sicarius, I think maybe a reminder that they're by far not invulnerable.
No, for sure not. And it is absolutely beautiful. The round that W played was perfect. Sicarius, you know, they thought about like, oh, we spot something lower side, we can push across. It's the correct way to think, and W was already thinking the same. So, good stuff. 2-1. All fine still. I mean, W needs the second round. If Sicarius wins this, it's 3-1. You know, let's not say that W is back. If they win this 2-2, moving into the next map, anybody's game.
I mean, it's once again the cycle of it's so over and we are so back. And currently, W probably think that they are so back. Well, let's see. I mean, so far, only quick rounds as well. So it seems to me like neither team is willing to let up the pressure here at any point in time, which is always very, very fun to see. And I mean, if it was the past match with the last round, we'd probably be at the end of Ghost Town at the moment. But here we're already halfway into the second map. So that's kind of crazy to see. But it also means that both teams do think that they can hold their own in a fight.
What do we think for the second cliff?
I said before cliff that I think... Yeah, 1-1. Then again, I mean, if W have this map so down like they just showed to us and they're going to just read whatever Sicarius is doing again, then of course it could just be all even. But then again, if Sicarius catches a lucky timing, they've proven on Himmelsdorf that when they have W on the ropes, they're just able to overpush. So anyone's game, I would say.
Yeah, for sure. Anybody's game. But will it be Sicarius? Will it be W? You know, always rooting for an underdog, I guess, you know? Would be a crazy storyline, like we said.
Yeah. But first of all, for that to happen, Sicarius need to win 3 more rounds and then some in the semifinals tomorrow. Whereas W, I think they're experienced enough to know that, like, hey, maybe Himmelsdorf didn't go our way, but this matchup is kind of big enough for us to definitely make a comeback. And yeah, they certainly can. They just need to push the right buttons into place. And I think we're about to see that in what will be round number 4 between Sicarius and W. Keep in mind, all of this is single elimination as well, so that makes it very easy on one side of the coin, where if you lose, you're out, but also very punishing on the other side, because if you lose, you're out. Sicarius banning the CS63, W with the 50B ban instead, and this leaves Sicarius with triple BZ75, double 430U, 140, and once again the Batcher.
W in return, double BZ, quad E50M and a 430U, so this time adding those BZs to the mix. Either team could brawl. If they want to, it's up to them.
I find it very interesting that W is investing so heavily in those E50Ms, because I felt like this season, the one that ended, the 430U was kind of the better Fury medium, but apparently not on Cliff. Maybe it is just that little bit faster with the ramming ability as well, and that is what W kind of values, as once again they're sending 2 tanks towards the upper side of Cliff with the E50M and the 430U, and once again everyone else going lower. And the split this time around from Sicarius as well. The double BZ going upper side together with the 140 and everyone else lower. Let's see how this engagement in the 1-2 is going to go. Itox the one to lead the charge.
Itox pushing in, and the BZ already minus 1.8, getting clipped out by the Batshot 25T as well on Milo's side. So that's a lot of damage from the side of Sicarios, and they're pushing across with the double BZ and the 140 as well, and they should be winning that fight. Stone and Click will beat Nepal and Itox, and it will have to be W to make a move. The 430U pushing across, the 50M coming as well. The 140 from the side of Sicarios has to be very careful in this engagement. Stone, does he get the kill? Itox hit the rock, and he dies for that, and now Ketsai pushing in from behind. Frana coming as well, the hit and run duo, making the play from behind, and now it's currently back towards W, that part of the map, because the 140 is a bit far out. Stone needs to adjust because Click is going to die. Now the repush comes back in from Sicarios. Stone is realizing that he needs to be in a position where his teammates can support, and he is backing off. So they will lose Click and put these tanks from W behind the corner, and it's immediately W that has to make another repush.
W coming in with the repush. Rishek is on the one-shot for those BZ-75s. Does get shut down, but keep in mind the 140 from Sicarios out of the fight, as well as W have less HP. Adi there on a one-shot gets picked up as well. And the guns right now for Sicarios are dwindling. Yes, W has less HP, but currently Sicarios not able to finish those one-shots. Alex is going to take the crossfire position as Stone goes down to a one-shot. The artillery strike should be able to finish him off as Nepal goes into the hold-down position, and W all of a sudden with 5 tanks against Sicarios 2. W also at this point in time more HP. They're able to turn it around after losing the first tank.
Yeah, Sicarios was hoping they're winning the upper side, right? And I think hope was the wrong answer there. Because if they started repushing while W was pushing back from across, they had that extra gun, you know, because they got the first kill. They could accept the damage and it would be okay, but they waited and then they lost the BZ and then they repushed. And then Stone was already in a bad position, not in a bad position, had to move out from there. So they were trailing because of that. Arguably, the completely right choice would have been to repush from the lower side and the upper side and just go for the fight, because you know you're going to win. But in their mind, you have of course the downside, which is, oh, if we kill the BZ of Itox, they have to repush. But they did repush from the top, and the 140 was very far away.
Well, Mentos should now be able to DPM down Miku in that BZ-75, as Alex has already fallen on the balcony position with the 140. W take 2 very quick rounds on Cliff, and to be honest, Sicarios, it looked at some point in time like they should be able to take this one, but as you said, the timings on the repushes by either team not perfect, but I believe far worse by Sicarios.
I think Sicarios should win that game, actually.
I mean, they get the first kill kind of for free and then aren't able to translate it into a game victory, which is a little bit concerning if you're holding it with Sicarios. But then again, if you're a W fanboy, then you're going to be very happy, especially about Mentos' performance, which I believe so far is the highest damage of today with 6.7 KDPG.
Yeah, really good round for Mentos in this one. They make it even. We go from a best of 9 into a best of 5, right?
Yep. And I hope... Yeah, exactly. I was just about to ask production to bring up the pick and ban, but here we go already. Ensk is going to be the next map that will be played. It is, this time around, a W pick. And then, of course, we're going to see at least one round of Ghost Town. Ensk, I think it has kind of been an on and off map for W. I do remember some really cool T-57 traps, for example, but I also remember some disastrous games from W and Ensk, so kind of like a box of chocolates, I guess. Not sure what we're gonna get.
It's indeed... Ensk should be fast as well, though.
Mm-hmm.
But then Ghost Town. I think the problem here is I have faith in Sicarios, yeah, until Ghost Town. I think on Ghost Town, W has been very good on it.
Yeah, and the fact as well, still talking about Ghost Town, that W have a lot of those very versatile players that, if needed, they can play light. If needed, they can play strike medium. If needed, they can play super heavies. And that is an asset to have. Maybe for Sicarios that's the case as well, but obviously them being a newer team, we haven't really seen that so much yet. So, well, first of all, Sicarios, I think they have 2 chances to beat out W on Ensk here, but once again, like at the start of the match, it feels like W is a little favored.
Yeah, just, you know, like I said, I feel like the problem is that if it goes to Ghost Stun, I think W wins out, so I think Sicarius needs to do very well here on Ensk.
I think it will come down very much to how the map is being played as well. Like if either team are gonna have something ingenious up their sleeves, like we saw, for example, Weekend with those 6 430Us and the 268. Yes, it failed once, but the time when it actually did end up working, it looked really, really good. The reason why we're waiting a little bit here is because it seems to me like we could have a restart. So yeah, we obviously don't want either team to start with a disadvantage here. So yeah, let's give the players a little bit of time to, I don't know, maybe restart the computer, restart the game, and then we should be headed back right into the action. So far, though, I think noteworthy as well, both teams have, I believe, won their map pick, right?
Yes, yes.
2-0.
Their respective map pick has been 1-2-0. So far, I gotta say that Sicarius looked really good on Himmels, and on Cliff you could see maybe a little lack of experience come out in against them. And W is now fully back in the match, and I think that's maybe a problem, to be honest.
Yeah, I think W, that momentum-based team, as I said, like once they are fired up, ready to go, they can really make magical things happen. And I think the biggest task for any team that is playing against them is to kind of prevent that from happening. They have to take the fun out of the game for W. They have to make them be like, oh no, next round I don't really want to play. Whereas if W are like, okay, I want to go next, let's go next, let's go. It's really a lot of fun right now.
The small break is actually good for Sicarius.
I do think so as well, yeah.
Because they just lost 2 rounds against W, and especially the round that they just lost, I think would be an annoying one. I think if you're a Sicarius player, you really think after the last round, like, we killed the BZ, and how did we lose? Like, where did we lose? Like, what actually went so wrong that we ended up losing this round?
Yeah, I think a lot of the micro timings were very off for Sicarius, and
they were just a bit slow on repushing. I think that's the end of it. At the moment they see the double tank coming from up, they should hit the repush button. As long as the BZ is alive, Ketsa and Franek will then have to pull back and maybe not be able to kill the BZ. So, you know, I think that's the fault.
I mean, the fact as well, like this first kill that we saw, it only happened because one of the snapshots of the Sicarius players ended up tracking with damage, and that's what turned the tank around kind of into the stone, so he wasn't able to repair the track and like get out immediately. Possibly his rep kit had even been burned before that, but yeah. That being said, yeah, small little break, and I do think so as well. It's helpful for Sicarius, whereas for W it might be a little bit annoying, even if it was possibly one of their players that ended up having a crash. But yeah, Sicarius, time to collect their thoughts, maybe go over the map tactic that they've probably been preparing for hours and days on end, go over it one last time. Just, yeah, refresh your mind a little bit, because let's remember what is at stake here. The possibility to pick up some flights halfway around the world and then win a lot of money there. Yeah.
I mean, you know, winning this puts you into the wildcard tournament. That is the first step, and Sicarius would love to make it there. This is such an important match.
And I mean, for W, they just want to make it straight to China. I think anything else for them, like just mentally, would be a disappointment. So for them, this is huge as well.
You'd say in a way the pressure is more on W than Sicarius, though.
I mean, they've got everything to win, and they also have a player that has been to China before, at least one with Ryszek, I believe. Milo probably as well, not entirely sure there.
Milo did go, yes.
Yeah, so yeah, let's first of all go into this first round of Ensk. E4 and Bliskovica bands coming through. This leaves an E3 for Sicarius, who are playing from north, together with quadruple 430U, 140 and CS63.
In return, W 140 for B, double PZTD, double type 5, and a nice 4.
Yeah, W have been to the kitchen, it seems. They're cooking a little bit. That E3 from the north, by the way, it is a very, very powerful tank. Not sure it was the E3 that actually punished Itox here, but Milo takes a big one on the cross as well. as the quadruple 430U by Sicarios starting to drive through the middle of the map. They're not all getting spotted yet, only one, but this should ring the alarm bells for Ketsai in that Type 5. He does see one of the 430Us, sees all of them except one now, puts one shot in. But the problem is the E3 is there as well. Ketsai, he looks right now like an easy pickup for those hungry 430Us.
And the 430s are going to keep pushing, but they probably shouldn't push all the way around the corner. Franek is there waiting as well on the VZTD. They punish Ketsai. Franek now getting spotted out as well. And what do they do from the side of Sicarios? They keep going. They want to pressure out here on towards Ketsai. Another VZTD. This time it's Mentos hitting the shot. Ketsai down towards a 2-shot. 1 shot now. They need to pick him up. They will find him, but the damage taken is significant. They're 5,000 HP down. The VZTDs continuously putting in the shots. Mentos finds another. Stone is on fire. Now they're trying to shoot through Nepal. That's a Type 5. That's a very hard thing to go through with the 430Us. The VZTDs pushing back in. The Force B as well. The Strike coming out. The first one goes down from the 430Us. The second one into the grave. And the third one of Click is not going to be doing too much better. W set out the hook, the bait, and it works wonderful. I mean, Ketsai draws them in and they get absolutely punished.
Yeah, they get absolutely slaughtered here, like lemmings off a cliff, basically. The 430Us just running out of steam, out of HP too quickly. Even Itox with that IS-4 still alive and a kicking. And yeah, he is going to go down to that CS63 of Milo, but as you said, hook, line, and sinker from W with that bait of the Type 5 of Ketsai. Well, not sure it was intended as a bait, but it certainly ended up working like one and working beautifully.
Yeah, it's just a really heavy lineup from W, so I don't know if the choice was correct to keep pushing for Sicarios. They did a lot of damage to Ketsai. I feel like they should be happy with that and then readjust, because now they're taking a lot of damage from that cross. The VZTDs are just farming away. I don't know.
I think they probably were worried a little bit about the potential for W to repush via the city and then catch, for example, the E3 off guard between the IS-4 and the potential people pushing through it. So this was essentially a blind all-in strategy because they didn't even end up taking the information tower, Sicarios that is, and for W, yeah, you lose Ketsai, but you win the game, and easily so. So I guess Sicarios showing that maybe they kind of have the same opinion that we do, that W might be a little bit favored on ends, so they just try something cheeky, and against what W was doing, it just ends up completely falling apart.
Yeah, it's just not a good look, sadly, on this one. And now W from 2-0 up, from 2-0 down, 3-2 up.
Kind of. The W train started rolling, eh? They're obviously not at the final destination yet, but it's looking good for them. And what's even better is that they're going to have another round of Ensk in front of them. Talking about people looking good, certainly Mentos with that 3.3k DPG, and the tanks, I believe those stats are from the Swiss stage here, where he ended up outperforming a lot of the other players.
Yeah, I mean, Mentos also, you know, when he starts performing, it's when you gotta start being worried if you're Sicarios.
Yeah, at what point do you start becoming worried is the question. I think now would be the correct time for this one.
Now would be the right time, yes.
Yeah, well, once again, the pick and bans, but obviously we are going to stay on Ensk for the time being. And the only question remaining here is, will Sicarios be able to equalize the scoreline, or are W gonna go to match point? Considering how the last 3 rounds, and keep in mind, all of those were maps that W had picked have gone, it really feels like another W victory is on the table here.
Well, do we still believe in the 1-1?
In the 1-1 on Ensk, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
No, I was believing in the 1-1 on Cliff, but on Ensk, it feels like a 2-0 W. Then again, I am not the best at predicting, so yeah, I can throw my opinion out there, and if it's correct, then good, but if not, then oh well.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the steam has kind of left Sicarios.
Absolutely. If you're wondering, there is currently another restart going on. It seems like another player had a crash. But yeah, time to take another look at the tournament bracket here. And currently, as it stands, Ukrainian representation in the semifinals, both of them, is absolutely ensured, with Cashback and Weekend making it through, the two teams that are also in the OLS. And I mean, before OSA, so the last tournament that we had, I would have even ranked Weekend a little bit higher, but since then, I mean, Cashback just absolutely on a roll here.
Yeah, absolutely dominated. This has been a really... I mean, you know, they had that really disappointing OLS, and I feel like they took that to heart.
Yeah. Lessons learned, I guess. I mean, 5-1, the scoreline against Floyd. Yeah, you might argue that Floyd maybe isn't like the most crazy team to know right now, but still, you have to make it happen, and Cashback certainly have come here with a mission. And if you were Sicarius or W, like the prospect of playing against Cashback later in the tournament, I think it's kind of a scary one even.
It should be. It should definitely be. That's the problem.
Well, could have played differently during Swiss stage, right? To have a different seeding.
If you're Sicarios, that is something you think about if you lose. If you lose this match, this is really like, what if we went 3-0?
Yeah.
What if? Because they could have.
Well, if they went 3-0, then I believe they would have been seeded against Weekend. Because they would have taken Mafia's spot, because they were lost like the 3-0 match, and then they would have had to play against Weekend immediately. But that is just because Weekend, for their like kind of performance expectations, they had kind of a underwhelming Swiss stage, but they're proving now here that, hey, Swiss stage is one thing and playoffs is where it actually matters, and Mafia are going to be the ones to be able to tell that story for sure. But yeah, I think we're just about ready to go into Ensk round number 2, so hopefully not many more delays, as we've had enough of those for my liking.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you. Next player to crash gets benched forever.
I mean, both teams kind of have a restart available, so
no more restarts ever. I am the captain now.
Okay. Well, anyway, Sicarios are captaining the ship of banning the E3 for now, as W are banning the E4, and this leaves Sicarios with an IS-4 T57 double Type 5 heavy double 430U, and once again, cheeky 268.
W in return, the SAC, double BZTD, a Foch B, double Type, and a 50B.
I can see where W is coming from with those WZTDs, to be honest, because yeah, the Type 5 does have a lot of armor, but if both E3 and E4 with the 375 APCR pen is not available, then, you know, 395 heat from the WZTD does the job quite well too. Ooh. Once again, good shot into Stone as the WZTDs and Type 5s are opening up. But the second shot not connecting, as Alex with the 430 immediately going into the artillery strike. Stone edging ever closer to the cap and needs to be careful not to get shot in the back from the Foch B that now has set up shop in D3. He is spotted as well. Stone with a shot and a hit onto Nepal. Nepal trying to retaliate onto Stone, but it's not going to work, as Clerf with that Tissak is going to get the artillery strike, and interestingly enough ends up driving forward after doing that. I guess W feel kind of safe in the city at the moment.
It's a slow game from both these two. Can't really push Stone, can't push A0, so where could the moves be?
That is a good question. I mean, W, it feels like they have a little bit more opportunities with the Tissak to generate information and openings. Tissak also using the info, the plane, sorry. Right now, he does spot out both Milo and Click behind the houses with that. He also ends up destroying a lot of the walls just so he's able to see some rotations. And I think with low noise and behind that bush, he should be A-okay as well. But hold that thought, as Nepal coming in against Stone. He gets the track, but Stone has a repair kit available. So for now, so okay for Stone, but he ends up battered and bruised as Nepal is going to be happy with that. He ends up using the ability, which is not ideal in this case, but still okay.
Don't know if it was that good for Stone. I mean, he lost over 1000 HP. 3 strikes will kill him. So I don't think that it was really a good trade at all. Like, yeah, he lives, but for how long?
Well, not much longer probably, as Sicarios do have a secondary strike with which they could make Stone a one-shot. And also the base capture is blocked. That means Stone is not going to be passively accumulating roll XP, which means he cannot heal up further. Kind of smart play there from Itox. Clerf is going to take a strike for W again. This means they can possibly reduce Stone towards one-shot as Ketsai takes one by Miku, but Rishek ends up taking one on the cross. Nepal once again fully loaded with that Fosh B, able to clip out onto Milo, who goes dangerously low. Nepal with the ability active, yeah, he's going to take maybe one more shot by Rishek, but he will be healing a lot of that back. In the meanwhile though, cap going on.
Double cap on, but in the return you have the BZTD starting to take the zero line. Nepal in a little bit more trouble, getting shot by Rishek, will take more damage as well. Click coming from behind. Nepal just facing the music, and now it's actually looking like Sicarios is going to find the first kill. I mean, Nepal pushing in, that was his last shot. He will heal part of that back, but Adi will kill him, or Milo will kill him. And now what for W? Yeah, they're up in HP, but they're down a gun. They're starting to lose the city, and of course you can't forget that they do have a Tisak, and a Tisak is just a Tisak, and Ketsai is left behind in the city as well. So more troubles are rising. HP lead though for W is getting more and more. We're up to 3000 HP at this point, and of course Miku needs to be careful as well on that part of the map. But it's mainly that VZTD and A0 that's current. Why is he going back to A0? What is he going to achieve from there?
I'm not entirely sure either, and I think he realizes as Ketsai goes down in the city, that's a 2-gun advantage for the team of Sicario, who are once again looking for the equalizer in this match, and I think Itox understands that he needs to make his HP count in this game as well. The Tisak of Clerf currently spotting down the 7 line. I think they want to cut off this 430U of Alex with Franek and Clerf both. A good shot coming out from that WZTD. An artillery strike is going to prevent Franek for now from taking the info tower as Clerf peppers onto Alex a little bit, but still base capture going, and Sicarius with more guns in the game. Click going down to a one-shot, does not get picked up. Good shot from Franek, who is going to take one more by the 430U, but in turn the Tisak is once again there, 16 seconds low on the cap.
Yeah, there will need to be a reset from W. They're up 3000 HP, still 10 seconds, and now the type moving in from Itox, forced to block the cap, but Rishek is coming in on towards Franek as well. Of course, Klurf is still in support. Adi will die. Yeah, left out in the open there by himself. Now Franek in that VZTD needs to shoot the Rishek. He will not get to shoot the Rishek. Rishek gets on the side. A good play there. A quick kill as well. And now Klurf for 2000 HP, 2700 HP. Itox picks up Milo, but Ios in return gets a kill as well. And now 4 on 3. But the problem is, the one thing we didn't mention is that the Tisak carries 3000 HP, you know, and he's hiding at A0 and he's getting pushed by Rishek. He will find some damage. Will he find the kill even? Looking, clipping. Does he get it? Doesn't have enough bullets. They need to be careful.
They need to be very, very careful, especially in the city as well, where the low HP tanks from W are situated. Although it has to be said, Sicarios also have quite a few low HP tanks, one clippable even for the Tisaka, both Rishek, Alex and Stone. Only Miku with a lot of juiciness to his tank, still as Clerf coming in for the kill. Let's see if he's going to be successful in the 1v2 situation. The IS-4 obviously a very annoying tank as well. Oh, Alex whiffing the shot, maybe the nerves showing a little bit. The Type 5, I don't think he is able to really help Alex here against Clerf, and now the shots coming in. He does penetrate frontally, but not enough as it seems right now. He needs to reload. The IS-4 coming in as well. The Tisak going down to 1300 HP. Another shot by Alex coming out finally now, and the damaged engine is actually very problematic for Clerf at this point in time, as the IS-4 is there and he cannot penetrate the IS-4 really frontally.
Ios will find the side of Miku in the 50B, peeks out, will give one, will not get the second. Mentos now peeking, Mentos misses the shot, and Miku left in a bit of a Stone is facing off against the Tisak, and I think that's the one target that the Tisak cannot go through. The 430U lower plate, yes, but the IS-4 mighty strong, 5 HP remaining. I mean, Alex was taking the strike anyway, so you would assume that Alex would end up getting the kill nonetheless. Now Ios down towards the one shot, the strike should be coming in, the strike comes in and shuts him down, and it's looking like a 3-3 moving into Ghost Town, Kian.
It's looking like a 3-3 indeed, but Sicario's almost fumbling it here, you have to say. Mentos, I mean, he puts Miku. Miku is on one shot, so technically the 1v3 is winnable, but that is technically speaking, right? Obviously, the artillery strike still a minute on the cooldown here. Mentos, he's probably hoping for good timing against Miku, and he does end up getting it. So now, if he wants to, he can actually switch to HE.
Not sure what Miku is doing there, to be honest with you. Really not sure. They have kill advantage. He just needs to drive down the rails and go join his teammates. Because even if Mentos takes a strike, they will get a strike. They'll get info tower. They'll make him a one-shot. Mentos gets a kill, and he's down to 10 HP or 100 HP. Doesn't matter, right? Even with ability. The strike puts him into one-shot range for everybody. So I really don't know what Miku was doing there. Now Mentos has an opportunity to take the strike before Alex. No, he doesn't actually. Alex will be taking it at the same time.
Yeah, they will both take the artillery strike, but the important thing to mention is that Mentos, actually with the ability that he has, he is not a one-shot currently.
Strike does 425 anyways, no?
Yeah, no. I'm talking about the alpha damages of both Alex and Stone.
Yeah.
So they have 440, so he would normally be a 50-50, but the ability is going to make it so that Mentos most likely is going to survive. Let's see if Mentos ends up using it here. He does not. So he's hoping for a kind of lucky engagement, because remember, guys, currently Sicarios, despite all of this going on, is still winning. If you're Mentos, do you go for info tower into party strike, remove one of them, and then play the 1v1?
You can't really, to be honest, because you don't know where the players are. They could be anticipating this, and if you go for info, the other player's close on info. They strike you, you go down towards the one-shot, you don't get the communications towers necessarily, they could be closing the distance in the meantime. I guess he has to, but
I mean,
yeah.
1 minute, 7 seconds remaining, he needs to do something, and what I don't like here by Sicarios is that they're actually splitting up a lot. Oh, the artillery strike is going to come down. He uses the ability to get out of it, but now the ability actually is used. And this means that once again, he's a potential one-shot for the AP and heat shells from both the IS-4 as well as the... Oh, there he is. What the timing! Oh my god, the IS-4. Oh! Jesus Christ, Mentos.
Yeah, he actually flicks it. Unbelievable. He actually flicks it. Stone doesn't shoot even, I think. He flicks it. And now the question is, who's winning this game? And it comes down to the last 30 seconds.
Well, let's see.
I think Sicarios needs to chill here and just gamble, because they are. I think they're winning if they play it out.
Let's see, Alex. He does. Oh my god, dude. Mentos just like he must have an absolutely ginormous neck to carry that brain of his, to be aiming that exact angle in this moment. What a carry. 1v3. I mean.
So
never mind what Miko was doing with his Type 5, why he gets picked up.
So bad. Jesus.
Oh my god.
This makes you want to 8.3. It makes you want to pull your hair out.
I mean, Mentos here clearly.
Okay, wait. So, no, W was winning on damage dealt. Sorry, I was wrong on that one. So because the Sicarios had to go for it. My bad. I thought the Sicarios was winning on damage dealt, but the last guy was like a full one shot. So.
I mean, Mentos clearly the tank name should say backpack instead, because he just took the entire team, put that to it, and carried them
what
out
Miku
the
was
finish
doing
line.
there, like what Miku is doing there in the Type 5, nobody knows the answer. I'm sorry. Like, you just have to join your teammates. That's it. He's sideways as well. You know, like the worst part is he's sideways, so Mentos can just shoot the side.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's possibly the throw of a lifetime for some of these players. It's quite dramatic, and I mean, for us it's obviously entertaining to watch, but imagine being one of the Sicarios players and you're playing a 3v1 and you know you're absolutely 100% of the time, 11 out of 10 times you're supposed to win that, and you lose. Like, what does that do with you?
I'm mauling, and I'm not even on the team.
True. I mean, well, for W the points are going up. Meanwhile, for Sicarios it's the hairline. But at least for them, we are now switching towards their map pick. And so far, 6 out of 6 times in this match, the team that ended up picking the map ended up winning the rounds on it as well. So maybe a silver lining for Sicarios. I don't know. I am suffering. Like, watching this, I am suffering too.
I don't know.
It's so unfortunate. But then again, like, they've not really got anyone but themselves to blame. Like, of course, Mentos at the end, he plays it beautifully, but he's only able to do so because Sicarios give him those openings. Like, they approach him one by one, and that's kind of all she wrote, right? Anyway, though, mental reset hopefully coming through for Sicarios as we are going into what might be the last round of this match. Sicarios with the CS63 ban. For W, it's the 430U. And that leaves us with an IS-4 and an IS-7 W50M K91 double Bliska and an RHM for the Polish team.
W, RHM on 40, Leopard, E50M double type, and an IS-7.
Well, everything on the line here for Sicarios in this round where they should nominally have the possibility to put themselves up around, but now they are trailing by 2. They're fighting against the match point, and, well, no mistakes anymore can be made by Sicarios, whereas W, you must be, well, first of all, you're probably thinking that Mentos is a god, and second of all, you're probably very hyped. Click taking a very unusual route near the cap does end up getting punished.
Yeah, and the W50M gets spotted by the plane. Click does take some aggressive position, but now I think Sicarios also realized that they need to readjust. The W taking over 1-2 line. However, how are they going to deal with Click where he is for Sicarios? Because he's kind of deep.
I guess the good thing for W here is that the tanks that Click is facing are Type 5s. They don't really care so much about an IS-7 when he's frontally. Like, 1, you out-alpha him. 2, he cannot be sure to 100% of the time penetrate your tank even, because the IS-7 base pen is kind of low. So yeah, W first of all are going to pick up an artillery strike to even out that scoreline, but Cat's Eye already busy taking the secondary one.
Yeah, 2 strikes. No plane for Klurf, but you know he will gather one over time anyways. Needs only a small tick for it. And Sicarios, I mean, you know, they get 1 strike, but they only have access to 1 as well. So they got to think about what is their next move.
So I guess once again it is the philosophical question: what's better to have? Double info plus 1 arty strike against double artillery strike. I think last match you answered that question with probably double info. But as it stands currently, Sicarios only have 1 of those. This also means that W are playing like semi-blind at this point in time. They don't really have the information about the entirety of the lineup of Sicarios yet, I think. And that's, I believe, why we are not seeing them engage yet. Alex in a very forward position with that K91, and Klurf respecting the possibility of someone having gone up there already, doesn't go any further. Oh, he even sees Alex. And good shot from the backlines to coming in onto Alex. So Klurf, that's going to mean a plane for him, because he just used one. He already got...
Stops W's repush though. They really wanted to go for it, but they realized with K0 it's not happening.
Yep. I mean, mature decision making. If you're going to be playing against Crossfire coming out from a K91, that's just not happening. Like, one of the highest DPM tanks in the game against the artillery strikes as well. But he will generate Click though, taking another shot. Not sure who that was.
Leopard.
The Leopard one, yeah.
There's an angle from the Leopard on towards the I-7. It's a tiny angle, but you know, Onslaught and all.
And Leopard 1 gun as well. And both together are essentially a match made in heaven. But W readjusting, realizing that the southeastern repush ain't gonna happen. So now it is a 1-line engage. And currently they do have more tanks there. The only sniper that could really help the E50M on the C1 position is really Miku in that RHM. But that's not so much firepower, not as much as you'd like, realistically. I think the biggest problem for W is right now that their Type 5s are kind of stuck in the city, and there is nothing really that they can do with them, but at the same time, do W need to do something is the question.
Third strike being taken for W, and the third strike will get taken.
Perfect
Oof.
plane.
Yeah, Miko takes a little bit of damage, not that much. So Milo backing off now. In the 50M, it's getting pressured by Ketsai. Ketsai might find a shot even on the back of him. He does. Good there by Ketsai. Milo taking a decent amount of damage. Glorf does get a replane. Strikes are available. Milo's going to back off into a very safe position. Communication tower getting taken by Sicarios.
Oh, the plane again going down onto the E50M of Stone, but this time around no damage coming out, but still Glorf has a replane available and he has an artillery strike, most importantly of all. So if he needs to regenerate the plane at any point in time, he could just use the arty strike, deal some damage with that to do so. And taking a look at the arsenals of either team, we do see quadruple strike against triple strike in favor of W, but an info tower advantage still for Sicarios.
And Sicarios actually readjusting fully towards the east, abandoning their E50M.
Oh, Franek getting spotted in that Leopard, but I believe that was the info tower being used by the K91 of Alex. And this in turn obviously means that W right now, they don't want to push, they just all got spotted. All of their positions are known, and they must assume that Sicarios have readjusted to do something, right? But here, at this point in time, W very content with having that one line, the Type 5s, as anchors in the city somewhat, and not much else, to be honest.
I mean, Bliskavice looking for Nepal. There's a lot of strikes available. There's one more strike that can take, and Milo gets put out. Ketsai is pushing down. There's nothing here for Sicarios to cover. There's Milo taking one strike, two strikes, three strikes even, I think. And now Ketsai pushing. It's going to make an easy kill, and Sicarios has to do something. Milo is dead. The arsenal is used, and Nepal is basically dead in return. So Sicarios abandoned that singular tank, and in return, to be honest, got a Type 5, and also got all of the strikes from W, while they still have 3 strikes available. Very important to note.
Yeah, and there are no baby strikes either on the team of W, and Sicarios have enough available to keep resetting the artillery strikes that W now possibly wants to take. We can see Glurf in the RHM trying to do that, but I don't think he's even going to be in time against this cap attempt that's realistically happening here by Sicarios. And who's supposed to reset? To be honest, no one. Cap is going to complete, and Sicarios are going to take round number 7 away from a W. They stay alive in the AMD OLC number 5, and their hopes and dreams of making it to China do the same.
Yeah, and I imagine they actually won that battle on Ensk.
It's not hard to imagine because it should have happened, you know, but yeah, Sicarios, is it going to end up as a drama with them themselves asking the biggest question?
I feel like the answer is yes.
It possibly might, but then again, like, still both teams have won all the rounds on their own map picks, so if this keeps on going, it might be good for Sicarios first of all, because it means we are going to tiebreaker, but still, yeah, taking into account the fact that Sicarios should have won ends 2, they should be the ones on tiebreaker at this point in time. This time around, the damage obviously not that overwhelming, to say the very least, by either team, because it ended up being a cap, but was it a misplay by Nepal to get caught like that, do you think? Because there must be a lot of guns trained at him to just blast him out of the water, and remember, Sicarios, they didn't use any strikes to kill him. They still had theirs available. Meanwhile, W used their strikes to kill
W just wanted to make sure they close out the kill.
Yeah. Should you keep maybe one strike just in case of a cap? Because, like, if the IS-7 that's fighting against him takes another 1 or 2 shots by the E50M, who cares?
I think they overcommitted a little bit, yes.
Well, a little bit of a drama situation going on right now, but to be honest, either team not without mistakes, but currently the bigger blunders in this match still coming from Sicarios, which is coincidentally why they are behind in the match. But the good news for them is all of that doesn't matter. if they win the next two.
Oh, for sure. I mean, yeah, okay. Let's see if they can do it, though. Because, I don't know, I still feel like W just wins the next round, you know?
That would make Phil correct. Do we want that to happen?
I would rather have Phil be right than you.
Wow. Needless hostility. Where is it coming from?
What hostility?
Are there some problems you want to talk about, Ducky?
Me? Problems?
Yeah.
No.
No? Well, Sicario currently has the problem that if W wins one more round, then they are out. Both teams agreeing this time around on the bans, and that is going to be the Type 5 for either Sicarios with an IS-7, E50M, double Leopard 1, double E4, and an RHM.
In return, no RHMs for W, 6 for 3Us and a K91.
Ooh, actually, my mind goes back to...
Sicarios played like this as well.
Sicarios played like this, and Weekend did, I believe, in the Swiss stage, where I think it wasn't 6, it was 7 430Us, and they just said like, yeah, we don't care, we're just going to drive through. And it ended up working. So I think W with this approach too. However, the RHM immediately spotting 4. This means that not only is a huge chunk of W's tanks already known and what they are, it also means the RHM has a replane available.
And the IS-7 still committing forward. Gotta be careful if you click, they might just push through. You don't want to end up getting caught out. He's going to be reversing because of that, because they are indeed going to go straight through. Click realizes that, pops the ability, starts reversing. How much damage does he take for this? 1 shot, 2 shots? Is there more coming out on towards him? Mentos wants to repeat this, does get the shot out as well. Itox and Nepal, do they have an angle? Yes, a little bit more damage on towards that IS-7. Mentos very far committed in now though. And Ketsai kind of driving through the open by himself there. Needs to be careful. There is a Leopard on that balcony. Ketsai taking a lot of damage for this. This may have been a mistake from Ketsai to make. He gets tracked as well. Might take a little bit more. Does get behind that dune there. But everything they did to Click, they got right back onto Ketsai.
Still though, the HP have been equalized as Click starting to drive a little bit safer. With the i7, he's going to have a hold-on position against Itox, who realizes this and now starts driving away from this position. And I think W's plan, it has become apparent for the team of Sicarios. They want to overwhelm and just drive up and over some Sicarios tank, generate an advantage, and then be able to snowball it out. And this means that for Sicarios now, it's time for adjustment. You cannot let those 430Us get close to you. Instead, you want to keep them at a distance, keep possibly trading, ideally with the E4s against the 430Us, and then just play the long game, because W's very explosive lineup, they just did not get too close to Sicarios at the start.
Sicarios has done a very good job here, Ammo. Like, very good. Readjusted back towards 1-2 line, not allowing the pincer on the eastern side to happen. Like, sure, W will take the info tower, but I don't think Sicarios cares too much. Milo, in the beginning, on the equipment screen, had binos. I wonder if that was true, if he's actually rocking the binos loadout.
Hopefully, one of the observers is going to be able to show us show that to us in the future. I'm pretty sure they heard us. But yeah, IOS taking another artillery strike. That makes 1-3 in favor of Sicarios, which is kind of a lot to have at this stage of the game, because keep in mind, those 430Us have no way to heal back any damage that they take, and they also have no damage mitigation abilities. So currently,
Can I say that I think W has to make a move before the next set of ID strikes?
Yep.
If they don't, they will be facing 5 strikes.
They're going to be completely screwed then, because right now the damage potential is 1275 with those 3 strikes. If there's 2 more available, then I believe it's 1700, 2125, and that
Plus,
makes...
Adi will have a level 3 strike, Miku has a level 3 strike already.
Yeah.
It's you're looking at like 3k damage out of strikes.
And that means essentially the 430Us, if they get like shown anywhere, they just die. Good shot by Mentos, but it honestly it does little to kind of change the fundamental problem that W have at this point in time. Clerf, he's going to be taking an info tower, but there is no like firepower available to really
Do they have enough
profit
to blow up the guy on the cap? I think they do, right? With 5, if they have 5 strikes, I think they have enough to blow up Nepal. It's Nepal capping with the mini strikes. I think they have it.
Yeah, so currently it's 1700 in the strikes, like purely the artillery strikes, and then imagine 500
I mean,
from
they
the
have
two
five.
Leopard
They have
strikes.
5 in a second. They have 5 strikes in a second. I think they can blow up Nepal with the mini strikes as well. Just about.
Well, one of the Leopard strikes from W gets used on max level to reset Rishek on the artillery strike, but it literally does not matter at this point because Sicarius also have a level 3 plane on Milo. He's going to be able to spot the 430U on the cap. Yes, Click taking a little bit
They have
more damage.
4,625 potential damage with level 3 strikes. And like the big strikes and the level 3 strikes from the individual players. Nepal is? Ooh, Ketsai should die, I guess.
He does make it, but as we said, the strikes are available. Ketsai, if another strike gets used on him, then Ketsai is dead. Because the RHM, yeah, indeed,
He's dead.
he just dies. I mean, Click dies in return. So I guess tit for tat being traded, but still. Once again, the fundamental situation has not changed. Sicarios have the control over the artillery strikes. They will be able to generate more. Yes, W finally get more information as towards what Sicarios is doing, but is it going to remedy the situation? I don't think so.
Well, the problem is that there's going to be 5 strikes again. In 40 seconds, it's going to be 5 strikes again.
Oh.
Well, ooh, 3 strikes on Klur, 524. How many mini strikes do they have? 250. They have enough to make him a full one-shot. He's a full one-shot to the strike, and they're taking a strike. So Milo just needs to make sure he planes Klurv. Klurv is going to try to take speed at this point in time to try and survive. He gets spotted out by the plane, the strike. Milo even tracks him. Klurv has no speed. He should die for this, to be honest. Adi uses the strike. Here it comes. Klurv dead. Ooh,
He barely misses. It looks like that was a few centimeters maybe, but
Sorry, but you cannot miss that. Like, Klurv has no speed. A dead center strike will kill him. I am terribly sorry, but you're not allowed to miss that.
well, W maybe smelling an opening going on towards the cap with 2 tanks as
Good job,
Klurv
Milo.
though dies. Yeah, very well done. 320 Alpha is enough to take out the K91, and that means tank advantage for Sicarius. Yes, the HP are even, but I don't think... I mean, if W once again pull it back here, that would be kind of criminal, I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, Sicarius is now pulling all of the guns close. They have no mini strikes. They have no big strikes. They will have to reset the good old-fashioned straightforward way. I think Alex missed the shot as well, right?
Either that or he shot on a different target that was off screen, as now I guess W are forcing Sicarius kind of the engagement that they wanted from the start, which is a good
mini
reset strike. But it is the engagement that the 430s want, and that is close quarters combat. Alex with another good reset coming in, but now the Leopards are super close towards the front line, which is not where they want to be. Rishek as well, the DPM for the 430s starting to kick in. The Leopard ones, they are going to be very squishy targets in this engagement, and you can see the 430s, all of them side scraping. Who's going to be resetting here? For Sicarius is the question. That is the continuous threat for them to actually be losing this round, where it felt like Sicarius were so much ahead for most of the time, but the artillery strike is going to miss, and now the Sicarius players once again have to drive close.
Alex peeks out, takes a shot of damage, takes 2 shots of damage. He's down towards the 1 shot. Can they pick him up? No. Milo, in the meantime, takes the big strike, but it's not going to be enough. 2 minutes 30. Still plenty of time here for W to cap it out. There's so much pressure on the side of Sicarios right now. Rishek may want to make a peek here, but he has to be careful because Itox is looming. He doesn't have ability either. 6 seconds left on the cap. Rishek makes the peek. Itox is ready, makes the peek in return, but Adi will find Ios. Rishek goes down as expected. The big strike comes out. Franek now pushing on towards Stone. Adi should be able to kill Ios, maybe. No, Ios will get around the corner, but Adi will also survive. Stone trading against Franek. It's anybody's game at this moment in time. Milo trying to get some shots from the side. The strike comes out, drops Mental Source a 1 shot, but Alex is dead. It's 4 tanks left standing right now for Sicarios, and Ios backing away. Adi looking for the kill. Milo playing the distance, getting the resets. They need something here for the side of Sicarios. They have let it slip and slide out of their fingers. Ios is a 1 shot, but the cap is still going, and that is a problem. There is double mini strike though. There's a plane from Milo as well, so they have some control here over the battle. Not much.
Not much. The plane is coming down now, and those last 2 artillery strikes by the Leopard 1s are going to be the important ones. One gets dodged, the second one as well, but the HE reset from the RHM is coming in from the long side as Miku goes down to a one-shot. Itox, with the ability active, contemplates going over, up and over, but he doesn't do it as Adi dies with that one-shot Leopard, and it is an absolute drama on Ghost Town. The cap completes W, lock in the semi-final spot. And Sicarios, they let it slip, not only here, but also on Ensk through their fingertips. It feels like 2 absolutely gigantic throws, and W capitalize big time, 5-3. Realistically, it should be the other way around, but, well...
It is what it is.
If you let it slip, it's your own fault.
Here they really missed a lot of resets, I think, also with the Leopard mini strikes that put them in, and they closed in with all of the tanks, but they were all on one angle, like nobody going on the flank, nobody going around at all, missing resets, being forced to peek, making bad peeks then because they need to reset, losing HP, dying. It was in Sicarios' hands, and then they really just let it out.
Yeah, I mean, the pen rate, I think, for Sicarios being a little bit of an issue here. 66% is on the very low end. And I think W, at the start of the game, they didn't get the engagement they wanted. And that was actually a huge problem for them. But then, I think Sicarios made the mistake of using all the strikes on a tank that really wasn't that important with Klurf, to be honest. And like Ketsai, he just dies for the cross. Wasn't really that forced, in my opinion. But then Sicarios feel like they have the advantage and they go close against 430Us with Leopard 1s. Yeah, that's not how it works, coach.
Yeah, no. And I mean, Milo at the end flanked, but you know, it probably needed to be flanking a bit earlier to get those resets angles from the A-line as well. I feel like they were really missing that in that battle, the A-line angle with the RHM to reset and buy some time. They never had it until the end of the game, and all of the 430Us were close. So you don't want to blame one individual player, but it's like, I think he was able to do that a long time ago as well, for example. They were missing that.
Well, that's going to conclude another very, very dramatic match, but of course, this is not over by far. We have one more remaining, one more in the draw for you. That's going to be hit against Momentum, but for now, that is all from the two of us, and we'll see each other after some replays. Take it away.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change. And uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.
Well, hello there, and welcome back to the AMD All-C number 5. We're in the last match of today, but, well, if the past 3 are anything to go by, and especially number 2 and number 3, holy moly, what a day already. Rose, Momentum against Hit and Run, what are your thoughts?
I mean, it is our only quarterfinal that have already met each other in the Swiss stage, so that one went, I believe, 1-5, so I'm hoping Momentum, pardon the pun, but get a little more momentum in this time, but I still believe Hit and Run are going to take it.
Yeah, absolutely. To me, it feels a little bit like for Momentum to be here at all in the playoff stage is already kind of a success. And Hit and Run, despite some players, some very important players in the past leaving them, I think they are still the vastly favored team here. But as we have seen, the favorite doesn't always win. Weekend is going to be the team that the winner of our 4th match of the day is gonna play against, which is a little bit, not a gigantic, but a little bit of a surprise. And Weekend now probably leaning back with a little bit of popcorn, hoping that Momentum are forcing Hit and Run to show as many tactics as possible.
Yeah, for sure. Weekend slightly upsetting the apple cart, I believe, as far as predictions go. And yeah, I wonder if this will be a closer game than we expect. I certainly hope so. As we see the team members of Hit and Run there. Anyone you're particularly looking forward to watching?
I mean, always DJ is a pleasure to watch. He's just an all-around very aggressive and very good player. Lukin as well. I feel like he's very complete, as in he can play a lot of tanks. Chucky, sometimes a little bit prone to tilting, so Hit and Run need to be careful with that. And also, I think it's nice to see Tarxic once again making an appearance in a roster. When he was still on W, he was kind of permabench, and then obviously Sir Jacob is the nominal captain right now. He is just super solid. So I think a lot of those players on the Hit and Run lineup currently have earned, I think in the past, that kind of solid tag, and that is what you want to have on the team. But I think what they are maybe lacking a little bit right now is this kind of explosive firepower that we see by other teams, and also the magic that sometimes happen. I mean, we just saw in this last match, there were 2 games which arguably should have gone one team's way, and then at the end of it, somehow W snatches the victory from the jaws of defeat. Yeah, predictions as well, we can see it below us right now. 85% for Hit and Run, 15 to Momentum. I feel like that's kind of fair, to be honest.
I think that's fair as well. I mean, I like watching a couple of Momentum ones, you know, Sabo in the light tank and Andrija, see what tactics he comes up with in this one. But I think it's a proud moment to be here, right, for Momentum. They, as you say, they've got through that Swiss stage, they've made it to the quarterfinals, and it's going to be a fun set of games, I think, against Hit, really challenge them. But yeah, Lukin obviously coming over from W to join Hit this time around. Yeah, I enjoyed watching their Swiss stage games, actually, especially a bit of Ho replay on Moravanka, so I'll be intrigued to know if that comes out again at any point.
Alright, I hope that soon we'll be able to bring up the map pick and bans between either team, because that should be kind of, you know, tell us a little bit more about what's actually gonna go down in this best of 9 here. So currently what's at the top is not correct, but I believe we're just about to fix it. Don't worry about it. We're still in Momentum against Hit and Run, and I think it's also important to kind of recapitulate a little bit what went on in the Swiss stage. I mean, Hit and Run, I believe, qualifying with a 3-1, and Momentum with a 3-2, if memory serves me correctly. So just from this, I believe that Hit should be favored not only by the names, but the thing is, Momentum, I think, they're right now on, I don't want to use their team name as a name again, so let's say they're kind of on an upwards trajectory, but with a lot of those teams, when they end up doing that, they sometimes are flying a little bit too close to the sun, and then that can lead to problems, as the Ensk map video is announcing, the Ruinberg map video, excuse me, is announcing that we're indeed gonna start on exactly that map.
We are indeed, and I do apologize for taking the momentum pun right out of your mouth. You taught me that one, so maybe they shot themselves in the foot a little bit there. As we go into picks and bans, we see the Type 5 being banned for both teams. Momentum choosing that 50B lineup, triple 50B, Batchat, double 430U, and a Foch B. Explosive firepower indeed.
For hit and run, we have a T-57 together with a CS-63, a 430U, triple Bliskowitzer, and an RHM. Interestingly enough, the E4 not being banned by either side, but also not being picked. I don't think that is a lot of times that happens on Ruinberg, but it kind of is what it is. And now the question is, how are those lineups going to stack up against each other? Because the 50s, yes, a lot of explosive firepower, especially when supplemented with a Batchat and the Foch B. But this immediate play-in by Borchik, oh my god, he sees everyone but the Batchat.
Yeah, it's a dangerous plane really, because that gives all that info away and exactly shows where they are coming from, which gives Hit and Run that chance to make that setup. The RHM proving to be worthwhile tank to take on this map, as Majestic takes that first shot, crossing over the middle. It seems to be a common play to do that on this map as well, but there will be cap pressure applied by Hit and Run.
I think the problem for Momentum at this point in time is that there is triple cap pressure. The RHM was able to kind of negate the artillery strike from being taken, and now the 50Bs would be driving in against Bliskowitzers. Yes, they can deal a lot of damage, but the Bliskowitzer is exactly the tank that is okay with trading against 50Bs because it has the damage mitigation ability. The 50Bs are going to start peeking. The Bliskowitzers make that 1, 2, and 3 shots. The artillery strike going to go down as well. Yes, the 50Bs are clipping out, but it is absolutely expensive as the Juggernaut abilities are kind of keeping the Bliskowitzers alive. Good shielding going on as well. This first engagement definitely going Hit and Run's way, it feels like.
Yeah, that was really explosive on both sides. The Arty Strike being used for both of them, as well as Sabo and Majestic trying to do some cleanup, but Lucan and Pan's Fury coming around the back. They need to be a little bit careful here. Mikadu on the safe position for now, but Sabo and Majestic making their way towards Tisek and Zaki there. Will they manage to do much damage? They don't, but they do manage to get tracked instead on that corner. Sabo getting stuck a little bit, not managing to do what they want, as Wolf Puppy and Splatty crossing across towards DJ. Need to be careful with DJ here, although they are on low health themselves. And the Bliska's taking a lot of damage in this trade with Majestic and Sabo as well. Pan's Fury down to 500 HP. Zaki trying to go in to keep those two alive, but may end up not being the most positive trade, and we see Tisek and Jacob go down.
2 50Bs in the meanwhile have gone down for Momentum, and it feels like the rest of the tanks is actually not far to follow. Borchik now getting stuck in with that RHM. He is a very squishy tank, however, but he does have some firepower to boot as Lucan shuts down the 430U. That really leaves only 2 tanks remaining for Momentum. One of them is Splatty with that very low 50B. He's trying to pick up an artillery strike right now. Not sure how much good that is going to do for his team. And yes, D-Man has a full clip in the Foch, but he probably won't be able to take out the entirety of the hit team with that one. Chucky getting double tracked, the artillery strike locking him down, but it's simply too many guns for Hit and Run in this game. Number one, that felt like a very, very dangerous lineup from Momentum, like a lot of teeth, but those immediately were pulled with that first plane.
Yeah, definitely. I think that RHM came in really important for them at the beginning of that fight, and then that triple Bliskowitzer cap. When you've got a Bliskowitzer in close range like that as well, that DPM plus the damage negation from that ability, the Juggernaut ability, makes it very hard. And you saw that those 50Bs just could not do enough damage to negate those Bliskas on that situation.
And you can see as well with the damage from the 50Bs like Mikado, Wolf Puppy. Normally you would say like 2200, 2400 damage. That's like 5 to 6 shots, but possibly both of them even doing 2 full clips onto the Bliskowitzas, but when the Juggernaut ability actually is rolling, especially like on a higher ability level, you negate what makes the 50B strong, and that is taking a lot of HP away from you. Yes, you're still gonna get clipped for, like, let's say 1100, but 1100 sounds a lot better than 1600, doesn't it?
Oh, for sure, for sure. And then in retaliation to that, at such close range as well, those Bliskers are able to pump out a lot of damage back. And as we look at the map picks and bans, Ghost Town obviously being banned with Yankee, and we are on Ruinberg at the moment, but the second map will be Sand River. This one on Ruinberg is Momentum's pick as well, so to go down in the first game, it's a little bit of a blow. Hopefully they can pull back a 1-1 and make Ruinberg interesting.
Yeah, after Ruinberg, we are gonna go to Sand River. So Momentum picking this Ruinberg, it's an interesting choice, to be sure, because I feel like on Ruinberg, once again, a lot of those very established teams have had a lot of time to generate experience. Sand River, by hit, I see why they pick it, to be honest. It is a very methodical map at times, but you can also play it fast, and obviously with all of those Polish teams going around, you know that they are no strangers to sometimes just forgetting about all strategies and just driving over the opponent. Hit and Run definitely capable of that. Cliff, map number 3, yeah, okay, cool. Coin flip map 50-50, although Hit picking it, I think that's just a statement at that point, like, yeah, we just think we are better. And then Momentum once again picking a very methodical map with Muravanka. That's also something to watch out for. Himmelsdorf, iconic tiebreaker, but yeah, first of all, I think it's time to get back into the second round of Ruinberg, and hopefully for Momentum this time around, they pick a less one-dimensional strategy, because it really felt like a single plane at the start of the game was enough to destroy whatever they were planning.
Yeah, I mean, as we saw in the previous game that I casted with Ducky, game number 2 Mafia Weekend, the second game became quite slower. So I hope it doesn't. I hope they keep up some form of aggression here. But whether we see these Bliskowiczes again, and whether Momentum decides to take something different, we are about to see. Hit and Run choosing to ban out that 50B, Momentum banning the Type 5, as they are going with that 57 lineup this time. They still want that burst damage, 140, double 430U, and there is that E4 that you were talking about earlier.
And meanwhile, for the side of Hit and Run, I guess the approach of if it ain't broke, don't fix it. A lot of Bliskowiczes, a CS63 and an RHM once again. Coming in. There is no real spotting equipment on the RHM. Yeah, he does have a lot of low noise, but other than that, full fighting with the purple HP, purple rammer as well, so going fully for the fight, and he does get the perfect plane. Full 7. It's a triple rainbow all the way for him, as he knows to turn around immediately. He gives everything and more to his team than they could have ever wanted. Now, it's just up to Hit and Run to capitalize on the amount of information that they got gifted.
Yeah, definitely. We see a similar strat as well coming out from Momentum, just on the opposite side, really. Sabo and Majestic choosing to cross over. This time, Sabo trying to take this arty strike. But it's going to be a bit difficult, I think, to manage, especially if DJ does put the pressure. Maybe he will. At the point, though, we see those triple Bliskowiczes capping again. So we see Hit and Run putting on that pressure. There is more movement this time from Momentum across the top of the map, but at the moment, the double 57s and the E4 kind of backing off.
Good strike coming out by Hit and Run on towards those double 57s as well as the E4, as now the Bliskowiczes in full swing are going to be very angry, but Chucky, his anger gets immediately squashed as the artillery strike comes down from the heavens. He's immediately down and out, and the Bliskowiczes, you can see they want to come in with their DPM and want to eliminate the tanks in front of them, but with so many in front of them, it seems like they've bitten off more than they can chew. The purple dragon of Hit and Run is stuck between a rock and a hard place, and all of a sudden this rock starts gaining momentum as they roll up and over Pan's Fury, who is just going to be dead. It's going to be a round for Momentum.
Yeah, I like that. For 1 second there, it looked slightly in Hit and Run's favor, I felt, but that Arty strike landing, and then those Bliskers, they just got melted, and the momentum from the back, they joined in, those 57s, E4 came in and really cleaned up, and it's, in the end, not that close of a game, you know, 6-3 in terms of tanks, HP really well in Momentum's favor, and it felt this time that they took those Bliskoviches and decided, nope, you are not having this again.
Yeah, good adjustment coming out from Momentum in this round number 2. So Ruinberg, normally one of those very, very kind of drawn out long maps where nothing really happens until the teams realize the time is running out. This time, not so much. Both of those teams really looking for a fight, getting 1 round apiece, and that makes me hopeful for the rest of the match that we are going to see some rather entertaining rounds as well. For now, I think a little bit surprising how easily Momentum were able to counter what Hit were doing, especially once again considering the information that Hit and Run had to work with. Like, Ruinberg is, I think, the only map in the pool right now for the Onslaught Legends Cup that does not have info towers. So Hit and Run essentially kind of cheat by getting the full information anyway, and they still manage to get absolutely omega rolled.
Yeah, I mean, Bocek doing a really good job, though, with that light tank. Getting that play in 7 people both games in a row. Not the hardest map to do that on, but still making sure he predicted it right, and he did a good job, gave them that info, but yeah, it's a risk, isn't it, to do the same thing twice, and this time Momentum just able to capitalize on that mistake, really. Sabo doing great damage with that 430U, along with Majestic, with that Fury ability, giving them great DPM, and yeah, you see Zaki there with the Blisker, no shots even managing to connect. So yeah, we go on to Sand River. Often tactically, it's a map I enjoy. I know other casters, they're not the biggest fans. Slower game sometimes, a bit more drawn out, more preferring Cliff like you, Keyhand. I know you prefer Cliff, but for me, Sand River, so I'm excited to watch this one.
Yeah, I think Sand River, as you said, is definitely one of the, or it can be one of the more tactical maps. And personally, I do enjoy the brawling maps the most. But it can certainly be a treat to watch when you see it start off kind of like a chess match, both teams positioning their figures on the field, and then you can see the little interactions going on between the positions, how they're working with the information, and that as well, like this whole complex topic, I think could be a problem for Momentum, because let's be real here, they have less experience than Hit and Run, especially at such a level. So Hit and Run could just be trying to go for the long game here and just beat them with experience.
Yeah, definitely, and there's so many different varieties of strats that you can use on Sand River as well. You could take the north, you could go 1-2 line and command that. You could take middle, and Arty strikes often playing quite a big part as well in this one. As we look at picks and binds, STRV banned by Momentum, K91 banned by Hit and Run. Momentum doing a bit of shifting of their lineup, but at the moment double BZs, E50M, 140 and those triple 430Us.
And for Hit and Run, they have a double BZ75 of their own, together with a double CS63, an E50M, a 140, and once again the light tank, this time around though not with the HP, instead a purple low noise and the purple optics. So no CBS, but I believe on Sand River, purple optics make more sense. Once again, great playing from Bocek. He has been instrumental so far in giving his team the information. He also spots 4, that means replane available. Unfortunately for his team, no shots do connect, but it obviously means that Hit and Run know that they can safely take the north with those CS tanks.
Yeah, at the moment they have that commanding north as well, with Momentum not choosing to leave anybody along that F8 sort of ridgeline, but instead they are doing a heavy push towards this Arty strike along the K line. I think this 140 needs to be a little careful. Jackie taking quite a lot of damage there, but should be able to get safe for now. DJ is hightailing it out of there though, very fast.
And as well he should, against the firepower that Momentum is bringing to bear in the south right now. You shouldn't try to stay, although it feels like Momentum getting bled a little bit at this point in time. They're taking some shots from the BZs especially. Yes, they are retaliating, but what are they retaliating on? It is, once again, those BZs. And if anyone takes damage on a team, it's mostly supposed to be those super heavies that come with the healing abilities as well. Plane going down in the middle of the map. Andrea, the strike is going to even damage him. Yes, he can immediately start resetting. But Sir Jacob, there's more where that came from. And not only does he have the big strike, which he is starting to use now, forcing Andrea out of the cap into the open, where Chucky actually has shots with his E50M as well, and they're pushing into that double BZ75, but they do have the 430U with them, so that's going to be the DPM advantage and the HP advantage for the heavy tanks of Momentum as well. Pansfury going down, yes, an artillery strike to help out, but T-Sec, he simply does not have the DPM in his tank, especially now that Majestic is coming in to farm.
Yeah, Majestic really helping them shut him down as quick as possible. And at the moment, I don't see any retaliation really from Hit and Run. Yes, Jackie got some shots in the side, but it's kind of a 1-for-nothing there. And they are now finding themselves 2 guns up in this fight. And Jackie needing to be extremely careful. He's got a 2-way crossfire, and Mikadu heading on in as well to shut him down. Will be on low HP, and at this point in the game, Kian is looking really Momentum's way.
Absolutely. Mikado is going together with Splatty to put Chucky in an untenable situation. Yes, Mikado is going to go down at some point against DJ, but this means that Splatty with the 430U now in the hold-down positioning as Sir Jacob starts to get absolutely overrun. The quick double from the BZs is enough to take him out of the game, and Momentum, not only do they take the second round of Ruinberg, they also manage to absolutely surprise and, to be honest, tactically outplay Hit on Sand River. What a sight.
This has been a game, and I think that's the best way of putting it, really. I mean, yes, we see Sabo now coming in to shut down DJ as well, just to add insult to injury as they go with the BZs to clean up. Bocik, however, trying really hard to get away. But I think he's been really instrumental. His team just, I don't know, I felt like Hit and Run had no possession this game. It really felt like they were everywhere but nowhere.
I tend to agree, and once again, the problem for Hit and Run kind of starts with Bocik gets a lot of info. Like, you can't fault the man. He's really giving all the info to his team that you could ever want. But then the team kind of ends up fumbling it. The BZ75s in the middle, they take some damage. Yes, they manage to bleed the mediums by Momentum, but then all of a sudden, they're just not entertaining the thought of the possibility of the Momentum BZ75s in the middle that are spotted at this point in time as well, that they could just start pressing W, driving over the BZs. If you pull a 430U, we have enough DPM to just blast them apart. There was just no reaction available for Hit and Run that made sense, and as soon as they realized that, it was far too late.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, 2 tanks from Hit and Run going down with no real response, and that just meant that Momentum carried on. There was no need for them to continue to stop that push, rather. And it went so well in their favor. I felt they were all over this game, start to finish. Good tactics, good strategy. As you say as well, Bocik playing really well and making sure to get that early spot, but it just doesn't seem to materialize for them in this game. Maybe the next one, it will.
Well, Lukin getting shut down in the CS63 of his own. There was nothing that he could have done at the end to kind of remedy the situation, and this means that we have Momentum in front, and not by a fluke. Like, both the rounds that they won were absolutely theirs to take. It's more like it felt Hit in round number 1. They were pushing like into too tight of a spot with the Bliskowitzas, and here just tactically no reaction, complete misread from the side of Hit and Run.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree there. Those Bliskas, they decided to take the same setup twice, which I always think is really dangerous to do the same tactic in that way. And then just no reaction, as you say. Splatty doing a really good job there in that 430U with Andrija as well, 3,800. I mean, the damage spread among Momentum is very even, really. Nobody doing massive damage. Same on Hit and Run. But Pansfury, he got picked off so quick with T-Sec there, both in those BZs holding that middle ground. And after that, it was just, they kept on rolling.
I mean, right now, my eyebrows are a little bit raised, to be honest, at what we are seeing here. Because, yeah, sometimes you see the underdogs, like, getting around here, getting around there, but you know, it always seems like the top dog on the field has the commanding position, but here it feels like Momentum is so much more mature with what they do. And Hit and Run, some weird repositioning, some weird kind of calls and pushes that end up making them, I don't want to say they don't end up making them look stupid, but it certainly looks like they're sleepy right now. I don't know how to properly put this into words, but it just feels like they're mentally not there.
Yeah, I agree, and I watched the Swiss stage games between Hit and Run and Momentum, and Hit and Run quite commanding, and it feels like Momentum have looked back at that and gone, no, we're not going to have this happen again. We're going to give it everything we've got, and I can feel that fire in their belly. It just feels it's not there for Hit and Run, maybe a bit of complacency or something, I don't know, but they'll need to get it together a little bit more on the second round if they're going to go toe-to-toe with Momentum.
I mean, all of this aside, it is still only 2-1. Yes, it is already a slight upset, but there is still also more than enough room for Hit and Run to come back into this and maybe prove to everyone, including themselves, that the past 2 rounds were a fluke. However, they need to kind of get going sooner rather than later, as Momentum once again ban out the STRB. And for Hit and Run, the 430U disappears from the lineups. That means Momentum starting with triple BZ75, IS7, W50M, and STB.
And from the side of Hit and Run, we have the IS7, M5Y, E50M, double K90, triple K91, and Bocic back in that RHM, hoping this time that that plane connects enough and his team can follow it up.
Yeah, so Momentum with a very straightforward lineup. E50Ms, IS7s, BZ75s. This time around, the plane from Bocic, okay, but not great. Triple BZ75, that is somewhat of an information advantage, but those BZs starting to get spotted now, and the pre-aimed K91s, those shots of damage, not only do they actually generate damage onto the opponent, this also means that they have those all-important artillery strikes. Lukin with a great shot as well from the Overlook. And so these baby strikes that were now generated on the K91s, they do in turn mean that this cap is not that much of an issue. Andrea over-pushing over the dune to go into the arty strike takes some damage as well. And yeah, cap is on, but it's not too much of a threat at this point in time. Hit and Run recognizing this, and they are starting to over-push the north on their own.
Yeah, all 3 of those K91s had that arty strike as well. They're also taking another with Antresia in the south. And at the moment, though, Sabo kind of maybe needs to be careful that he doesn't get caught in this crossfire with T-Sec and Lucan here. But there goes the arty strike to reset the cap, and another shot coming in on Majestic, and they have decided they cannot stay there, and they are going to move more up towards that middle. There's a bit more pressure maybe coming from the north from T-Sec here, and Pan's Fury in that K91. Sabo, I think, might be in some danger.
Yeah, I think Sabo might end up actually getting cooked, because the mediums behind him are just going to DPM him down together with the crossfire coming out from Lukin. And the BZ75 rotation, yes, it's there, but not only is it spotted, it's also what some would consider kind of late to punish those mediums that were putting the hurt onto Sabo, who might be able to stay safe now that the BZs are threatening though. But that is a lot of bleed that Hit and Run was able to put onto the team of Momentum.
Yeah, those BZs both below half HP now as well, and Momentum almost 6k HP down already, even though all guns in the fight. And there goes Sabo. First kill goes to Lucan in this game, and at the moment, really, Hit and Run are all over them. They're, yeah, 5k HP up. They have good positioning, but these BZs are being backed up here by Mikado. They are going to try and repush this north of Pan's Fury, but that is a big, big crossfire. 4 of Hit and Run able to get shots in on Mikado.
Yeah, I don't like this overpush in the open at all, especially considering the fact that the E50M, yes, it has some turret armor, but playing hold down with it is kind of not advisable. Andreja in the middle is taking a lot of damage in the meantime as well. Lukin doesn't even opt for the overpush. He just knows he can take the artillery strike and strike if needs be, or just drive over after he is done taking the strike. So Jacob with the K91 to shut it down, and now Mikado, well, they tried repushing in the south, and I think that's the most positive, repushing in the northwest, and I think that's the most positive thing that we can say about it is that they tried.
Always worth the effort, right? But it was straight into that crossfire, 4 guns on them as well. And they had to drive along a big distance, you know, it's not just a small gap there, so multiple shots going in on the way. But I appreciate the effort, but it feels like a complete, I don't know, hit and run felt like they had fire this time. They had some strategy, and they kept those positions and stopped Momentum from really having an in on any position in the map.
It's weird to say, but it almost feels like getting information at the start for hit and run actually is bad, because the less information they get, the better they perform in the round. So maybe time for Bocek to dial it down a notch and not, you know, hit everyone with a plane. Weirdly enough, but yeah, both of the first maps are going to be split 1-1, leaving us at a 2-2 total hit and run, equalizing the scoreline. And that means from a best of 9, we go down to a best of 5.
We do, and I think those K91s as well, really crucial there on the way with the BZs, just taking so much damage, getting those arty strikes as well on the way in, so that cap wasn't viable. We often see a cap strat on Sand River, especially from that western spawn, and yeah, Luke in there with a lot of damage, and there are those K91s as well. Top damage, all 3 of them really nearly in 4K territory or above. Whereas on the side of Momentum, the damage is flat, really, only Splatty and Wolf Puppy above that 2K.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to Lukin as well with top damage. That's not something we see often with the IS-7. Normally the IS-7 is supposed to be kind of an anchor tank, kind of supposed to stay hull down. Most of the time you're only supposed to kind of hold a position, not really do that much damage, but the way that he took the middle rocks to be able to play against Sabo, I think that was the beginning of the undoing of Momentum in this second Sand River round. And this time it felt like Momentum didn't actually have an answer to what was happening. And let's be real, like, what was happening was kind of simple. Hit put one IS-7 towards the middle rock, and they didn't have an answer to that. So, well, the problem is for them that it took their tactic apart very easily. The good thing for them for the future is those kind of easy mistakes should also, in theory, be easy to fix. That being said, though, Sand River is behind us, and in front of us is the possibility of a very action-packed 2 rounds, because we're about to go to Cliff.
Yeah, your favourite one to watch as well. The brawly map that it is. So we do see Enskin Pilsen banned out in the meantime by both of those teams. This one being Hit and Run's pick, though, on Cliff. And with an aggressive team, good teamwork, good focus fire, it can be over very, very quickly. It's rare to see a long one on Cliff. I have seen it, but it is rare. What's your thoughts on how this one might go?
I find it kind of interesting that Hit and Run, as the supposedly favored team in this match, end up picking Cliff, because it is a map where I think with some unlucky timing or just bad opening against what the opponent is doing, you can very easily end up losing rounds against teams that are supposed to be worse than you. But then again, picking Cliff as a team is always, I feel like, a show of confidence as well, just because you're saying, well, we're picking one of the, if not the most brawly map in the pool, and we are confident that we can beat you on it. 50B being banned by either team, though, that leaves Momentum with quintuple BZ75 and double Inspire Medium. All right.
I mean, the BZs do need that, really, but on the side of Hit and Run, we see triple BZs, the CS63, E50M, 140, and Bocek back in that RHM. Are we hoping he only spots 3 there, Kihan?
Well, let's just say the BZ75s this time around, they're not going to be lacking Inspire, I don't think, but this also means that there is no burst available for them except the alpha damage that the BZs provide. One of the 140s by Momentum getting split off towards the 2 line. Same can be said for an E50M of Hit and Run. The CS of Hit is going to cross immediately towards donut position. He's going to spot a lot of tanks. Bocek with that RHM is going to make it up. That means less firepower available for Hit and Run in this middle area. They don't really want to commit against this much HP. that Momentum had brought, but to be honest, they don't need to. The BZ-75s instead are starting to boost over towards the donut as well. Andrea taking huge chunks of damage, minus 2k actually. And this means that the initial starting HP that were in favor of Momentum now all even.
Yeah, I'm intrigued by that tactic to go towards that way, but there is an over-push now from the middle, which I think is a wise decision down onto Mikado and Majestic. Jackie, Pan's Fury, and T-Sec really putting in the damage there. But again, these BZs, yes, they're inspired at the moment, but the DPM lacking on this push. It does take them quite some time to take down a tank, and I do question Pan's Fury's choice to shoot a different one. Both guns still remaining in the game in that case, when they could have shot one down, and that's allowed Sabo and Splatty to come over, whilst Mikado and Majestic both still alive. Whereas now it's going to be a bit more difficult. They're going to try and take Jackie out with them, but Majestic does go down in the process. And at the moment, though, a bit of a strange one.
Yeah, the focus fire on hit and run certainly not there. That 140 of Mikado survived for much longer than he should have, but still hit and run comfortably in the lead. They do have the HP and they have the guns to boot, as Sabo is going to get shot down by T-Sec. Now Splatty, the next one on the chopping block. There's 3 hit and run tanks around him, and he's even going to be driving into the strike. Dodges it, but it is not going to remedy it for him, as T-Sec already giving chase, and Bocek with that RHM fraud the whole time has been lording from the hill. The BZ-75 of D-Man hasn't been able to clear it for his team. And yeah, hit and run, the focus fire maybe not the best around the ramp position, but good enough certainly to bring it home and once again secure the lead for themselves.
I think they gave themselves really strong positioning here. Yes, they had some pressure from the donut. They had that E50M able to provide crossfire from the middle. They had Bocek up on that hill as well. And I really question that BZ push over towards the donut. The amount of damage taken, especially onto Andreja, was a lot. Yeah, and it you know, and then they tried to come back in, but at that point they were already trailing in HP, and it just became, yes, hit and run. They struggled with that focus fire, but ultimately it was Momentum that picked it up in terms of that fight. But yeah, they couldn't come back. Momentum couldn't come back from that HP loss, I think.
I think the problem for Momentum really here was that they forgot kind of one of the fundamentals that actually exist in the game. And that means on Cliff, there are 2 important positions. 1, it's the donut area, and 2, it's the hill. You need to have one of those secured. If you have 1, you're not losing. If you have 2, you're winning. But if you have 0, it's bad. And after the opening, they were left with 0. So they felt the need to do something. The BZ-75s going to the donut actually was their try to go from 0 to one of those positions. But the bleed was monumental there. And maybe the better option for them would have been to kind of try and overpush in the middle, just get the immediate damage out with the BZs and then get the 140s into the fight, get the Inspire game going, where then all of a sudden for hit and run, the RHM from the hill, yeah, he can shoot, but he's still only an RHM. And then you just take the damage with those big HP sponges that the BZ-75s are. But like this, waiting for actually hit and run to push the middle, because you're sending a BZ up the hill and sending BZs to the donut where they are not going to be picking up the medium tanks from hit and run either. It felt like the wrong call to make.
Yeah, I completely agree with you as well there. I think when you've got that crossfire going as well, and hit and run, they did set it up perfectly. They had really great positioning. They were ready for what Momentum tried. And yeah, there was no commitment. I think if you're going to do that and you take the risk to not take those positions, then you have to collapse and do it with good efficiency as well, to really try and negate that crossfire that might be coming in. So this time around, will Momentum learn from it, and will hit and run keep that strong positioning? For me, I like the southern side of this map slightly better than the northern side, but I don't know. Everybody is different. The players might prefer it the other way around. So yeah, it could be an opportunity for Momentum to equalize, or for hit and run to get one more ahead.
Well, banning-wise, once again, the team's agreeing the 50B will not be played, and it shall not come to pass. Triple BZ-75 for Momentum, though, an MBY, an E50M, this time around only a singular 140, and an RHM.
And from the side of hit and run, we see triple BZs, CS63, E50M, 140 of DJ, and that RHM of Bocek. I know you enjoy watching DJ play that 140, as do I. So yeah, there's a good DPM on that side. I think apart from BZs, I think I like the lineup of Hit and Run right now.
Bochik, interestingly enough, also going with the radio equipment. Not only does that mean that the tanks are going to be spotted longer, but he will also be spotted less. But both light tanks with very good information for their teams. They will have replanes available too. And Sir Jacob once again crossing over with the CS. This is kind of standard playbook by Hit and Run that we saw from the other side as well. Lucan is going to come close on the 1-2 line, but the problem for Hit is that Momentum do have the DPM advantage at the donut area, so Jacob cannot stay there against the E50Ms. Instead, Hit and Run needs to overpush the middle, and that's exactly what's happening right now. Pan's Fury and T-Sec with swings into D-Man, but there is enough counter fire available. Talking about fire, T-Sec is on that one, and not in a good way. And meanwhile, from the hill, Sabo rains down hell, but he is being engaged by Bochik as T-Sec down and out.
Yeah, and it's D-Man now, Majestic against Pan's Fury. They do have that 140 in the back with that Inspire as well currently, as there is a repush now from Hit and Run onto Splatty and Mikado. Splatty getting rammed and will go down to one shot, most likely be picked off. Maybe Pan's Fury also going down in retaliation to that, as Mikado taking a lot of damage too. So Jacob trying desperately to get away, but doesn't. Andrija picking him off. And at the moment, it's Momentum in this one. They have got more guns in the fight, 2 more than Hit and Run. And there will be a kill down onto Mikado as down goes DJ. Now it's cleanup.
Cleanup time for Momentum here, who are on a victory road on this second match of Cliff. It is not quite done yet. Chucky is still with a lot of HP, and Bochik is actually controlling the hill quite well with the RHM. He has forced down his counterpart in Sabo, but with the kill still going Momentum's way, I don't think there is a way out of defeat, at least in this round. And Momentum absolutely putting on a show against Hit and Run. They're once again going to equalize the scoreline on Cliff. It will be 3-3 after Bochik dies.
Yeah, Sand River, it felt like they just forgot a little bit of that cohesion together, but this game it really felt like they had it together again, and they did not make that mistake twice from the previous Cliff game. They really made sure they were together. They took things that were important, and yeah, it didn't work. That Hit and Run repush, it didn't work for them. Momentum taking it away and equalizing. No, I don't think anybody expected this.
Yeah, I think the adjustment from Momentum between the games, instead of 1 E50M down the lower side, send 2, and this immediately translated into a victory in the donut area, was a great adjustment. Yeah, the E50Ms don't end up doing the most damage, but they do end up securing the important positions for Momentum. And then as well, the decisive overpush, although we have to ask ourselves, obviously, how much damage did that fire, not only emotional damage, but like how much potential damage did the fire do on T-Sec, because he only was able to get out a single shot of damage. The fire making his reload longer, of course, and then also possibly forcing the opposing BZ-75s to use a shot or 2 less on towards him. So fires normally don't make that much of a difference, but when they happen this early, it can be absolutely detrimental.
Fires are a brutal way to experience your HP loss, especially at this level as well, and it really was not the way that they wanted to start that game with Hit and Run. As we go now onto Moravanka. I have watched some games of Moravanka, and so far I like Hit's lineups. They like to... Actually, I'm not going to give that away. Maybe they'll take a TD though and spice things up. I'd like to see that. I don't know what you'd like to see on this next map.
I mean, Moravanka, I feel like we hadn't had La Rata in a while. So like, let's say 2 RHMs, 2 EBRs, double Leo and an E50M, something like that. But with the role skill balancing as it is right now, I doubt we're going to see something like that. I always personally enjoyed watching it. I know that teams hate playing against it because it's just annoying, but it's fun to watch for me personally. But yeah, as I said, I don't think we're going to see it. Instead, what actually did end up happening during the Swiss stage was we saw some kind of weird pushes by some teams with double Type 5s into the middle strike. And yeah, that while it might sound dumb, it ended up kind of working. So let's see what's going to happen here. For now, it feels like Momentum, after that devastating loss against Hit and Run in the Swiss stage, have certainly done their homework and adjusted, getting 2 more rounds than they had already there. And maybe great things to come. Hit and Run struggling right now.
Yeah, I agree with you entirely with that. Momentum really coming back and showing them that 5-1 defeat in that Swiss stage is not how they were going to go down this time. As we see the 430U banned out for Momentum and that BZ75 for Hit and Run. Hit and Run choosing the Batshot E50M, triple K91, Bliskovica and Bocic back in that RHM.
And for Momentum, we have triple E50M, 140, Bliskovica, Foch B and RHM. Notably, by the way, taking a lot of tanks which have APCR available as well, because Morvanka is one of those maps where you have so many fences, etc., that having heat as an ammunition can actually be a problem. So let's see how this one's gonna go. First of all, only Bocic using the plane, I believe. No, he was considering using it, but neither team actually using the plane at the very get-go. And this means that everyone is going to be playing not only completely blind, but unaware. They're not going to know what's going to be happening until they spot the first tanks, which are going to be the double K91 by Hit and Run. Very deep, though, in the 1-2 line. So Momentum know that they have the advantage there, but they need to be careful in the middle.
Yeah, they do. I think all 3 eventually of those K91s were spotted out. I think everybody else so far, though, has remained unspotted. Interesting, both light tanks have a double tier 2 plane, so they can spot things out if needed. But at the moment, I think I like Hit and Run's positioning slightly more. It's looking painful though. It looks like there's a bit of a push going on from these double K91s across the top of the map. It's a little bit stagnant. It looks quite equal on both sides at the moment.
Well, Andrea has taken some damage in the E50M. He was trying to get close to the artillery strike, but the Bliskovica of T-Sec is currently locking him down. And he won't really be able to peek and understand if he can leave or not. That is a problem, because T-Sec at any point is free to leave, and Andrea won't know. But first of all, obviously Momentum have taken the information tower. They know the entirety of the lineup of Hit and Run, but that has been some time ago, obviously. So they don't know where they are anymore. Momentum now with a push on the 1 line, as well as the Bliskovicas. The Bliskovica and the Foch B are now starting to open up against T-Sec. They're trying to free my boy Andrea from this Bliskovica of T-Sec, and now D-Man has arrived. T-Sec with the ability active does end up getting tracked here, and he will be completely shut down, caught off guard completely in the open. That is a pretty free kill, I was gonna say, before D-Man took so much damage.
Yeah, it really was. He felt like he was left a little bit by his team quite far down in that city, but D-Man taking a lot from Zaki. I don't know if he's going to be able to survive there. No, he isn't. They can take him out with that strike from Lukin in that K91, putting them at a 1-for-1 for now. As Pan's Fury and Jackie stopping Mikado from making any moves up that A line at the moment. But E50M of Andrija taking that strike for Momentum. Does get reset though, and they will put a little bit of cap pressure on.
And Andrea actually needs to be careful with his E50M, because he is pretty low, and if he's going to be playing against an E50M, then obviously he would be losing the DPM duel, as Mikado now starting to peek. He sees Chucky, who takes some damage, and the E50M ability active. Yes, Chucky is probably going to go down, but Pan's Fury has arrived, and he has an entire clip of heat with him, as it seems. The artillery strike going down onto Mikado as well. Is it enough to take the E50M out of the game? The answer seems like yes. He dies to the clip of Pan's Fury, who makes a fast getaway. The guns are going to be even for now, but in the middle there's also a fight going on with Lukin shutting down Andrea, and now Majestic in the open here against DJ. He might get picked up, and it's all falling apart for Momentum, it seems.
Yeah, they're not too down on HP, but guns really matter in this. So will Pan's Fury get shut down by Sabo here? Probably will, but not before doing 3 shots of damage. So Sabo going down to half HP will put them, though, at a slight disadvantage in guns, 4-3 at the moment. Lukin looking for some side shots onto Wolf Puppy, but gets hit in return, as does DJ. At the moment, though, HP is quite similar, but here goes Hit and Run, making a move down onto Wolf Puppy and Splatty. They do bounce a couple of shots, but DJ making it through. So Wolf Puppy will be going down, but will someone go down in return? Maybe DJ could be in danger, or Lukin. And Artie trying to go down, but does get dodged by Splatty. But at this point, it's 4-2. Now it's 3-2. And a plane being used, down 3-1.
Yeah, I mean, Sabo now in a 1 versus 3 situation. We saw one of those earlier today being won by the player in that situation. That was Mentos on Ensk, but not gonna lie, this time around, it doesn't really feel like he has the possibility to make something like that happen, especially since Bocic, his direct counterpart, just has so much HP to work with. The Ram to add insult to injury here and to establish dominance in a match where Hit and Run have struggled so far, but in this round now, they put themselves on match point.
Yeah, they do. I think Momentum gave a really good show, though, in this game. It certainly didn't feel like an easy run for Hit and Run. It felt like they had to work for this victory, but they did. And as we can see, Luke in there in that K91 really making it happen. 5,691 damage, good assist and strike as well. Lucan quite dominant on Muravanka often as well. Pan's Fury doing good in the bat chat. Still 2 clips, but it was enough. Demon though, Demon, he did get shut down. Only 900 damage in the end, even after taking out T-Sec in that Bliskovica.
Yeah, I think the counter move onto T-Sec by Momentum, it looked really good until it didn't. If you catch my drift, like, yeah, the pickup onto T-Sec was beautiful, but after that the tanks were essentially stuck in positions where it was just so easy to clean them up. Also the fact that Andrea at that point in time had taken just so much damage with the E50M, wasn't able to contest DJ anymore, which obviously tried to then get close to Andrea. E50M versus E50M, you're going to pen all of your shots, and if you start with more HP, you're just going to win. First of all, though, let's take a quick look at someone that we were talking about earlier. DJ, top 1 DPG throughout the entirety of the Swiss stage. Pen rate 91.6% as well, to be honest, leaving nothing to be desired. At that point in time, or maybe it's some old data, because the Dravets is in there as well. But yeah, he seems to be mostly playing damage dealer tanks.
I was gonna say, it's rare to see that 4,000 plus average in Onslaught 7v7. So yeah, it's quite a feat, I think, to achieve that. But the second game on Muravanka, this time from opposite spawns, and I think Momentum have it in them to take a win here. They could do it. It was a close game, a few mistakes made though, like you say. They really went for T-Sec, ended up getting a bit caught out in the open in the end. But yeah, I feel fully they have it in them to take this to a tiebreak if they need to.
I think... Okay, it's maybe a little bit unfair to say that, but I think it depends more on Hit and Run than on Momentum if we're going to tiebreaker or not. Hit and Run in this match so far, they've been very unpredictable. Like they've had some great rounds and they've had some absolute stinkers. Whereas Momentum, it feels like they've played the same level, but because Hit and Run have fluctuated so much, they were able to take the rounds that they now have. So yeah, maybe it's 2 sides of the same coin, and I'm just making stuff up as I go. But yeah, if Hit and Run have a great round now, they will win this 5-3. But if once again they end up with some really bad calls, thinking back to the second round of Ensk, for example, then Momentum definitely can take the equalizer.
Yes, I'm inclined to agree with you, but also disagree slightly there. That takes away from Momentum. We see the 432 banned out for both. IS-7, triple K91, double Foshby and RHM taken from Momentum though.
And for Hit and Run, we have the quadruple BZ75 and the triple E50M straightforward lineup if I've ever seen one. The Foshby on Muravanka, always kind of a weird choice because, well, the Foshby, it likes like corners, closed spaces, etc. That's why it's being picked on Ensk so much, but Muravanka, more of an open map. So let's see what the thought process behind this was, as Bocic looking to take the info tower, but he does end up getting reset by the K91s, who are now spotted though, but are able to kind of duck behind the water tower. Triple cap though by Hit and Run. They want to make this a rather quick affair, and with no artillery strikes available for the team of Momentum as the RHM gets chased away from the 7-8 line one, this is problematic for Momentum.
Yeah, Hit and Run have really made sure that those arty strikes are not going to be easy for Momentum to get anywhere near. That BZ really holding the middle, E50M taking that strike on the right-hand side, Bochik and Jackie both taking strikes. It's going to require Momentum to actually drive in here to do anything about this. Yes, they have a small strike on Mikado, but that's it. Mikado's used it now. So they've got to go in. They have to get in there. They have to fight. And I think this is big danger.
Absolutely. Hit and Run, though, they are done with capping. They're boosting up and off it as Majestic, the first one to get focused out in the K91, down to a slither of HP as artillery strikes rain left, right, and center. Splotty with the Foch B, still 2 shells available, and they're actually able to kill Pan's Fury, but the K91 goes down to the strike as Andrea has arrived with the Foch B to clip out on towards Sir Jacob. Lukin with the E50M in the sidelines, but there is 2 more E50Ms from Hit and Run actually focusing down D-Man, and those K91s, yes, they're good tanks, but with the Foch Bs being out of shots, they simply don't have the DPM to contest against the BZ-75s that Hit and Run have brought to the fight.
Yeah, Hit and Run 3k HP up at the moment as Wolf Puppy is being the subject of their aggression, and he does go down. DJ making a ram onto Splatty as Andrea now taking a lot of damage, 500 HP, 100 HP and a dream. And it will be Sabo trying desperately to get some side shots going in as well, but now 4-3 in the favor of Hit and Run as Splatty trying to get away, doesn't. T-Sec gets that shot down, and it's 4-2.
It is 4-2 in tanks, but it will be 5-3 in rounds soon as Hit and Run just have a commanding lead here and there and everywhere you look. Mikado going down, and with him probably the hopes and dreams of this team of Momentum, who probably were positively surprised a little bit with themselves to even be making it to the playoffs of the AMD Onslaught Legends Cup number 5. But now with Sabo once again versus many Hit and Run players, this game and this match as well has written Hit and Run all over it. So the 2-time and actually back-to-back champion at WCI with some roster changes are still in contention for the spots.
Yeah, I think you gave a little bit too little credit to Momentum here and blamed Hit and Run a little too hard. But I agree with you. I think Hit and Run really made some errors in these games, but I also think Momentum had a hard time coming from a 5-1 loss against Hit and Run, and they did give it their all, and I definitely saw more cohesive gameplay. Yes, there were a few games where they dropped the ball, but they pulled it back and they had better games afterwards. And we do see, you know, decent damage across the board. Is very similar damage in the end, both with 21,000, but this was just one in tactics. Momentum themselves in Hit and Run's players, and just having it together in the end with those double E50Ms pumping out that damage.
I think the problem at some point was literally that Hit and Run, they had the cap with triple BZ. They were taking 1 artillery strike with Chucky, I believe, and they were even contesting the 2nd artillery strike with another tank. So for Momentum, if you look at their lineup right now, it's a bunch of K91s, some Foch Bs, and an IS-7 and an RHM, which doesn't want to join the fight. So as soon as any of those tanks actually get close to the BZ-75s in the cap, it's just a disaster in the making, really, for Momentum. So Hit and Run, I guess, a little bit of a win by lineup as well, just forcing tanks that want to go for the long game to come close to your BZ-75s, which are like, all right, you have to come close for a fist fight? Well, here we go, boys. This is exactly what we're made for. So, yeah, tactically, at least in the last 2 rounds, I think Hit and Run with the edge here, and rightfully so. They managed to stay in the tournament, but for Momentum, I think not all is over okay in this tournament, single elimination, but I think for them, they can still credit themselves with a better than anyone would have expected showing, not only in the Swiss stage, but also in the tournament here so far.
Yeah, I agree with you completely as well. I think the upset to the apple cart today was Weekend versus Mafia, taking that win, which will move them on to the semi-finals against Hit and Run. Meanwhile, W versus Cashback will fight tomorrow as well.
Honestly, right now, from what we have seen today, it could be that we have an all-Ukrainian finals with Cashback and Weekend taking it. Because Weekend, to take down Mafia, that is already crazy, and let's be real, Hit and Run have not looked too hot against Momentum right now. But yeah, then also W cashback. That's at this point, I guess this is an absolute classic to watch. So yeah, stacked up matches all around, not only today, but more importantly, even so tomorrow. And the important thing to note is as well, first of all, for all of our viewers, the Twitch drops, which are not only happening today, but also tomorrow. If you haven't been able to pick them up today yet, because you maybe joined a little late, don't worry, we got you covered. We're going to raid Ducky after the stream. He's had a little bit of a break now, so he's probably hyped up and ready to go to entertain y'all some more. And don't worry, if you want more of that sweet Twitch drops goodness, you can tune in tomorrow once again, because we are going to be here same place, same time, with some even more important matches, if that was even possible. And thank you very much as well. I hope you had some fun being with us on the cast. It certainly looks like you did.
I did. Thank you very much for bearing with me if I made any mistakes or slip-ups. It is, as I say at the beginning, it was my first ever experience of casting, and it's been a great one. Thank you for making it so great, and for such amazing games today as well. I've enjoyed casting every moment of them. It's been a pleasure.
Well, first of all, one piece of advice as a caster: there are no mistakes, there are just happy little accidents, as we say. But yeah, if that wasn't enough action for you yet, then later tonight we are also going to have the AMD OLC number 5 happening on the NA server. I believe that one's getting covered by Ducky, which we are going to raid later, so you can just stay there for all of the goodness on the action later. And that being said, thank you very much for watching. That's all from us for the day. See you tomorrow.